Hey there and welcome back to TubeGuruji channel. Today in this video we are going to build two AI agent application. After building this application you can make any application and start your own SaaS business. In this first full stack SaaS application we are going to build AI medical voice agent where you can directly talk with an AI specialist doctor agent. In this particular app, I'm going to tell you how to create a different AI doctor agent where you can talk directly with them with the help of live streaming API so that it will be a very realistic experience and you can consult to a specialist doctor. Everything we are going to learn from the basic. Not only that, but we are also going to integrate an payment gateway so that you can limit user and add a paid subscription to your application, which help us to make money and create this complete SaaS application. Our second application is an AI career coach agent app where you can ask anything to your career related question to the AI agent, and AI agent will give you the proper answer. In that same application, we are also going to implement an AI resume analyzer app where you can just upload your resume and AI agent will help us to give you the proper recommendation and analytics about your AI resume. After that, we are also going to add an career roadmap generator. This agent will give you the proper workflow for the career roadmap and everything we are going to implement in this single application. These are the tools. Once you implemented, you can implement any kind of AI feature tool in other app. And we are following an IT standard to develop this application. These two applications we are going to build it in this complete video. You can jump directly if you want to skip the first and go to the second, or you can develop both the application. These two applications make your resume much stronger. So guys, without doing any further delay, let's begin to develop this app. You can see the demo of this both applications. So I will put the timeline for complete video so that you can jump from one app to other anytime. Or you can just go to the tubeguruji.com to learn more about this project, the demo and the source code for this application. In this exciting full stack tutorial, we are going to build something truly futuristic. An AI powered medical voice agent app using Next.js, React and AI. All packaged into a production ready SaaS application. Imagine a virtual medical assistant that talks with your users, understand their symptoms and provide an AI driven response all in real time. That's exactly what we are going to build today. From front-end UI with a voice interaction to back-end AI intelligence and real-time audio streaming. We will cover everything step by step. But let me walk through the application first. Let's see what we are going to build in this particular project and then we'll talk about all the tech stack which we are going to use to build this application. If you see, we have this beautiful landing screen which I'm going to tell you how easily we can build this one. Then this beautiful animation or animated component, how can we add it, everything we're gonna learn it step by step. With the help of clerk authentication, we added a Gmail and email password authentication, and after sign in you will jump directly on this beautiful dashboard. At the top you will see this beautiful header section. On the right hand side you will see the profile option to manage your profile. If user is new and coming to the first time, you will see this empty option because we don't have any recent consultation history. So you have option to create a new one, or you can see all the specialist doctor agent. Here we will see all these different types of doctors agent. Now currently you are on the free trial, so you can only access to the general physician directly. Okay, but if you want to get access to any of them, you have to buy or join the membership. That's what I'm going to show you the next. But before that, let's see how it works. So simply I will say start a consultation. Here you can add your symptoms, what is happening to you. So in this case we'll say I have some body pain. Then we'll say next, and then our AI model automatically check which doctor is the best to help you. Okay, so in this case if you see, the general physician and orthopedic can help us to remove or to fix our problem. Okay, so we'll select the either of the one, then select the doctor which you think best for you and start the consultation. Once you start it, you will jump onto this beautiful conversation screen. At the top, currently you are not connected and you have option to start your call, so it will start the conversation. So let's test this out.
Hi there, I'm your AI medical assistant. I'm here to help you with any health questions or concerns you might have today. How are you feeling?
I have some back pain from last 3 to 4 hours and I'm really going through it.
I'm sorry to hear you're in pain. Let's figure this out. Did you strain yourself recently, lift anything heavy, or make any sudden movements? Is the pain sharp, dull, or more of an ache?
Yes, it's a sharp pain. I lift some heavy weight, so I'm really looking for some painkiller tablet.
Got it. Lifting heavy weights might have strained your back. Over-the-counter painkillers like ibuprofen or paracetamol can help reduce pain and inflammation. For now, try resting, applying an ice pack to the area, and avoid heavy lifting. If the pain worsens or doesn't improve, consider seeing a doctor. Let me know if I can guide you further.
Okay, I think I'm good. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. Take care of your back, rest up, and I hope you feel better soon. Don't hesitate to reach out if you need more help. Take care.
And then it will automatically redirect you to the home screen. It will also generate the final report in the background, which I'm going to show you now. But if you see how seamlessly in a real time the AI voice agent giving you the response, not only that, but we also getting the speech to text in a live streaming format. Okay, as soon as you speak, you are getting that text displaying on the screen. So with the help of assembly AI, you will learn how easily we can add speech to text live streaming feature into our application. Now, once you jump onto this dashboard, you will see your previous or latest consultation report. Just now, or here you will see the 2 minutes ago we got this, and here you have option to view report. Once you click on this one, you will see the detailed report. Here you will see the session information, the complaint, the complete summary about your conversation, what the doctor or agent guide for you. Here you will see the symptoms. Not only that, but it also give you the medication that you can even take, ibuprofen or paracetamol. Obviously that is very unknown tablet. Okay, and then rest recommendation. How cool it is, right? And now obviously this user on the free trial, so user cannot create any more consultation directly. User need to join our pricing model. And if you see here as well, I cannot click or join a talk with any consultation. So simply I will head to this pricing section, and with the help of clerk subscription billing feature, we are going to add this billing pricing within just one line of code. Yes, you heard right. So with the help of clerk billing, we added this beautiful subscription model where you will find an option to subscribe inside your application. It will not navigate to any other third party URL. Okay, with the help of clerk and the Stripe, we have this beautiful checkout subscription model option. Obviously currently it is in development mode, so you have option to pay with the test card, and once you make a payment, say the payment is done, and then you will navigate to the dashboard again. And now you have option to create a consultation. Here now you can talk with any agent directly from your dashboard. Okay, so that's how easy it is. So guys, that's what all we are going to develop in this particular video. At the end of this particular tutorial, we are going to deploy this application directly on the cloud so that you can share with your friends and family. I will put the link in the description so that you can test this demo and you can check how it actually work in a real time. This particular is a application is a game changer SaaS application which you can build it and you can make money by making business with this application. This is a completely responsive application which we are going to build, so you're gonna learn step by step how we are going to make this SaaS application completely and fully responsive. Now let's talk about the tech stack which we are going to use to build this application. The very first and my favorite, we are going to use a clerk authentication. Clerk is not just providing authentication service, but it also provides a billing, subscription billing features where you can integrate the subscription model within just one line of code. Okay, so that also we are going to learn how can we do that. For speech to text in live streaming mode, we are going to use an assembly AI because assembly AI provide you the best streaming speech to text, also with a low latency, more accuracy, and within one of the best cheapest rate you will find with the assembly AI. But don't worry, in this video whatever we are going to use to build this application is completely free and don't need to pay for any service. Then for the database, obviously I'm going to use a Neon PostgreSQL database with the help of Drizzle ORM, and to build and to bring all these AI model together to build an AI agent, we are going to use a WAPI AI. Everything we are going to deploy on a Vercel with the help of GitHub. So guys, if you are new to this channel, don't forget to subscribe, press notification bell icon so that you will not miss any update, and if you really like this video, press like button. Also, if you want to access all my source code or exclusive courses, simply go to the tubeguruji.com where you will find an exclusive courses and the source code for each of the project, and you can follow the step-by-step chapter as well. So without doing any further delay, let's begin to develop AI medical voice agent application. Now it's time to create a Next.js application. As Next.js is a React framework to develop the web application, where it provides a lot of different features like built-in optimization, dynamic HTML streaming, and most important React server component, along with the folder-based routing, which is quite helpful to build any complicated or big web application. So that's the reason we are going to use a Next.js. Now in order to create a Next.js application, if you see, this is the command to create it, or you can simply go to the documentation just to explore more features about the Next.js. Now simply open a folder where you want to create a project and open a terminal at that folder. Then simply type a command npx create next app at latest. Now at latest will install the latest version of the Next.js. If you want to install a specific version of Next.js, make sure to enter that version and then simply click enter. After that it will ask you the project name. So here we'll say AI medical voice agent and then click enter. Then it will ask, do you want to use TypeScript? So we'll say yes to it. Then say no to ESLint, yes to the Tailwind CSS, so it will install the Tailwind CSS version 4 for us. And no to the source directory, yes to the app router, and no to the turbo pack, and no again. Now as we are using TypeScript, if you don't know how to use TypeScript or you never built anything about the TypeScript, don't worry, because it is quite similar to the TypeScript, except you need to provide a type to the each of the field that you are mentioning. Okay, that we're gonna learn in this particular course as well. Then once the project is created, if you see the project is created, I will close this terminal and simply open the VS Code. Then open a folder at that open the project where you just created this project. So in my case it is in the projects Next.js, and I will open this folder. Now on the left hand side you will see some files and folder get created. Let me walk through each of this folder. The very first folder, which is app folder, in which we're gonna write all our pages, code, all the routing, everything, or even in API as well, we want to keep inside this app folder. Now, the very first file, which is global CSS, which contain a CSS styling which is applied throughout the application. Then we have the layout.tsx, which is the root layout of your application, which contain the metadata along with the HTML and body tag, and inside this you will see these children. Now all the pages or route are going to render through these children, which is inside this HTML body tag. Now the metadata is quite helpful for SEO purpose. Now here if I change, here we'll rename this to AI medical voice agent. You can update the description, and even if you want to update the font, you can update that too, and then simply save it. Then we have the default page, which is the page.tsx. Now once you run the application, you will see this particular page.tsx file are getting rendered. Now one more important thing, if you see the file name with an extension .tsx, which stand for TypeScript extension. Okay, so if you want to use a JavaScript, just change to the JSX, and that's all you need to do. Then we have the public folder, in which we are going to keep all our images, fonts, whichever files you want to access it from the local as an image, for example, or video URL or video, you can keep it inside this public folder. The node module folder contains all the packages which help to run this application. Obviously we are not going to touch this folder anytime. Then we have the next.config.ts file, which contains the configuration related to your Next.js application. Then we have package.json, which contain the name, version of your application, along with the script to run to build your application, and the dependency along with their version, and the dev dependency as well. Now this dependency is quite important, because if you want to update any dependency version, you can just change this one and then make sure to update your packages by running npm install command. Now you have two options to open a terminal. Either you can just drag this up and then it will open a terminal for you, or simply go to the terminal and click new terminal, and then that's how you can open the terminal as well. Now anytime you will see this option to add a new terminal. Okay, so once you click, it will add a new terminal inside the VS Code only. Now in order to run your application, just type a command npm run dev, and then it will open a port 3000 on URL localhost 3000. So we'll open this URL on the web browser, and then you will see the default page getting rendered on the screen. Now I will put this side by side. And we'll go to the page.tsx file. Now whatever you see on the screen, it is written inside this page.tsx. For example, let's change this particular line. Okay, so I will just remove everything from here and we'll say hello world, and then save it, and boom, if you see, the text changed to the hello world. So that's how easily you can make update to your page, and it automatically get refreshed as soon as you save this file. Now I will remove everything, and then we'll keep empty div, and then you will see a blank screen. Inside this we'll add an h2 tag, and we'll say subscribe to TubeGuruji. So guys, if you did not subscribe to our channel, please do subscribe, and as soon as I save, you will see the text is displaying on the screen. That's how you can create a Next.js application and run it very first time. Now the next step is to install a Tailwind CSS based UI component library called ShadCN. Now ShadCN UI library is very popular among the developers, which help us to develop your UI much faster. So simply go to the ui.shadcn.com and then go to the documentation. Select the correct framework, in our case is a Next.js, and then this is the command to initialize the ShadCN. So I will copy that, and inside the new terminal I will paste it here. So it will initialize the ShadCN for us. So here we'll say, do you want to proceed? Say yes, and then it will ask the base color. Okay, so you can select any base color which you want. So I will select, let's say, gray, and obviously we're gonna change that base color. Okay, we'll add our own primary color as well. And right now if you see our ShadCN now initialized successfully. Now whenever or whatever component you want to use from the shared CN UI library, you have to install that first. So in this case, let's say you want to use the button. So copy this and then simply install this button component. Now once the button component is installed, you will see when you initialize the shared CN, so couple of file and folder get created. The very first folder, which is component.json, which contain the shared CN related configuration like which tile, the aliases, the Tailwind related configuration and everything. Then inside the lib folder we have util.ts, which is related to the shared CN, and the most important, inside the component folder you will see the button component which we just installed is inside this button.tsx file, which contain the default code as well. Cool, right? Now let's go to the global CSS file, and inside the global CSS you will see a very big change. All this color code is getting added. Now obviously we don't have the tailwind.config.js file which were in the version 3 or older. Now in version 4 everything is moved to this global CSS file which contain your all the styling. For example, if you want to change a primary color, you have to change it here. See, okay, so that's how it works. Now very first thing, let's use this button component which we just installed. So we'll add a button component, say subscribe, and then save it. Now if I go back to our application and then, whoa, why the button component is not showing? So it's very quick fix. There is a small bug inside the shared CN. So simply go to the global CSS, and at the top you will see this TW animate CSS. Just remove that, save it, and then it will fix your problem. Obviously you can keep it back, okay, it happens sometimes, so it depends on the version and shared CN version. You have this small bug, but it's very tiny one. But right now you are able to install the shared CN UI library as well. If you have any question, any doubt until this point, let me know in the comment section, or you can ask any question on my Discord channel. The link is in the description. Now we are going to add an landing screen for our application. Obviously for the landing screen we want to add navigation bar at the top, the hero section, and many other features and section you can add that too. And for that one I am going to use an Ascertainty UI. This is the based on shared CN, and it provides a very different animated components which you can use it without writing any complicated code. You can just copy the components and then you can use it to your application. Simply go to this ui.ascertainty.com and then go to the components. Now once you install the shared CN, which we did it in the last chapter, you don't need to install anything, okay. Inside the CLI, if you see, you have to install shared CN, and that's all we needed. Now whichever component you want to use, you can directly obviously first you can install that, okay. So here is the installation command, and then you can copy the code, example code which you want to use. And if you see this example, how beautiful it is. So simply let's consider we want to use an hero section. So if I scroll a little bit, you can search for the component for the hero. So let's scroll a little bit over here, and here we have the hero section. Now make sure to select the CLI, okay. So you can directly copy this npm command and then go back to your application. I will close all of this tab for now, and then simply paste it. Now it will install the shared CN with this component, okay. And inside the component you will see this hero section component get added. Obviously you have option to control and modify and customize according to your need. Now inside the code section you can copy this code as it is. So I will simply copy this example as it is. So we are using TypeScript, so I will copy the TypeScript one, then go to the page.tsx file and simply I am gonna paste all of this code. Now over here if you see, we don't have this motion react, so make sure to install this motion react library. So for that one, go to the motion.dev, and here you will find the command. If you go to the quick start, you will see this example as we are using react. So copy this command to install the motion react, and once install, it should work. So let me save this first. Let me go to the page.tsx, and now if you see, we don't have any error. Now inside the page.tsx, one you paste, make sure you will mark this as a default export component. Once you save it, and boom, this is how beautiful you see this landing screen. Currently this landing screen is inside the div. Okay, so we can just update that. So we don't need the margin X at all, so we'll remove that too. And if you want, you can remove the border if there is any, and I think they give the maximum width size, so we'll remove this maximum width size, and I think this is much better. See, now it's a completely full screen. Now obviously over here you can update the title, the dialogue, and everything. I'm just going to copy, and I am going to paste some information over here. So just search this text, and then I will paste it here. Okay, and then for the description I already have, which is related to our application. And here we have explore now, contact. I think we don't need this button, but you can keep it as it is. And then for the other things, you can add more data into that. Again, if you go to this assertivity UI, you can find more different components. We can easily use it. For example, this feature section component is also quite good, which also you can use it. Okay, then you have this bento grid that is quite interesting, say, and let me show you how we can add that too. So first, once you open any component, copy this. So go to the CLI. I will copy this JSON CLI command, not JSON, but the component is from the JSON. And once you install this component, then you can directly use this. So I will copy this code as well from the TypeScript, and over here we'll say constant features bento grid, and the arrow function inside this we'll say return. I think we just need to, okay, so over here a lot of things we need to add. So just copy this, and it's better we can create a component for that. So we'll create an underscore component folder, and whatever the components we are going to use for this page.tsx, or which is shared across the application in different route, we can keep inside this underscore component folder. Now when we give this name underscore component, it means this is not considered as a route. Inside this we'll say feature bento grid.tsx, and then paste this. Now I will just rename this to bento grid feature bento grid. I will remove this, and then we'll import this bento grid from this component, see, and then save it. Now once you add that, you can simply add this bento grid. So our name is feature bento grid, save it, and let's see how it looks. And boom, if you see, we have this beautiful bento grid now. This is the hero section, and then after that we have this bento grid. Obviously right now I'm not going to update everything, but in the production you can see the complete related text and content which is with our application. Okay, but this particular chapter is just wanted to show about this assertivity UI, how easily you can add and make your site more modern for your business and application. Before moving forward, it is very important to understand the application workflow so that we can implement each section step by step. Now very first step is that when user visit to our application, we are going to show a landing screen, and from there, in order to access our application, user need to authenticate to our app. Once user submit the credentials, depends on the if credential is correct and successful, then we are going to give an access to the dashboard. Otherwise, if the authentication fail, then user need to sign in again. Once user in the dashboard or a workspace, we can call user have two options to start a new session. Now when we call a start a new session, it means if user want to talk with our AI voice enable medical agent, then user need to enter some basic information along with the name. If user have some symptoms, he can enter some symptoms or any specific query that he want to ask, he just enter into the text area box. Okay, so once user add all the information, then our AI model will give you some suggestion of doctors list. Okay, obviously it's a doctor specialist, so you have option to select from these different options, and once you select the option, then it will start a voice agent where it will be a two-way conversation, and then you can directly talk with our medical specialist voice agent. Okay, so this is the complete flow of our application. Now obviously going forward in this particular course, we're gonna learn and implement each section step by step, so that you will learn how to proceed with this particular flow inside this project. Okay, so obviously first thing first, we need to add an authentication to our application, and in order to save all the data at one place, obviously we need a database as well. So that's what we are going to see next. Now in order to set up a database, we are going to use a Neon's PostgreSQL database. The link is in the description to check out this Neon PostgreSQL database, which is free to use, and most important, it provides a lot of different features and very easy to integrate. It also supports various different stack. You can use it directly into the Next.js, or you can integrate with the help of Drizzle ORM or Prisma ORM. So whichever you like it, you can use this Neon PostgreSQL database into your application. Now in this particular tutorial, we are going to use a Neon PostgreSQL database with Drizzle ORM, and setting up the Drizzle ORM along with the Neon into the Next.js application is quite straightforward. So simply first thing first, we'll go to the Drizzle ORM website, and into this one simply go to the get started. Now obviously we want to use a Neon PostgreSQL database, so make sure to select this option and then make sure to install this Neon database. So copy the first line, then we'll go to the terminal, simply paste this command. Next you have to add this Drizzle kit as well. So this Drizzle kit very helpful. It enable you the local studio where you can access your database, so make sure to install that too. Then you need to set up a database URL inside this .env file. So we'll create a .environment file, and inside that we'll simply add this database URL. Now this database URL you need to get from the Neon PostgreSQL database. So simply click the link in the description, then simply log in or sign up, depends on whether you're new to this Neon. Then create a project, and once you are in this project dashboard, here you will find an option called connect. Just click on it, it will open this dialog. You will see there are a lot of projects which I built with the help of Neon PostgreSQL database. Here you have option to create a new database and give the database name. So here we'll add AI medical voice agent, and then we'll simply say create. Now once you create, you will find this connection string. Copy this connection string and simply paste it here, and then save it. Now once you have this connection string ready, head back to the Drizzle ORM. The next step is to create an index.ts file. Okay, so obviously we're gonna do in our own way. So I will copy these both the lines, head back to our application, and inside the root directory we'll create a config folder. Inside this, we'll create a db.tsx file and simply paste the code which you copied. Okay, as we are using the TypeScript, so make sure to add this exclamatory mark and then save it. Now, if you want a synchronous connection, you can use this line of code as well. So it's up to you how you want to use, okay, but if you want to use synchronous, I will just paste this code and everything will be as it is. Now it is very important, in order to use this db reference, you need to export this db, okay, and then save it so that you can use it anywhere inside the application. Now next step is to create a table. Now in order to create a table, you need to create it with the help of this schema file. Okay, you need to write this line of code, you can add a column and everything. So in our case, let's copy this, but from the next time we can create our own table by writing this schema. Now inside this config folder, we'll create schema.tsx file, add the code which you copied, and if you see over here, the table name is users, then pg table is the reference which is importing from the pg core, and these are the column get added. Now we don't need a age, so we'll remove. We have the id, name and email, okay, and you can even add credits if you want, okay, just add, and then you can give the type, or this need to be integer. We can add, for example, we are giving just a type, which type of this column is, so we give it as an integer and then save it. Now once you save this, let's create this drizzle.config.ts file, which is the drizzle related configuration. We'll need to create this in a root directory, and inside that simply copy the code which is mentioned over here. Now make sure, I will remove this out for now, and over here we need to provide the schema path. Okay, so I will remove it and we'll say config/schema.tsx, because our schema is inside this config folder and otherwise everything is as it is. Now next thing, once you define this, you need to push your changes so that it will be available to your database. So simply run this command called npx drizzle git push, click enter, and then it will install it will push your all the tables which is mentioned inside the schema. Now once you push it, you can go back to the neon. Inside that you have the tables, and under the table make sure to select this AI medical voice agent from the list if it's not selected by default, and then you will see a brand new table get added to our database called users. Inside this there are id, name, email and credits column. Whatever the column you mention inside the schema, all of this column get added to our table. How simple it is, right? Now obviously every time whenever you want to check your database, you need to go to the neon and check this out, but there is another way that you can do it. You can even run this database locally. Just run the command npx drizzle kit space studio. Now drizzle kit provide you their own drizzle studio, which is similar to what you see inside the neon database. Now if I open this, once you run, it will run your studio on the local.drizzle.studio, and boom, it will display your user table. Obviously you are running on locally, and here you have all the columns. Obviously you have option to add a record. You can run the SQL query as well, or you can run drizzle query as well. Okay, all of these are all the functionality is available inside this local drizzle studio as well. Obviously throughout the application we are going to referring this local drizzle studio whenever we want to access the database, and that's how easily guys you can create a database with the help of neon PostgreSQL database and the drizzle ORM. Now obviously anything you want to save it or fetch it or make any CRUD operation on your database, you don't need to learn any PostgreSQL query. With the help of drizzle ORM, we're gonna do all the operation. That's what we are going to see throughout the video as well. Now it's time to add an authentication to our application. So when user come to our app, we need to authenticate the user in order to access all our application services. And that's where the authentication play very important part. Obviously, if user is authenticated successfully, then we are going to redirect user to the dashboard. Otherwise, user need to sign in again if the authentication is failed. And for the authentication purpose, I am going to use a clerk. Clerk is one of the best authentication service provider, and it provides a lot of different feature. Not only that, but along with the authentication with the help of clerk, we are also going to integrate the subscription billing with the help of clerk. Clerk recently introduced the billing feature where you can easily integrate the subscription model to your app within just one line of code. Yes, you heard right. So with the help of clerk, you can easily add the subscription model which is attached to the Stripe payment gateway, and it's very easy to integrate as well. In the profile section, you can manage your subscription, and all of these subscription plans, features you can add through this clerk billing feature, and that's also we are going to see in this particular tutorial. So simply click the link in the description and go to the clerk. Once you are on this one, simply go to the or sign in to your clerk account. Once you sign in, simply go to the option where you have an option to create the new application. Now many of my application uses this clerk authentication. Now once you click on the create application, it will redirect it to this particular page where you can give the application name. Here we'll say AI medical voice agent. Then you can select the different sign in option like email, username, phone number, Google, Facebook, and there are many others. As soon as you enable or disable any of them, on the right hand side you will see actual preview that how it gonna look on the screen. Once this is done, simply click on the create application, and then your application now getting created. In the meantime, we'll follow this step in order to integrate the clerk inside your Next.js application. These are the some steps that we need to follow. Now very first step that we need to install the clerk SDK. So we'll copy this command. In the new tab, we'll paste this. After this, you need to copy this environment keys. So copy as it is, go to .env file and we'll paste it here. After this, we need to create this middleware.ts file. Now this file is very important. This is one of the best feature inside the Next.js application which help us to protect your routes. So I will copy this middleware, create a new file called middleware.ts, and then simply copy the content and paste it here. Next thing, we need to wrap our application inside the clerk provider. Okay, so that it is applied and your application is completely authenticated with the clerk. So simply go to this layout.tsx which contain the root layout, and I will simply wrap our application something like this. So we'll say clerk provider, and obviously we need to import this clerk provider import statement, something like this. So let's copy this one for now and make sure the clerk is installed successfully. Okay, and I will just paste it here, and if you see, now the error is gone, and then save it. After this, if you scroll down, obviously if you run your application, so this is our application, if I run this one, nothing is happening, right? That's because we did not protect any route yet. So inside the middleware.ts, we don't have logic which will say that your route, this particular route is protected, right? So simply go to the documentation again, and we'll say continue to the Next.js guide. Here first we'll create our own sign in and sign up page. So simply we'll copy this route, okay, and because we need to create a folder called sign in, inside this we need to create this folder and then page.tsx. So simply copy the complete path, then inside the app folder I will create an auth folder, and inside that we'll put sign in and sign up page. Okay, so if you see, it automatically created the sign in page and their route, and we'll paste this code. Then obviously we need to make this sign in or as a route, public route. So if you see now the middleware, now it's showing the public route, and then this added this clerk middleware to protect the route. So I will copy this middleware, and if I go to this middleware.ts, I will replace the complete code with the new one which we just copied. Now here if you see, this is the sign in page, which is a public route, means it is accessible without any authentication. And then you have to update this environment variable. So I will add this environment variable as well, and obviously I also need to add a custom sign up because we just added a sign in. So we'll add a sign up as well. So it's very straightforward, guys. So you just need to follow the step by step guide, and then you are good to go. And our sign up page is also ready. Make sure it is publicly available. So I will add this new route, which is the sign up, and then we'll update this environment for the sign up. Perfect. I think that's all we need. And now if I go to our localhost 3000, you will see the page is redirected to the sign in page, and that's where it's showing us the login or sign in screen. Cool, right? So that's how easily you can add authentication. Now this page is not look good. Now you have few options that you can customize this page. Okay, now simply the easiest way I will keep this component in the middle. So let's go to the sign in and then wrap inside the div. Something like this, and then we'll say class name flex, item to be in the center, and height to screen, and justify center. So it will be in the center of the screen. See, same thing we have to do for the sign up. If I click sign up, right now it's showing on the left side because this is just a sign up component, and this particular component showing this complete UI. So you don't need to even add any UI. How cool it is. So simply I will wrap this in a div, and then we can mark this as a center. Perfect. Okay, so guys, that's how you have to do it. Now let's sign into account. So I will select the Gmail account. You can even sign it with the email or a magic link as well. And now if you see, I'm able to sign in successfully. Currently once it is signed in, is showing on or redirecting to a home screen, right? Now you have option, you can add a redirect URL. So here you have after sign out URL, or maybe you have force redirect URL. So once it is successfully signed in, you can redirect it to the dashboard screen. Okay, now once you sign in successfully, right, let's go to the page.tsx file. Here you can change this login button to something like dashboard and user profile icon as well. So simply we'll go to the navigation bar. That's where we have this login button, right? Now in order to get whether user is logged or not, you can get the user information with the help of one hook called use user. Now this use user hook is importing from the clerk. Now if I scroll up, you will see it is importing from the clerk Next.js. Now whenever you use any hooks, you have to mark this component or page as a client side. Now once you mark, then you can use this one, and then you can check if user is not there, then it means user is not login. Then you can show this login button. Otherwise, I am using this ternary operator. I want to show a div, and inside the div I will add a button, a user button component from the clerk Next.js, and let me show you what it do. So once you add this user button component, will go back, and boom, if you see, we have this beautiful user profile icon. If I click on this one, we have this beautiful clerk based component where you can have option to manage your account. You can even sign out from the account. Inside the manage, you will see this beautiful pop-up to manage your account profile and all, and that is automatically added by the clerk. Just one component, okay, just one line, and it will do all the magic for you. Also, I want to add a button called dashboard. So here I will add a button component, and inside that I will just say dashboard. See, now let's bring everything in one line, because if you see, the button and the profile image is not aligned. So here we'll make it flex, gap of let's say 5, and item to be in the center. Perfect, and now it's working perfectly fine. So that's how you have to do it. Make sure when user click on login, right? So over here I will wrap this component in a link tag. Okay, now this link tag I am importing from the Next.js only, and inside the hrefs make sure to redirect this to a sign in screen. So whenever user click on login button, it will redirect it to the sign in. Now this link component from the Next.js is similar to the anchor tag inside the HTML CSS. Also same thing you have to do once user click on get started. So I will wrap this in a link tag. Maybe we need to wrap, let me undo this, we need to wrap this motion div only. Oh, I think I don't want this button. Let's wrap this link and save it. See, okay, perfect. So that's how we have to do it. Now once user is signed into our account, we need to save the user information to our database. Okay, so in order to do that, we'll create one provider file. So we'll create provider.tsx, and this provider will start with the name small p. Now this provider will be on the client side, okay, and will keep our layout.tsx on the server side. Okay, now in order to write a logic on the client side, that's the reason we created this provider.tsx file. Inside this we're gonna render the children. So here I will add a children. Now make sure the type will be similar like this one. I will just copy everything as it is, that will be easy, something like this. Okay, and then go to the layout.tsx and make sure to import this your provider, and then pass these children inside this provider. Okay, now obviously on the UI side you will not see any change. We just passing these children from the layout to the provider, and provider is rendering that children. Now inside here we need to check if user is already saved to our database or not. So here we'll say check user, or we'll say create new user, create new user. And obviously here we need to check if user is already there or not, and then depends on that one we need to save the user information to our database. Now for that one we are going to create an API for the user's information to store or to retrieve from the database. And to create an API endpoint inside the Next.js application is very easy. You don't need to set up a different server like a Node.js or anything like that. Simply go to the app folder. Inside the app, we'll create a new folder called API, and that's where all the routes which you want to create you can put inside this API folder. Next.js will automatically detect that these are the API endpoints. Okay, as simple as that. Now inside this we'll create an endpoint called users.tsx. Okay, so obviously this need to be a folder, so we'll create a folder called users. And sorry, I think I did not create it. Let's create a new one. We'll create a users folder. I will write in a small only, and then inside this we'll create a route.tsx. So all the API endpoints need to be logic, whatever you want to add, you need to add inside the route.tsx file. Inside this we'll create export async function, and this need to be a post request. So you have get, post, put, delete. See, in our case we want to use post request, then we have to provide a request and then next request. Okay, the type is next request. Now let's get some user information. Now you have two options, either you can pass the user basic information or you don't need to pass any information, because on the server side, because API is obviously on the server side, you can get the user information by just calling constant user is equal to await current user, and this is importing from the clerk Next.js server. See, okay, and this particular current user, we are fetch from that we are going to fetch user information. Now here we'll check if user already exists. If not, then create new user. Okay, so we'll add a try catch block. Now if there is any error, we'll return next response.json with an error e, and inside the try we'll check constant users is equal to await db. Now this db reference, obviously if you see, it's importing from the config/db dot, it has a method called select. Inside that we need to provide the database name from which you want to fetch, so we'll say users table, and this user table is importing from our schema. Then we have where clause, and inside that we need to check the column match, so we'll add equal sign or the equal method, and inside this we'll say user table dot email matches with our user's email, so we'll say user dot primary email address dot email address, as simple as that. Now here it's saying cannot find a name, make sure to import this from the drizzle ORM. Now sometimes you might get this error, so in order to avoid this you need to add a ts ignore, so it will, this error will gone. Now this method will check if, or we can just say if users dot length, means if there is no user is equal to 0, then we'll insert a new user. Okay, otherwise we'll return the user information. Okay, now obviously this is from the Next.js response, we'll just say users of 0, because these users contain list, and from that we need to provide the first element, and then if there is no user found, it means this is a new user and now we need to create into our database. So we'll simply say constant result is equal to await db dot insert, and then in which table, so we'll say user table dot values, and inside this you need to provide all the value, let's say name, so we'll say user dot full name, then we want to provide email, we'll say user dot primary email address dot email address, and then credits, the by default you can give, let's say 10 credits. Okay, it's up to you. Now once you add that inside this provider, when inside this create new user method, we'll call this API endpoint, so we'll say constant result is equal to await Axios. Now this Axios is the HTTP client library, obviously we don't have that, so we need to install by adding command npm i Axios inside the terminal, and then make sure to import this Axios. So once you add, make sure to import Axios, so maybe we'll add again, so make sure to import this Axios, and then we'll say Axios dot post, because this is post request slash API slash users. Okay, so this API endpoint you need to provide, and as we are using await, so mark this as async and then save it. Now inside the console we'll just check the result. Okay, now one more important thing, so if I go to the route, here you need to write the result, so inserted record result as well. So inside the returning we'll say users table, so whichever the record is inserted it will return this one, and then inside the response we'll say just a result. Okay, and then save it. So that's how our users post API endpoint is ready. Now obviously here we are calling this endpoint. Now you have to make sure whenever this provider getting called, so inside the use effect we need to call this method. Now if you don't know how the use effect it works, so use effect is a React hook and it is obviously used in the client side. The most important thing about the use effect, so whenever you want to execute any logic, you have to add inside the use effect, or you have to call it from the use effect, because use effect will execute every instance. But if you want to execute this only once, you have to provide this empty array. Okay, so inside the provider, whenever this component get load, we are going to execute use effect only once, and then we'll call create new user method whenever this method get executed. But we also need to make sure whenever the user information is there, then only we want to call. So for that one, I will use this use user, and once we have the user information, I will pass it to the use effect, and then I will execute this create new user only when the user information is available. Now in this case, whenever the user information is available, this use effect will get executed. Okay, so that is also a very important point to understand. Now inside the result, we'll get the result.data. Inside that we'll get the information. Let's save this one, go back to your application. As we are using use effect inside the provider, you have to mark this component on the client side. And then save it. Now inside the inspect panel, if I go to the console, you will see new record get inserted, and inside the provider.tsx on line 19 we got the result. See, and inside the result we have the user's information which is inserted to our database. If I go to our database, if I refresh this users, you will see brand new record with the ID 1, the name, email and the credits. Okay, if I try to refresh this, and if I refresh it, you will see only record it's fetching from the database, but because in this case it's checking whether the email is already exist. If yes, it's not inserting the record. Okay, so obviously it's avoiding a duplicate insert record functionality. So that's how you need to save the user information as well. Now next thing, we need to save the user information along with the credit information into or at some place or in some state, so that we can share it across the application, right? And for that one, we are going to use a context. So in order to add a context, we'll create a new folder inside the root directory. We can call it as a context, and inside that we'll create a user detail context.tsx file. Inside here we'll create export constant user detail context is equal to create context. Okay, make sure this create context is importing from the React. Okay, inside this we need to add a type. So basically let's define the type inside the provider. So at the top I will define a type users is equal to, or user detail is equal to, and inside this we'll say name of type string, because we are using the TypeScript, so we have to define a type. For email it's a string, and the credits it's a number. And over here make sure you will export this type so that you can use it at other places. You don't need to define every time. And here we need to provide an empty value, so that's, let's show undefined. I don't know, undefined is not working, or maybe here we'll say undefined as well. Perfect. Now once you define the context, you need to wrap your application inside the context so that you can pass or use this context in order to share your information. Now once you define the context, it's very easy to share the data. Okay, so at one place update your context anytime from any component, and it will applicable to all the components. So simply we'll say user detail context dot provider, and make sure to wrap your children something like this. Now to this provider you need to provide a default value. Now in order to provide a default value, we'll define a state called user detail comma set user detail is equal to use context. Sorry, not use context but use state, because this is the default state. Okay, now for this context I will say user detail and define. Okay, and then I am gonna pass this user detail information to this provider, or maybe for now I will just here provide as any. Okay, maybe we have this error because we need to define all the types. Let me go back and provide any. Okay, so that will be good now. Perfect. Now once you define this context with the provider and some default state, now whenever you get the value you just need to set over here, we'll say result dot data. Okay, but not only this, inside the route we have to make sure you will get it will return the same kind of data. So from the result it will also get the, so here you might need to write result dot users table, or maybe inside the 0 dot users table, something like this. Okay, so that it will just return the exact value for us. Perfect. Now if I go back inside the inspect panel, if I refresh this screen you will not see any error, but the most important thing, now this information will get saved to our state called user detail, and this user detail now we are sharing across our application because we are using this context provider. Okay, now later on in this particular course you will see how we are going to use this user detail context in order to get or fetch the data from the user detail. So you don't need to fetch this particular call this API endpoint every time. Only once, whenever this application get load, it automatically get called and save your information to your context. Now it's time to create an workspace screen where user can able to consult with the doctor. And on this workspace, obviously if user don't have any previous history, then we're gonna show an empty state and then button to connect with the doctor. On that button click, we are going to open a dialog or pop-up on which user can upload the basic information and then it will start conversation. Also below that we can show the different AI doctors, and on the click of that one user can directly able to call to that AI voice agent, okay, as straight as it is. Now obviously in the previous chapter we already completed the authentication part where we are able to successfully authenticate into our application, and now we want to redirect user to the workspace screen. Okay, that's where we need to get the user basic information so that user can connect with the doctor whenever he need. Okay, obviously this is just a wireframe that we build, but if you want to build your own wireframe with the help of AI, simply go to the uiuxmockup.com or click the link in the description. This uiuxmock.com will generate the UI/UX mockup instantly for you. Simply create a new account, it's free to use, and you have option to create a new design. I already have the workspace created, so if I open this one, this is the mockup I generated. This is just a wireframe actually. So you have different option to generate a mockup like wireframe, basic mockup, or you can even generate the advanced mockup. You can select the mockup style, select the device type, enter your requirements and simply click generate design, and then you will get this beautiful mockup for you. Obviously this is just a reference, you can take a reference of it and build your own UI. Over here you can even edit any of the field which you want, or you can see the live mode. Just open that and you can open in a new tab, it will get the live mode for you. Also if you want to get the HTML Tailwind CSS code, just click on it and then it will download the HTML code of this particular wireframe. How cool it is, right? So just visit uiuxmock.com, the link in the description, and then you'll get free access to this application. Now let's head back to our application and inside this app folder we are going to create a route, or we can call it as a routes only. So all the routes we are going to keep inside this routes folder, and inside this we're going to create workspace, or maybe we can say dashboard simply. And inside the dashboard we are going to add page.tsx file. Let's add a default template, and here I will rename this to workspace. Now to this workspace we also want a dedicated layout file. Okay, so inside the dashboard let's create a layout.tsx file, and we'll add a default template. Here we'll say dashboard layout. Now inside this layout we want to render the children similar like this root layout. So I will copy this and then we'll paste it here. Okay, because we need a type for these children, and then make sure to render these children something like this, and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, just refresh this. Now this dashboard is only authenticated user can navigate to this dashboard screen. Right now if you see, just workspace text is showing on the screen. Okay, I think we gave the name workspace. I will just rename this to dashboard. Okay, perfect. Now next part, we want to add a header for our application. If you see, we have this dedicated header, so over here, and to this header we want to add some options as well. So inside the dashboard we'll create an underscore component folder, and all the component related to this dashboard we're gonna keep inside this underscore component folder. So in this case we'll say app header.tsx, add a default template, and then save it. This app header we are going to add inside the layout, because all the routes which come under the dashboard we want the header throughout the application. So that's the reason I'm going to add inside this layout file, and then go to this app header. Now if I go back, you will see it is rendering on the screen. Next, we want a logo on the left hand side, so you can add a placeholder for the logo. So you can just go to this logo pism. So logo pism is a logo placeholder. Okay, and it contains SVG, so you can select the one which you like it. So there are a lot of different logo available, so you can select the one which you think it's best for you. So in my case I will select this one. Let's select this one. It's very straightforward. And then go to your public folder. Inside this we'll create a logo.svg file. Later on you can update these guys, and then we'll simply paste this. Now once you have the logo.svg file, here inside this app header we'll import this image tag, the source tag, and then simply add a file name like /logo.svg. Now Next.js will automatically understand that you are trying to access the assets from the public folder. Inside the alt tag I will say logo, then give the width, let's say 120, and height let's say 60, and then save it. Now if I go back, let me refresh, and if you see, the logo is showing on the screen. Let's give more height and width, so we'll make it bigger. Perfect. Next, after this we also want to add some options, so I will define this option at the top. So here we'll say menu options, we'll say id1, then name as home, path as /home, and I think that's all we need it for now. So I will copy paste this multiple times. So one is for home, one is for history, I will say, then billing, or we'll say pricing, and then profile. I will change this ID as well, and then save it. Now once you have the menu options, just display that. So we have to iterate this, right? So we'll simply say menu options dot map, and inside this we'll say option comma index and the arrow function. Inside this we'll add a div. Now obviously we are mapping each option one by one. Okay, so first one, this one, then this, and the index is nothing but the 0 1 2 3. Okay, so it's a index value. Obviously you need to provide a key, okay, unique key. So for unique key I am providing key is equal to index, and inside the h2 tag you can display that. So we'll say option dot name and then save it. Now if I go back, you will see this option, but we want in one line. So for this, maybe for this div we'll make it flex gap of, let's say 3, and vertically I want everything in the center. So we'll say item to be in the center. See, now again we want these 3 option in the middle, right? And then on the right hand side again we want a user profile icon. So after this we'll add a user button from the clerk Next.js component, so that we'll get the user button as well. And now let's bring everything in one line. So for this div, the parent div, will add a class name, we'll make it flex, we'll make it item to be in the center, and then make it justify between. So say everything is evenly distributed. Now for this div we'll also add some padding, so we'll add padding to 4 and then add a shadow little bit. Boom, how beautiful, right? Let's give some space between these options. So over here I will add some space, so maybe we can add more. Perfect. Now whenever the screen size is smaller, we don't want to show these options. So over here on the smaller screen I will just hide it, and then on the medium we'll make it flex. Okay, so if I go to the inspect panel and change the screen size, see, it's gone. Okay, so that's what we want. Now whenever we hover on this one, we want to add some kind of animation. Okay, so maybe we can say class name on hover, we can make the font bold, and if you see, it's making the font bold. Also we'll make a cursor pointer and then save it. Perfect. You can even add this transition all for a smooth animation. See, perfect. Now this is how our header is ready. Now for this header, depends on the screen size, you can add a padding. Right now we give padding X to 10, but when the screen size is medium, we'll give padding X to, let's say, 20. On large we can give padding X to, let's say, 40, and for XL we can give padding X to, let's say, 60, something like this. So it will come in the middle of the screen. I think this is too much, so over here I will just keep the 40. Perfect. Okay, and if I decrease the screen size, as we are building the complete UI responsive, so we have to make sure to add the width and padding depends on the screen size. Okay, so that's how our header is now ready. Now next, after the header, we want to add this particular section where we gonna show button to consult with the doctor, and empty state if user don't have any previous history. Okay, and once user have previous history, then we gonna show the list of previous history. On the click of that one, he can see the complete chart preview and the report as well. So let's go back to our application. I will close all of this tab, and under this component we'll create a new file and we'll say history, or maybe we can say workspace, or not workspace, history list.tsx. You can name it anything. Okay, and then add a default template. Once you add, go to the page.tsx, because this is our home page. Here I'm going to add this history list page. Now just about this history list, I want to add an h2 tag, and here we'll say my dashboard. Obviously I will wrap this in a div because I want it to show a button as well. So if I go back over here, if I refresh the screen, you will see this my dashboard. So let's add a class name. We'll make font bold, text to Excel, and then save it. And then we also want to add a button, and inside this we'll say consult with doctor, and then save it. And that's how it look like. Obviously we want this in one line. Before that we want to align everything to this header, right? On the left hand side we want to give padding and all. So we want to give padding to all the pages. So simply go to the layout, and then to these children we're gonna add these children inside the div. And if I go to this app header, I will just copy this padding. Okay, so we have the padding X on 10, on medium screen we have padding X to 20, and large screen we have padding X to 40. Same thing I'm going to apply to this div, so it will automatically apply to all the children. See, then over here we also give padding Y to 10, so some space, and then we'll keep this button on the right hand side. So now we'll go back to our history list, oh sorry, not history list, inside the page.tsx, and for this div we'll say class name flex justify between, and make sure it's vertically it's center. So I will put the item to be in the center, and boom, say. Okay, then just below that one we want to show an empty state. So go to the history list, and inside the history list first I will define a state. We'll say history list comma set history list is equal to use state, and initially it will be empty, so I give empty only. And whenever the history list is empty, so here we'll say if history list is empty is equal to or we can say 0 maybe, or yeah, let's say 0, then we're gonna show a div. Otherwise we'll show another div, and here we'll say list for now. Okay, and make sure to close it. So this need to be history length dot length. Okay, now inside the div, as this is an empty state, so I will add an image, then the source tag, and close the arrow. Over here if you scroll down little bit, inside the public folder I added this medical assistant image. I will share these assets with you, so I will just add it here, something like this. Here we'll say alt empty, and then for width we'll say 250, make it 200, and for height as well I will give 200. Let's save it and let's see how it looks on the screen. As we are using the use state for this component, we have to make this component on the client side. So I will mark this as a use client. Perfect. I think let's make it smaller, it's too big, so I will make this to 150. And then below that I'm gonna show some empty states. So if I go over here, you will see this text, no reset consumption. So I will add this, and then in p tag I will add this particular text. Now obviously this text you can add anything, but this text is generated, or this mockup is generated with the help of uiuxmock.com. So that's why I'm just copying and pasting here, and then save it. For this h2 we'll add a class name. We'll make font bold, text Excel, and for this div we'll make it class name, we'll make it flex, item to be in the center, make sure it is a flex column, and then justify in center as well. Also give gap to let's say 5. And now if I go back, this is how it will look like. Beautiful. Maybe you don't need to give gap to 5, better we can give margin top to 5 over here. And for this div we'll add a padding to let's say 7, and then we'll add a border, we'll say border dash, and we'll make a rounded to 2xl. See, something like this. You can change the border, let's say border 2. So width of the border, I will just make it little bit width is more width, and for this one let's give margin top. So for this div we'll add margin top to 10. Here I will just make it 2. Perfect. Now below that we also want to add a button. So over here we'll add a button component, and I will give the same name as this mockup. So we'll say start a consultation. So start a consultation. I think that's correct, right? Consultation. It need to be a consultation. Okay, and then save it. Over here I will add margin top to, let's say, 3. And if I go back, that's how beautiful it's look like. Okay, so this is the empty state. Obviously if user don't have anything, user can start the consultation by clicking on this button, or we have another button called consult with doctor. Anything will open or do the same, will do the same action. Now after this we want to show the list of all the doctor specialists. As per this mockup, this is how we want to show, where we're gonna show the doctor image and their expertise with some description. So let's head back to our application, and I already added the list of doctor images. So if you see, if I open these images, you will see different images which I generated with the help of AI. Now you can also get these images, the assets, all the assets are free, so the link is in the description. Also I created one folder called share, and inside that I added this list.tsx file. Now it's very simple. Inside this list.tsx it has an ID, the specialist means doctor specialization, then the description, what about this doctor's specialization, the image, this image I'm importing from this public, and then agent prompt. Now this agent prompt is very important, because this agent prompt is different for each of these specialists. So obviously you will get this list.tsx files in the source code. Also I will make it available for free. Now simply go back to this dashboard underscore component, and inside this we'll add doctors agent list.tsx, add a default template, and then make sure to import this inside this page.tsx file. So after this history list, we'll add doctors agent list. Now simply go to this doctor agent list, and over here first I will add a class name margin top to, let's say, 10. Then over here we'll add an s2 tag, and just for my reference I'm going to use this. So over here I have this simply text AI specialist doctor agent. Then for this s2 tag we'll add a class name, we'll make font bold, text Excel. If I head back to our application, I will just refresh the screen, then you will see a brand new option called AI specialist doctor agent. Now simply whatever the list we have or we are created inside this list.tsx, we need to show it on the screen. Here I will just make sure I will give some name to this list. So here we'll say export constant AI doctor agents is equal to. Okay, once you export it and once you give name to this particular object list so that you can use it. So over here I will add a div. Inside this div we'll use this AI doctor agents. Make sure to import this from the shared list. Then we'll say map, because we want to display that. So we'll say doctor comma index and the arrow function. Inside this we'll simply add a div, and to this div we provide a key as the index. Now we are iterating each of this doctor and just we want to display it on the screen. Now you have two options, either you can write a code to display that, or we can create a separate component for it. So here we'll say doctor agent card.tsx. Let's add a default template and then save it. Now over here we'll simply add that doctor agent card, something like this, and then save it. Now pass the doctor agent card something like this. So this doctor I'm passing to this agent card, and I will accept over here. Okay, now I will create a type doctor agent is equal to, and inside this we want to add some field. So first is the ID field, so which is of type number. Then we also want to add a specialist description. Because we are using a TypeScript, we need to add the type for each of the field which we are defining. Okay, and then we have this agent prompt with the type string, and this doctor agent I'm going to pass over here, maybe something like this, and then save it. Now over here maybe we need to define the type. If I define any, I don't think so this error is gone. Okay, so over here one more change we need to do. So I will just add a type props, and inside this we'll add a doctor agent as doctor agent, and then we can do something like this. Oops. So this need to be, we can call it as a doctor agent, and I will accept the doctor agent only because that's what we saved over here. Okay, and over here if you see, we are showing all the doctor agent. Obviously currently it's just showing this text. Now once you add that, we need to display the proper card. So we'll add an image tag, then the source tag I am from the doctor agent dot image tag. For alt I will add a doctor agent dot, let's say ID, or not ID because we want to show the name, so I will add a specialist. Then we'll add a width as, let's say 200 for now, and then height of 300, and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, you will see all the doctor list. Now we want this doctor list in the form of grid, so simply we'll add a class name, we'll make it grid, and we'll make grid column 2 when the screen size is smaller. On the medium screen size we'll give grid column 3, on large we'll give grid column 4, and on Excel we'll give grid column 5. Also we'll give gap of 5, and now if you see, it will display in, okay, so I think we missed something. So obviously this particular grid we wanted to show not in the card, but we wanted to add inside the agent list just before this mapping, because we want to apply it to all the grids, right? Sorry, all the cards. So that's the reason. Now simply paste it inside this agent list, and then boom, we have in a grid format. But still this image is not in a the height is not specified and everything, right? So let's fix that too. So inside this card I will add a class name, I will make it width full, but I will make height to, let's say 250 pixel, and we'll also make object cover, and boom, see now all these images in proper height and some width, and it's not none of the images are small and larger. Okay, so that also we fix it. Also for this class name I will make a rounded corner, so make rounded to Excel, and for this agent list we'll give some margin top to, let's say 5, so some space. Okay, next for each of these we wanted to add specialization text, so inside this agent card I will add an h2 tag, and inside this we'll say doctor agent dot specialist. Then in p tag we'll add a description, and for this description I will make sure I will just want it to show maximum 2 lines. Okay, also we'll give margin top to 1. For this h2 tag we'll add a font bold, text larger. Perfect. Over here I will make text smaller and text of gray 500. Here I will make this text as it is, but just I will make this font bold. Okay, even though if you did not give margin top, let's see how it looks. I think this is pretty good. Okay, next we'll add a button and it will say consult, or we can add something like, let's see the button what it's saying. So it's saying a view profile, so instead of that one we'll say consult. We'll add a text called start consultation. Here I will add a width to be full, margin top to let's say 2, and then save it. Perfect. Now obviously we can bring this all the text in a center, and I feel if I gave the width to be or we can give some gap, more gap, I think that's much better. Here we can add arrow right. That's a new icon get added, that's interesting. And if you see, we have this icon, so once user click on it, it will automatically start the conversation immediately. So that's how you need to display it, and most important thing is completely responsive, and let me show you how. So if I decrease the size, see how beautifully it's changing it. Okay, so that's how we make this application also responsive. Now next step is quite interesting, because in the next step we're gonna start implementing the actual voice AI agent. Now when user click on the start a consultation or consult with the doctor, we want to open a dialog in order to get a user information, like whatever the symptoms user have, user can enter in the text area or any additional detail. And depends on the symptoms or any additional detail, we are going to suggest, or our AI model going to suggest the best specialist. Now we have the list of all the specialist doctor, and from that one it's gonna suggest it, and then once user click on choose doctor specialist, then actual conversation will get started. So let's go back to our application, and on the click of that button we want to add a dialog component. So from the chat scene I'm going to use the dialog component. So make sure to select this dialog, and you can see how it looks. So on the click we want to open a dialog. Simply first thing first, we need to install this dialog component into our application. So inside the terminal I will paste this dialog installation command, then copy this import statement, and then go to this underscore component folder. Inside this we'll create a new folder called add new session, I will say .tsx, and here we'll say dialog. Okay, then add a default template, and inside this obviously we want to add dialog, so I will paste this import statement. Then we want to use the dialog component, so I will copy that dialog component and simply I'm gonna paste it here. Right now I think everything is done. I will just save this one, and if you see, the dialog component is get added. Next thing, we want to open this dialog on the click of our button. Okay, so this is our button, and on the click we want to open it. Now either you can directly add that button over here. So if I go to the history list where we have this button, right? So I will cut this button from here and I will simply paste it here. Make sure to import this button, and instead of this button now I can directly import this add new session dialog component. So if I go back, I will just refresh the screen once, and here everything is as it is, but if I click on this one, see the dialog get open. Okay, so that's what we wanted. Same thing you can do it. So I will copy this component, and inside our page.tsx where we have this button consult with the doctor. Obviously the text might be different, so it's up to you if you want to pass the text. Now in this case, if you see, both the button are same and it acts in the same way. Now inside add new session dialog, here we'll add basic details, and inside the description I will add a div. Now if you add a div for the description, you have to mark it as a child. Okay, and inside the div we'll add a h2 tag, will say add symptoms or any other details. and we want to add a text area. So you can get the text area component from the shared CN. So if you scroll down, you will see this text area component. First, I will copy this npm command so that we can install that, and then once it is installed, you can use this text area component. Here we say type or add detail here. Perfect. Now if I go back to our application, and this is how it will look like. Now you can provide much more, you can provide more height to this. So here we'll say height to, let's say, 250 pixel. I think that's too much. Let's make it 200. And also I'm going to add margin top to 1. Now to this div, I'm also going to add a dialog footer. So here we'll say dialog footer component, because we want to add two important buttons. One to cancel it. So here we'll say cancel, and other button we'll say start, and then save it. For this cancel button, the variant will be outline, and for start is as it is. See, so we have cancel button and then we have start button. Now on the click of cancel, you can even close this dialog. So here we say dialog close component, and wrap your button inside this dialog close. So on the click, now it will close this dialog. See, obviously on the cross as well you can close it. Now on the start, obviously once user click on the start, we want to send the user symptoms and all the basic details to the AI model, and it will give you this or suggest some doctors from this particular list. Instead of start, here I will say next, because, and I will add arrow right, because I also want to go to the next section where we wanted to show the list of all the suggested doctors. Okay, now over here, if I save this one and go back to our application, and on the click of the start consultation, you will see this next button. Now this next button only enable once user enters some data inside this text area. So over here I will define a constant. We'll say note comma set note is equal to use state. Now this is very important to add some symptoms of some node, because depends on that one our AI model will suggest some doctors. Okay, now this node is of type string, and then on this text area, on change method, we are going to accept the user's input. So here we'll say set node, and then whenever user click on some changes, it will emit the event. So we'll say event dot target dot value. Okay, and that's what we are saving inside the node. Also make sure to mark this component on the client side, because we are using the React hook. Okay, and now if I go back over here, if you see, obviously nothing changes on the UI side, but make sure the button is disabled. Okay, so here we will say disable if the node is not there. See, now as soon as I enter, this button is enabled, and now on the click of next, it will start or obviously we want to send and make a call to the AI LLM model with these nodes in order to get the suggested doctors. And once user select the doctors, then we wanted to save all the data into our database. Now in this new start consultation flow, after entering the nodes and symptom, we want to make an AI LLM model call. To this LLM model, we wanted to pass a doctor specialist agent list and the symptoms in order to get the suggested specialist doctor list, and then everything we want to save it to a database. Once we save the information to a database, then we'll redirect user to the actual conversation page. So in order to add an AI LLM model, we are going to use an open router. Open router provide you a variety of different AI LLM model. For example, a ChatGPT, OpenAI, then Google's Gemini or even DeepSeek as well. Not only that, but you can also get a free OpenAI LLM model for a development purpose. So over here you can filter this out for a free, and then you will get a bunch of different free AI LLM model, and most important, it's very easy to integrate as well. Now select the model which you like it. Now for example, I will select this Gemini 2.5 flash preview, and then once you select it, select this API section. Now if you don't have an API key, here you need to create a new API key. So click on this create API key. I already have a lot of API key created. Now I will click create API key and give the name for it. So here we'll say AI medical voice agent app. Then you can even put the limit and simply click create. Once you created this API key, simply paste it inside your .env file. So I will add open router API key, and simply I will paste it here. After pasting, let's go back to this documentation and make sure you will copy that very first time, otherwise you cannot retrieve it. Better you have to create a new one if you lose that the first one. Now after adding that, this is the simplest way to make an API call, or you can even use a OpenAI framework as well. So you have to install this OpenAI SDK, and that's what we are going to use. And once you add that, you simply need to call this method. Okay, now we need to create an API endpoint for this AI LLM model. So simply I will go to the app folder. Under this API, we'll create a new folder, and here we'll say suggest doctors, I will say. Okay, then inside this we'll create a route.tsx file. Inside this we'll add async, export async function. This needs to be a post request, and the type is next request. Now inside here we need to define this OpenAI LLM model. So I'm gonna define this inside this share, and inside this maybe we can add it inside this config as well. So OpenAI model I will call, and simply paste it here. I will export this one so that we can use it at many places. Once you define, you can use at multiple places. Here you need to import this OpenAI, and then we don't need to add default header. You can remove it, and for API key, let's add that. So I will go to the .env, and I will copy this API key variable name. Okay, and that's how you can define this OpenAI. Once you initialize this, you just need to call this method. So I will add a try catch block, and then inside the try we'll add this. Make sure to import this OpenAI from our config. Then you can add the model name. This model name you can get by copying this particular model name. Okay, so I will just paste it here, and now obviously we need to get the user nodes. So here we will say constant nodes is equal to use, not use but await request.json. From the body of this post request we will get the nodes. Now inside the message we need to add the prompt so that we can easily get the suggestion. Now first thing, we need to provide a system prompt. Okay, and so here we'll say role as system. Now this system role is helpful for the initial content. So over here we'll say AI doctor agents from the list, and that's what I'm going to provide. So this need to be a string, so we'll change this to a stringify. So initially we just provided the list of all the agents, okay, to the system prompt, and for the user prompt here we'll say user nodes slash symptoms, and then we are going to provide a symptoms, nothing but the nodes, and then we are going to say depends on user nodes and symptoms, please suggest list of doctors. And here we are also going to write return object in JSON only. Okay, and that's a simple one line prompt we are going to write because we just want a suggestion. Then over here we'll say constant raw response is equal to completion. Then I think it's inside the choices of 0 element dot message. And if you see the documentation, you will get to know. Inside the message, you will get the actual response. Then I will just make sure to trim this one, something like this. I don't know whether this is correct way or not, but let's keep it like this for now. Inside the return, we'll say next response dot JSON, and then we'll get the raw response. This response we need to convert into a JSON format, but for now I'm going to check what are the response we are getting. If there is any error inside the catch, we'll get the exception E and then simply save it. Now head back to our original UI component. So inside the route, under the component where we have the dialog. Now over here we'll create a method called constant on click next, the arrow function. Now this method we're gonna call when the user click on next button. So over here we'll say on click and on click next. Inside this we need to call a method, so we say constant result is equal to await axios dot post API call and then our API endpoint. So in this case he suggests doctors, so we'll simply say suggest doctors, and then in body we need to pass a notes, so it's a notes, so we'll say notes and then the whatever the note user entered. As we are using await, so we are able to use it as a async, and then inside the console we'll get the result dot data and then save it. So whenever user click on the on click next, obviously it will take some time to load the data, so we'll maintain the loading state. So we'll say loading comma set loading is equal to use state, and initially it will be false. Then in set loading we'll make it false, and at the top the set loading will be true, and then save it. Now we'll go back, and here we are going to actually we don't need to, just we'll test it. So I will make sure to refresh it. Also open the inspect panel, because inside the inspect panel we are only consoling the result. Now click and add consultation. Here we say I have headache and click next. Now once you click next, right now inside the network tab, or maybe inside the console only, right, if you see we got the data. Now inside the content we have the list of specialization list. So here we have general physician, whatever the object list we pass, that similar object list is returned with an suggestion. Okay, but if you observe this one, let me copy that in a new page. This is how we are getting output. At the start we are getting this string. Now we need to remove this string. Okay, so simply we'll go back to the route, and we only want to pass the JSON object, or we want to return the JSON, right? So here now we will say constant response is equal to JSON, or first we'll say let me remove that first. So here we say response dot replace, here we say slash JSON with an empty value, and at the last as well we need to say replace this empty string with this empty or space, so this one as well, and then this one. Okay, here we'll add a condition if it is raw response. Right now it's saying does not exist on chart completion message. That's weird. Here I will add ts ignore, so we'll just ignore this one, and also let me remove this. Maybe over here we'll say trim and then replace. Okay, then we'll get the response and then we'll get the final response in JSON format. So you have to write JSON dot parse with a response. Okay, and this JSON parse response we need to pass back. I will just delete this file, and then we have the result dot data. Okay, now let's test this again. So I will click next, and once you click next, now in this case you will get only the response. So right now we are getting empty one. That's weird. So I will go to the suggest doctor. In the preview we are getting empty value. So one more thing we forgot. So over here, let me remove this console, because I just console, we need to get the content, and from the content we'll get the data. Okay, now I will clean this one and I will say I have a headache, and boom, if you see, we got the suggestion. Right now we are just getting one, and it suggesting us, okay, you can take a you can consider this particular specialist, which is a general physician. So that's how we have to do it. Now once we get this one, we need to store in one state. So basically we'll define a constant. Here we'll say doctor, suggested doctor, will say suggested doctors, comma, set suggested doctors is equal to use state, and you can provide the type as well. So type will be same as we previously displayed that one, so I forgot. So this doctor agent. Okay, so I will add a doctor agent as a type, and which is of type list. Okay, along with the list, and make sure you will export this one so that you can use it. Make sure to import this doctor agent. Perfect. Now once you add, here we'll say set suggested doctor will be result dot data. Perfect, and then save it. Now once you have the list of suggested doctors, we have to make sure we'll update this content, because we are not opening a new dialog. Better we can simply hide this content and show the list of doctors. Okay, so for that one I'm going to add condition if suggested doctors are there, or if initially if it's not there, then it will show this div, otherwise it will show other div, something like this. Maybe we can wrap this in a one div first, or let me undo this. Make sure to add a question mark and then another div. Now in this div we wanted to show suggested doctors. Okay, and then save it. Also whenever there is a loading state, we want to show a loader. So we'll add a loader icon, add a class name, we'll say animate spin, and again here as well I'm going to add a condition if not suggested doctor, then show this button, otherwise we'll add a new button, we say start consultation after selecting. Okay, so that logic will add in a moment, but for now I hope you understand this one. Let's test this out scenario. So I will click on start consultation, then here we'll say I have headache. You can add more details. Right now if you see the loading is get started immediately, that's because we did not added the condition here. So I will say if loader is there, then only show this icon. Oh, it's a not loader, it's a loading. If loading is true, then only show this icon. See, now I will click next button, and if you see the next loader is showing just here. So now right now it's redirecting to this add basic detail page, because we have the list of suggested doctors. Beautiful. Just quick thing, Actually we can add this in place of this arrow, and here I will add a ternary operator, and then I will also show arrow right, something like this. Okay, and then save it. Make sure whenever there is a loading you will disable this button. So I will add a or condition along with this not a note, and here we'll say if loading is true then disable this button. Okay, let's try this again. So I will refresh this screen once. We'll say start consultation. Here we'll say I have pain in my back. Click next, and if you see we have this beautiful button. Oh, it's gone now, but yeah, that's what we got it. And now if you see we got the suggested doctor list. Now once we have the suggested doctor list, simply we have to display that one inside this div. So here we'll say suggested doctors dot map. I will say let's add map doctor comma index and the arrow function. Inside this let's reuse our doctor card. So here we have the doctor agent card. To this doctor agent card we need to provide a doctor agent and with a value doctor key. I will pass a key as an index, and for this div we'll add a class name. We'll make it grid. We'll make grid column 3 with a gap to let's say 5 for now, and then save it. And over here we got this user. Say beautiful. Let's make it 2 because I think 2 will be good. Say this is the suggested doctors, but right now if you see it's quite big. I think it's better we can change this. So this particular card is not look good, so we'll create a new one. Okay, so basically let's create a new card. So here we'll say suggested doctor card.tsx, add a default template, and similar like this doctor agent card I'm going to copy this prop because we wanted to use inside our suggested doctor card. Make sure to import this doctor agent, and here we say doctor agent with this props, and inside this we'll add an image tag with a source arrow function. Inside here we'll say doctor agent dot image. Inside the alt we'll say doctor agent dot specialist, then we'll say width let's say 70 and height to 70. Okay, here we have error, so let's go back because we did not add anything. Now we can add the suggested doctor card option, and inside this we need to provide a doctor agent with a doctor and then save it. You can provide a key as an index over here and then save. Now according to, obviously if you see we need to update this, make sure you can show a 3 in a row. Now inside the suggested doctor I will add a class name. We'll give width to 50, height 50 pixel. I'm going to add a customized value, so that's the reason I'm giving in a square braces. Then once you add height and width you can make this rounded, so we'll say rounded corner. Below that we need to write a specialization, so doctor agent dot specialist, and we can add some description as well. Now for this one we'll say font bold, and for this we'll say class name text XS. Here we'll say text small. Perfect. Now let's bring everything in one line, so we'll say class name flex column, item to be in the center, justify content in center, and over here we'll say object cover because it will not, the image will not get stretched. See, now that's beautiful. And make sure to add a border as well, so we'll say border rounded corner we want, so round it to 2xl and little bit of shadow. Make sure to add some padding, so we'll add padding to 5. I think padding 5 is too much. Just remove this justify between. For this text, make it text in the center, and here as well I will make text in the center. Perfect. For the description, I think it's better we can clamp it. Okay, and here we have the suggested doctors option. I think that's good. Over here I will add an heading tag, so maybe we can wrap this in another div so that we can add a heading tag. Here we say select the doctor, select the doctor. And maybe these curly braces need to be to the other div. Perfect. Now on hover we need to show some kind of effect, so over here we'll say on hover we'll change the border color to, let's say, blue, say something like this. Okay, and I think that's all we need. Make cursor pointer, and on the select of that any of the card we have to make sure the card is showing as a selected one. Okay, right now it's not showing, so on the click of it you have to write a method. So basically we'll write on click, and on this click we'll say set selected doctor, and then add that particular doctor agent as a complete object. Now this set selected doctor function we are going to write back over here. Make sure to add that. I will provide a type any, and make sure inside this session dialog you will accept that, and then we're going to simply call a method, or not method, but we'll simply save it in a state. So we'll say constant selected doctor comma set selected doctor is equal to use state, and it is of type doctor agent, so we'll say doctor agent only, and we'll set this selected doctor with this doctor. Perfect. I think this is pretty good. Perfect. Now once we have the selected doctor, right, and then on the click of this consultation button we wanted to save all the information, and then we want to redirect it, as we already have this start consultation button. So here we'll say on click on start consultation, and this method we need to call. So we will write a new method called constant start consultation and the arrow function, and here we wanted to save all info to database. Now in order to save all of this info we need a new table for that one. So simply go to the schema, and here we're gonna create a new table. So we'll say export constant, and we will name this to a session chart table is equal to pg table. Give the table name, which is again I will give it as a session chart table, and then arrow function. This table name is just calling a session chart. You can call anything. The first I will add an ID, then I will add a UID, not UID, but we can call it as a session ID, and is of type varchar, and make sure it's a not null, so you can add a condition, okay, the validation that this is not null. Then if I go back over here you will see we have the I don't think so I saved somewhere. So over here on the click start we wanted to save the created by created on, so who started this conversation. So here we'll call it as a created by, which will be the user's name. Okay, and you can even reference this one, so we'll say references, and we can reference it to the users table. So here we'll say user table, user table dot email. Okay, then after created by, we'll say created on, so it will be a date. I will just put it as a varchar for now. Then we want to save the whatever the user entered notes. Okay, so I'll just put above. So here we'll say notes varchar, or you can add a text as well from the PG core. So make sure you will import the correct one. After this, we'll say conversation, and conversation is of type JSON. So make sure you import a JSON format, and then report. This report also in the JSON format. Okay, so it will be easy for us to fetch on the front end side, and then save it. Now these are some column we created for this session chart table. Now we have to push these all the table changes. So simply stop this Visual Studio, and then I will push the new changes. Once you push this, see it's saying the changes are applied. Now you can verify by running your studio locally, and then once you open it, you will see brand new table called session chart table. See, and in that we have all the column. Beautiful, right? So that's how you need to add a new table into your database. Now let's head back to this dialog, and here that's on the click of this start consultation, we need to make an API call. This API call will save all our data. So go to this API, and we'll create a new folder. Here we'll say session chart only. Inside this, we'll create a route.tsx file, make and post API call. So here will be the request, the type is next request, and the arrow function. Inside this, we need to get some basic information. Also, I think I just realized we also need to save the suggested doctors, right? So I will go to the schema, and I will add that new column. That is the very important column. So here we'll say suggested doctor, and again this is of type JSON, or we'll say selected suggested, not suggested but selected doctor. Okay, so this is also very important. And now once you make this update, same thing you have to do. I will stop it, I will push these changes, and then this table will get updated automatically once you push these changes. See, and now over here we have the selected doctor column. Now in this one we'll get notes, then we'll get the selected doctors, and that's all we need it for now. Here we'll say await request.json. Now inside the try catch, here we'll say next response dot JSON with an exception E. Inside the try block we need to save the data, so we'll say constant result is equal to await db dot insert, and then the table name. So here the session chart table, right, dot values, so whichever value you want to add. So first the session ID. Now the session ID need to be a unique, okay, and we need to generate this unique session ID. So for that one we can use this UUID, not this one but UID, oh god, UID v4. So this npm package, okay, so which will generate a unique identifier, globally unique identifier we can call it as. So make sure to install that so that it will generate a unique identification number for us. So over here we say constant session ID is equal to I will just take this example and this import statement. Now with this session ID we'll pass this session ID, then obviously the conversation is empty now. Created by will be the user's email, so you can get this using this await current user, which you will get it from the clerk Next.js. I will use this user dot primary email address dot email address. Then we want a notes, so that notes we can get next we want the selected doctor. That selected doctor also we have, and then I think we don't have a report, we can add created on date. So here we'll say date dot now, or maybe we can simply say new date, and I will convert this into string. Perfect. And obviously once we have the report and conversation, we can add it later on, but right now we just need to add this basic information. In the returning, we'll simply return this session chart table, and here I will just mark it as a TS ignore. Okay, so it will return the inserted record information, and inside the return, okay, so here I think I forgot to add a return. We'll say next response dot JSON and the result. Perfect. Now let's head back to this add new session. Here I will make a call. So we'll say constant result is equal to await Axios dot post request, then we'll say slash API slash session chart, and then inside the body we need to pass a note as note, then selected doctor as selected doctor. Okay, only two field we need to pass. Here I will make this as async, and then I will also make sure we'll set the loading as true. Once it's finished, we'll set the loading as false. Now we'll add a condition if result dot data dot id, I will say session id, if it's there, then I will console this result dot data. At the top as well, I want to console this result dot data, and here I will console the session id basically. Okay, now whenever the loading is true, so here for this button as well, we're gonna add a loader. So basically I will copy the same condition over here and then save it. So let's head back again and let's test this out. So I will refresh the screen. I think I will make sure it's disabled, the button is disabled when the loading is true. So let's say here we'll say I have headache, and you can ask more question. Then I will open the inspect panel just to verify that we don't have any error. We'll say next. Now if you see it's loading, now we'll get the result, and right now it only suggests one doctor. We'll select this doctor. Okay, so right now we don't have the selection showing, so we need to add that style, and then we'll say start consultation, and right now if you see it's loading, and boom, we got the result. Now right now in the result, if you see, it's returning inside the first element and then session chart table. So basically if I head back over here, inside the result we have the 0th element and then session chart table, something like this. Okay, so that's how you will get the result. And again try this out. So we'll say start consultation, and boom, now second time it get inserted, and then we'll get the session id. Okay, it means it's going inside this if loop. See this one, and once we have, we need to route to conversation screen. Okay, once we have this session id, and just to verify that inside the database, if I refresh this database, you will see the two new record get added, which having the different session id, then nodes, and who created that, along with the selected doctor as well. Now currently when you select the doctor, it's not showing as a selected one, so we need to add some style for that. So basically over here we can pass a selected doctor as selected doctor again. Okay, anyway it's updating, and inside the suggested doctor, here we'll say doctor agent Then I will just make sure the selected, oh, I think we added the wrong one. Yeah, this need to be a selected doctor only. Perfect. And then depends on the condition, we're gonna add a dynamic styling. So I will wrap this in a curly braces with this tag and then add a dollar sign. Here we say selected doctor dot ID matches with the selected doctor, not selected but the current doctor. So we'll say doctor agent dot ID. If that is matches, then we'll say border as blue 500. Okay, let's take this out. So if you see, it is showing as a selected one because only one doctor is there, and once user select, then only we want to enable this start consultation option. So that condition also we need to add. Here you can add an TS ignore. Now over here make sure it is disabled if doctors or selected doctor is not there. So that is important. Right now it's selected, so it's showing this start consultation as an enable one, and once user click on this one, we also obviously want to redirect to the user to the conversation screen. Now it's time to implement the conversation page, as we are saving all the information which user enter in order to start the conversation with the doctors or medical voice agent. And that's where we are going to create a new page, and on that page we are going to show the doctor image at the top, or who we are talking with. That image gonna show at the top. Then the last message and the latest message we are going to show in a real time. Yes, so in real time, as soon as assistant speak or user speak, we gonna display that message on the screen. And obviously we have button to start a call or end the conversation. And once the conversation end, then we gonna generate a report as well. So this is the complete workflow, for the conversation screen. So let's go back to our application, and inside this we're gonna create a new route. Now we want to create a dynamic route because we are saving the session ID, right? So if I go to our database, and if you see, we have this session ID, and depends on the session ID, we are going to fetch the record, and then we'll get to know what is the user's input and which doctor is selected along with all the information. So we'll create a dynamic route. So under this routes, we're gonna create, maybe under the dashboard, we'll create a new route, and we can call it as a conversation, or we'll say medical agent, and inside this we'll create a page.tsx file. Let's add a default template, and we'll rename this to medical voice agent, and then save it. But as once we created this route, this is just a simple route. So if I go to the /dashboard/medical agent, it will open this page. But we want the route which is dynamic, so that we can pass this session ID. So in order to do that, here inside the medical agent, we'll create session ID, and we give the folder name start with the square brackets. So it means you can put any session ID value over here. And then I will now move this page.tsx to this under the session ID, something like this. Okay. Now, if I go back to our application and then go to the dashboard/medical agent/ and add any ID, and then click enter, then you will see you still jump onto this medical voice agent, but the ID, whichever ID you put, it will still show same page. But depends on this session ID, we wanted to fetch the record from the database. So first thing first, let's use the session ID in order to fetch a record. Now, in order to get this session ID, whichever session ID is passed here, make sure to give the same name. Here we'll say use params, and that's how you will get the session ID. And let me print this session ID here so that you will get to know. as we are using the React hook or maybe any hook, in this case is next/navigation hook, you need to mark this component on the client side, and if you see whichever session ID you pass, it's printing on the screen. So now here we're gonna write a method. We'll say constant get agent or session info, session details, and the arrow function, and inside that we need to call an API endpoint. So inside the API, under this session chart, we already have the post request. Now we'll write a get request. So here we say export async function. Here this will be a get request and the type is next request. Now obviously we need to fetch the data from the parameters. So we say constant search params is equal to new URL, and then we'll say request dot URL, and once you define the search param you can get the value. So in this case we want to get a session ID, so we say session ID is equal to search param dot get and then the parameter name which we are going to add as a session ID. Okay, then under this we'll also get the user information, so that you can get it from the current user. Now make sure to import this current user from the clerk Next.js. After this we'll write constant result is equal to await db, because we want to fetch dot select from, and the table name is session chart table, and then the where clause. Inside this we'll add a equal to, we say session chart table dot session ID which matches with our session ID, and that record we wanted to fetch. Now sometimes for the equal you might get warning inside the TypeScript, so I will just ignore that, and then in return I will say next response dot JSON and then result of 0, because you will get only the first element, and then save it. So this is how simple it is for the get API call in order to get the session information for that particular record. Now obviously you can add the user condition, because you can pass the user email so that it will verify that you are only fetching that particular user's record. Then inside the page.tsx file we'll simply say constant result is equal to await axios dot get slash API slash session chart, and then the session ID I'm going to pass. Now in this case we have the session ID already defined. As we are using await, I will make this as async, and then inside the console.log I will print the result.data. Now this method we need to call whenever this component get load. Okay, and make sure whenever the session ID is available, then only we wanted to call. So I make sure that we are executing this use effect whenever the session ID is available. Now let's save it. I will go back to our application. Also just for the testing, not testing, but here if you remember inside the add new session dialog, right, we wanted to route it once it is successful, right? So here we already put a comment on that. So in order to route it, first you need to add a router using this use router hook. Make sure you will import this use router from the next/navigation, and then you will say router dot push and then API endpoint. We'll say not API endpoint, sorry, the route. So this will be inside the dashboard slash medical agent slash the ID. Okay, now in this case the ID you will get it from this result.data.session ID. So that one I'm going to pass, and that's all. So save it. Now once you save, we'll test this out and we'll verify that we are jumping to this correct screen. Okay, so I will add a start new consultation. Here we'll say I have some body pain.
Obviously you can write a long description as well, and we'll say next. And once you say next, it will give you some details. Right now we have an error and it's saying the selected doctor.id is not defined or something like that. Yeah, so that's because let's go to this suggested doctor card. I will make this an optional operator optional field, because sometimes you might not get data immediately, right? So it's better you can add this optional operator field, and let's try it now. And boom, now it's perfect. And now you have option to select any of these. I will select this general physician, and then I will say start conversation, and boom, if you see, we have this session id, and then it's jump to this particular page and printing out this session id. Now if I go back to our database, I will just refresh this record, and here we have this record. Okay, now not only that, but if I go to the inspect panel, go to the console, you will see that record. See, okay, so that's how you need to get the information. Now once you have this session details, right, let's save in one state. So I will close this, and we'll define a state called constant session detail, comma set session detail is equal to use state. Now obviously we'll define a type for this one. So if you see, these are some parameter is showing. So over here we say type session detail, and inside that we'll say id of type number, then notes of type string, then we have report session id, the report will be in the form of JSON. So then we also have this selected doctor. Okay, so that also we need it. Then created on of type string. Now selected doctor is of type JSON, and for that one again we have this other field. So I think it's a medical agent, we name it at some place, I forgot the type. So doctor agent, sorry, so that doctor agent, make sure to import that and then save it. Now this session detail, because that is the type of this particular session detail state, and over here we'll set the session detail with the result dot data. Okay, and then save it. Now we have some basic information, okay, and session detail information. So if I go to this mockup, if you see, we have this doctor image, and then we have the two text, the latest text. Obviously you can show more over here, okay, but I'm going to add some animation kind of thing over here. So I just showing the two text, and then option to cut the call or start the call as well. So let's implement that. Now obviously at the top I'm going to show some data. So over here I will add a div. Inside this div I will add a s2 tag, and we'll add a circle. I don't know whether that icon is there or not, and here we'll say not connected. Obviously this string or this particular text I'm going to change later on, and then at the right I'm going to show a time when it started. For this h2 tag I will add a class name, we'll add a padding to 1, padding x to 2, we'll add a border rounded to medium, and then save it. Here I will make it flex, gap of 2, item to be in the center, and let's add a flex, justify between, and item to be in the center. Okay, so if you see, this is how it will look like. Over here I will add a font bold, text Excel, and then I will make this text gray 400, so a little lighter. something like this. Okay, over here this circle icon is too big, so I give width and height. Perfect. Now in the center we want to show the user image, so we'll add a div. Inside this we want to add image tag, the source tag, and obviously we have that information, so we'll say session detail dot selected doctor dot image. Then inside the alt tag, again I will add session detail dot selected doctor dot you can add the id, not id, specialized. Okay, otherwise empty string, and then in width I will say 80, height 80. As we are getting this error because it's saying that session detail might be empty, so you can add a condition if session detail and the condition, and then save it. And right now if you see, it's showing the doctor image. Now we want that in the center of the screen. Also I will make this height to, let's say, 100 pixel and width to 100 pixel. So over here I will just make this 120 because this image tag and width height is very important for the optimization purpose. Now over here I will say object cover, and for this div I will make sure everything in the center of the screen. Make sure this flex column, and then give height, margin top to, let's say, 10. Now for this image I will make rounded full. Perfect. Okay, and you can add the name or specialization. So over here I will say session detail dot selected doctor dot specialist. So we'll add some styling, margin top to 1, text larger, and then save it. And in p tag I will say AI medical voice agent. After this we want to add two text over here, so maybe I will add a div, and inside this div we'll add an h2 tag. Here we'll say consider assistant message. Okay, this is just a dummy text I am adding right now, and the another text will say, for example, user message. Now obviously the top message I'm going to add a gray color, little lighter, and then save it. And we want, so we'll add a margin top to, let's say, 32. Perfect, something like this. See, so one is darker and one is lighter. Maybe we can make this text larger, and I will keep as it is for now. Later on if you want we can change this. And then we want to add a button. Here we'll say start call, and here I will add a call button. Something like this. See, and also here I give some margin top. Right now it looks so simple, but once you start the conversation, obviously we'll add some more styling to this one, but for now we'll keep as it is. Also we can wrap this div. We'll add a padding 10 and we'll add a border, then we'll make rounded corner to 3xl, something like this. Okay, I think this is much better. Here I can make this to 5 only. Perfect. And if you want, you can also make a text, not text, the background secondary. Perfect. So our UI is now ready. Okay, now the next step is we need to set up a voice agent. Obviously we need to use a WAPI, the assembly AI, in order to bring our agent in live mode. That's what we are going to say in the next chapter.
Now it's time to integrate a voice agent. If you see on this workflow, in order to make the any AI voice agent, you have to make sure whatever the user speak, we need to convert that speech into a text. Then we need to pass that text to the LLM model with the help of our own medical agent prompt, which will process our request, and then we will get a text from the LLM model, and that text we need to convert back into the speech so that user can listen. And that's how the voice agent works. Along with that one, we want to show the text in a live streaming mode. As soon as agent or assistant speak, or AI model speak, or user speak, we want to display that on the screen, whatever user speak or assistant speak. And that's where this speech to text live streaming is very important, which will give you the real feel of conversation, and it's a both way. Okay, now for this particular part, to make an converting speech to text, pass that text to the LLM model, and then generate text to speech again, we are going to use a WAPI AI. WAPI AI is the agent builder which help us to create such kind of agent, and that's what we are going to see next. And in order to display the text and do the streaming on the screen, we are going to use an assembly AI. Now assembly AI, one of the powerful speech to text AI model. It provides a lot of different features and is free to start. Also is one of the fastest AI model to convert your speech to a text. Recently they also providing you the streaming to speech to text model, where you can easily stream your speech to a text in a live mode. Also the latency is very low, just 300 millisecond, and accuracy is more than 91%. Also is one of the best cost effective. So if you see the cost is just 0.15 per hour, is no one matching their pricing at all in the market right now. As I told you, is one of the best fastest transcription provider. And if you see the comparison between the DeepGram and the assembly AI, you will find the result, and in a moment we will see how it might or it affect your development as well. If you see this assembly AI universal streaming, how efficient it is, how accurate it is, and there are a lot of things, a lot of factor affecting to your application. Okay, now obviously it is available to a LiveKit, WAPI, PipeCat, and many other agent service provider. But right now in this tutorial we are going to use assembly AI. So first thing first, simply go to the wapi.ai. I will put the link in the description. Also I will put the assembly AI link in the description. You can go ahead and visit that. Then simply create a new account. Now you might have a question whether it's free or not. So yes, it is free. So you can make, I think, 1000 minutes of call for free. Okay, then simply go to the dashboard. On the dashboard you will see some of the metrics like how many calls you made, average duration, what is the total cost, and everything. You can see the call success and all. On the left hand side you can find the credits, you can test the agent, you can get the phone number, create an assistant, and many other feature you will find with the WAPI. Now I don't want to go in the deep, but let's go to this assistants, and here we are going to create our own new assistant. So simply click on this create assistant. Now inside this we are giving the assistant name. Now for the testing purpose, now I am going to use our general physician assistant. So I will copy this name over here, and we can say blank template. Okay, and simply click create assistant. Now once the assistant is created, you will see this cost. Okay, how much it cost per minute, and then latency as well. Okay, and these are very important. Now these colors show that
this is a WAPI fixed cost, then this color is a dipgram they are using, the model and the WAPI for text to speech model. Okay, but the most interesting thing, you can change this one. Now for example, obviously we want to use a fastest speech to text provider for the streaming purpose, and for that one, if I go to the transcriber, I'm going to change this from dipgram to assembly AI, because it's very fast and very cheap. You can select the language whichever you want, and there are more setting about this one, and simply click publish. Once you click publish, over here now it's changed to assembly AI with this particular pricing. Okay, how cool. Not only that, but you can even change this AI model provider. Let's say you want to select the Google, and for the Google you can select the other model as well. For example, let's select this 2.0 flash. I will say publish, and then now it changed from 009 to 008 per minute. Perfect, right? So that's how you can make the change in your model, and with this WAPI, it's everything is included, so you don't need to add any API key over here. So it's inbuilt all this model, so that's very easy for us. Next thing, you can change this message prompt how they want, who will talk first, then what will be the first message. So for this one, I added this first message, and for the system prompt, I'm gonna use our agent prompt. Okay, so it's quite simple, so we'll paste it here, and you also have some more options. Okay, obviously if you see the voice configuration, you can change this one too, but for now I'll keep as it is. The transcriber, I am going to keep this assembly AI only, and for other setting I will keep it as default one. Now simply click publish, and now your assistant is live. Okay, now even you can test this assistant as well. So here you have option to test this assistant, but now we want to integrate this assistant into directly in our application. Now once the assistant is ready, click the link in the description and then jump onto the documentation side. Here you will find all the details how this voice agent works, that what I just explained to you. Okay, and then we want to integrate in a web, so I will click web integration. Then if you scroll down, you have two options. You can do on the client side or you can do on server side. If you are new and to this voice agent, I will definitely suggest you to go with this client side voice interfaces. Okay, so in this course we'll go through this client side, but it's completely free to check out this server side call management as well. Now the next step is to install the WAPI into your application. So simply copy this command, go back to your application. I will close all of this tab for now, and simply paste this command. Okay, next you need to initialize this WAPI where you want to use it. Okay, so I will copy this, and then we'll go back to our session medical agent.page.tsx, and at the top I will just initialize this WAPI. Okay, now make sure to import this WAPI. So I don't think so I'm getting import statement, so I will copy this import statement and make sure it's installed successfully. See, I just imported this WAPI as well, and here you need to provide a voice assistant ID. Okay, now we need to get public API key and voice assistant ID. So if I go back to our dashboard, here at the top you will see this voice assistant ID. Just copy that one, go to the .ini file, and here I will say WAPI voice assistant ID, and then paste this ID. Now make sure as you are using this environment variable on the client side, so I will mark it as a public, next_public. Okay, and in order to get an API key, scroll down and here you will find an option called API log. Okay, so it's not in API log. Okay, so over here there will be an option called WAPI API key, and if you are using the server side you have to use private key. If you are using client side, make sure to use the public key. Let's copy this key and then simply we'll say next_public WAPI API key, and simply paste this key. Once you paste it, I'm gonna use this over here. So here we'll say process.env.next. Let's copy that API key, and then over here as well we want to use assistant ID. Okay, as simple as that. Now obviously we want to start a WAPI only when the start button is called. So over here I will write a method called constant start call, and then we'll call this WAPI start. Let's go back to the documentation again, and here these are some event when the call is started, when the call is ended, and all of this information. These are very important in order to update the status on the UI side. So I will paste that too over here and then save it. Now I will define some states over here to make sure the call is started or call is ended. Okay, everything. So here we'll say constant, we'll say call started, comma set call started is equal to use state, and a value will be false initially. Now when the call is started, I will just wrap this in a curly braces. We also console that, but I will change this call started to true, and whenever the call is ended, I will change this the call started to false. Okay, so which will help us to keep a track whether call started or not. And as soon as user starts speaking, you will see the who talk it. So message.role will give you whether it's an assistant or it's a user, and the message.transcript will give you the actual streaming. Okay, so text streaming. So that is also very important for us. Now this start call we need to call on the click of this button. Now whenever the call is started or when call is not started, it means we need to show a start call button. So over here we'll say call started. If call not started, obviously we want to show, then we want to show this button, otherwise we'll show another button, and here we'll say cut call, or we say disconnect, maybe that's a good word, and here I will say phone call. I don't know whether call cancel, I don't know what is the icon. So I will just go to this lucid icon, we'll find icon. So we'll use this one, phone off. So we'll say phone off. Okay, and for this button I will put a variant as destructive, and I think I gave the wrong curly braces, so we need to give the curly braces here, here as well, and save it. Now if I go back over here, we have start call, and on the click of this it will start the call. Now also make sure once the call is started, it's saying connect, it should say connected. Okay, so over here we'll just change the text, and that's why this callback from the WAPI is very important. So if your call is started, we'll say connected, otherwise we'll say not connected. You can even change this color. Okay, so maybe I will add some dynamic styling. If call is started, we'll add a background green, otherwise I will add background red, and here I will make rounded to full, and then save it. And if you see, this is how it's looking. Okay, now I will go to the inspect panel, go to the console, and we'll verify the output. Now I will click on the start call, and obviously it asking me whether you want to allow or not, so we'll say allow while visiting this site.
Hello, thank you for connecting. Can you please tell me full name and age?
hey, my name is TubeGuruji and my age is 28.
Hello, TubeGuruji. It's nice to meet you. How are you feeling today? Is there anything specific I can help you with? Please tell me a bit about.
Yeah, I have some headache.
I understand. Headaches can be really bothersome. When did your headache start? Where do you feel the pain the most? Can you describe the pain? Is it throbbing?
And that's how cool it is, right? It started asking as a real doctor. Not only that, but if you see these buttons, you change obviously this icon get changed and everything. Okay, now obviously we did not added a logic to disconnect the call. Right now we have the start call, we have end call, but we have to make sure we should add a call disconnect option. So if you go over here and I will select this React TypeScript, just scroll down little bit and here you might found an option to disconnect the call, and that's where this WAPI stop method will call. Okay, so I will just copy this one, and WAPI provide a complete guide for you. Okay, so I will add that too, and I think that's good. So on disconnect we're gonna call this method. Perfect. Now most important thing, if you see whatever we ask, whatever the prompt we gave, it's behaving like that, and that's what we wanted. Let's try one more time and we'll check whether we can disconnect the call or not.
Hello, thank you for connecting. Can you please tell me full name and age?
Now right now it's not disconnecting the call because at every instance it connecting to this WAPI. So better we can remove it from here and let's put it inside this start call. Okay, then we'll create a WAPI instance. So here we'll say WAPI instance comma set WAPI instance is equal to use state, and then over here we'll set the WAPI instance as WAPI. Then over here let's give a type any, and then we'll use a WAPI instance to stop the call. Now along with that one you need to add and check inside the end call whether this WAPI instance is available or not. If it's not available, then simply return empty. Then you will stop the WAPI instance, and then also make sure to clear off the call start, call end and message callback from this WAPI instance. Then we're gonna set this call started to false, and then at the last we'll set the WAPI instance to null. Setting the WAPI instance to null is very important, so make sure don't forget to update that value and then save it, and let's test this out. Now I'm going to connect this call, so we'll say start call.
Hello, thank you for connecting. Can you please tell me full name and age?
And then after disconnecting, it disconnecting the call. Perfect, right? And not only that, but everywhere it's getting updated. So that's how our agent is ready. Now the next step, if you want to show a speech to text streaming on the screen. So here we want to show assistant message, the user message, whichever is the latest one, it's gonna show at first and then second. So like that. Now after implementing the AI voice agent, it's time to display the streaming speech to text on the screen. And for that one, as you know that we are using an assembly, but with the WAPI it's already integrated, so they have collaboration with the WAPI and the assembly AI, so you don't need to manually do it through the assembly AI. Now simply go back to your application, and very first thing that we need to do, we need to add few more callbacks. So over here, if I go to the WAPI documentation, you will also find that. So under this voice widget implementation, you will find more option like when the speech started, when the speech ended. So I will use that features as well. Okay, now it's simply enable or trigger it whenever the assistant starts speaking and when assistant stop speaking. So over here I will go back at the top and will define constant current role comma set current role is equal to use state, and it is of type string. Now whenever the user's assistant speak, we are going to set the current role to assistant. Otherwise when the speech end, it means now user gonna talk, so we'll set the set current role to user. Okay, as simple as that. Now in order to get a live message, so here we have the message type transcript, right? Now inside this I'm going to get all the fields from the message, so we'll destructure it. So inside the message we have the role, then we have the transcript type, and then we have the transcript, and that everything we're gonna get it from the message. Okay, so this obviously this particular object is going to return whenever we have text, speech to text available. Now once we have this message information, I'm gonna define a live transcript, so we'll say constant live transcript comma set live transcript is equal to use state, it is of type string, like this, and then we are going to simply set the live transcript with the transcript. Okay, and then we can also set the current role to the role which we have, okay, whether it's a user or assistant, because that also return us the role as well. Now let's save it, and obviously we're gonna add one more condition. If transcript type is equal to partial, because this transcript type will return two value, one is a partial and one is a final. Now final will give you the complete output. Okay, now here I will write something like this, else it will give the final transcript. That we'll see in a moment how to save it, but first we'll check whether we are displaying the or we'll display the live transcript. Okay, so over here at second place I want to display a live transcript, and then we are also going to show the current role, okay, something like this, and let's save it. Now if I go back to our application, right now obviously it's saying just colon, we'll fix that, but if I start the call we'll see. So right now it look like,
thank you for connecting. Can you please tell me full name and age?
so that's how we are getting the live transcript. Okay, now obviously we need to save the final transcript, and obviously we want to save it inside the object list so that we can show it the all previous messages which contain the complete message, not just a current live streaming. So over here I'm going to define a messages comma set messages is equal to use state. Okay, and then we need to define a type as well, so we'll going to define a type. So here we'll say type message is equal to, and inside this we'll say role of type string, and then text is of type string, and then messages type I'm going to define over here, and it is a list, so I'm providing an empty array, something like this, and save it. Now whenever we have the final script, we're gonna save that one, and here also we can add a condition, if else if transcript type is equal to final, okay, then only we wanted to show. So here we'll set the messages. Now we have to make sure we want to keep this previous messages as well as the current messages, so we'll say previous messages, then we'll add dot dot dot, keep all the previous messages, and then add the new value. Okay, so here we'll say text is equal to transcript, as simple as that. Now here you can define a messages type as messages. Let's define any for now and then save it. Now after this we have to set the live transcript to empty, and then we'll set the current role to null, because that's where it will stop it, right? So okay, so it's not taking null because we want just a string. So over here For the current role, I will also accept the null value and then save it. Now at the bottom, make sure whenever we have the live transcript, then only show this text. So I can make a length, if length is greater than 0, then only we want it to show a live transcript. Okay. Okay, so it's saying live transcript length is possible. Okay, let's add a condition and then save it. Now next we wanted to show a message list at the top. So over here I will just keep this s2 for now, and then we'll define messages. So we'll say messages dot map the message comma index and the arrow function. Inside this we're gonna define a div, and then we'll define this s2 tag, something like this. Okay, now obviously we want to replace this all our messages from this messages list, and just define a type as messages. So here we'll get messages dot text. Obviously I'm also gonna define the messages dot role, something like this. Then for this div you can provide the key as a even though we don't need this div, so I will just remove that. And for this div we can add a maximum height. So here we'll say maximum, or let's make it overflow y arrow, and we'll see how it looks first. Okay, and then I forgot to add a key as an index, and then save it. So obviously we need to make some modification, but for now let's test this out. So I will start the call.
Hello, thank you for connecting. Can you please tell me full name and age?
So here we have an error called previous is not iterable. Okay, that's because if I go to these messages, and currently the messages is not, and it's not showing as a iterable because we need to provide an empty value when the messages is not there. Okay, and let's try this out now.
Hello, thank you for connecting. Can you please tell me full name and age?
Hey, my name is Rahul and my age is 28.
Hello, Rahul. I'm here to assist you today. How are you feeling?
And how cool it is. If you see, we have all the messages and the latest message at the bottom, right? And that's what we really wanted. Obviously, you can give some styling to this s2 tag, but most important, we don't want to show all the messages. We just wanted to show few messages only. But before that, here I'm gonna add some padding. Okay, so it will show more in a decent way, I can say. Now another important point over here, we only wanted to show last 3 to 4 messages and not all the messages, but obviously we want to keep everything inside the messages, but while displaying we want to show only few. So we'll just slice this and we'll say -4, so last 4 messages, okay, from the messages. And if I save this one, let's test this out. So I will start the call and we'll verify.
Hello, thank you for connecting. Can you please tell me full name and age?
Hey, I am TubeGuruji and my age is 28.
Hello, Tim. I'm glad you reached out. How are you feeling today? Is there anything specific on your mind that you'd like to discuss? I'm here to listen and help in any way I can.
No, I'm good.
Okay, Tim. That's good to hear.
And that's what we wanted. It's showing only last 4 messages, but again, here is the problem. Obviously currently it's going out of our UI thing because we want everything in the center of the screen, and it's going on the left because the assistants pick a complete big message. So in order to fix this, first what I will do, I will just keep this div and then we'll give a padding left and right. Let's add a left and we'll say 40 pixel or maybe 80 pixel, and padding right as well, so 80 pixel. Okay, because we want kind of in the center, and that's the reason we need to give the padding. Okay, also if possible, let's try to add flex. Here we'll say flex direction as column, and these are some of the option I applied. If you see, I make the flex direction column, align item in the center as well. If I make the justify content in the center instead of align item, it doesn't affect anything, but I think this is the good way that we can display on the screen. Okay, instead of on the left align, because everything is in the center of the screen. So for this one, I will make flex column item to be in the center. Okay, and obviously when the screen size is medium, or let's make padding X to 10, but when the screen size is medium, we'll give padding X to 28. On large screen, we can give padding X to 52, and extra large, you can give padding X to let's 72. And I think this time is more perfect way.
Hello, thank you for connecting. Can you please tell me full name and age?
Hey, I'm Rahul and my age is 28.
Hi, Rahul. That's quite a unique age. Let's clarify. Are you 20 or 28?
It's
No, you're...
It's 28.
Thanks for clarifying, Rahul. So you're 28. How are you feeling today? Is there anything specific you'd like to talk about, or any symptoms you're experiencing? I'm here to listen and help in any way I can.
Actually, I have some headaches, so I don't know what to do.
I understand. Headaches can be really disruptive. First, can you describe...
And how beautiful it's showing, right? Now, if you think the padding is more, you can margin from the top is more, you can just remove that because I feel it's little large, so I just remove that one, and now from here it will show your message list as well. Okay, so that's how guys you need to display a live streaming with the help of assembly universal streaming feature. Okay, which is one of the best, which I told you, as this is the universal streaming provided by Assembly AI, the most important, very cheap in the market, and the latency is the minimized. No one can have below this 300 millisecond latency. That's what Assembly AI's universal streaming provide you, and that's the reason I use the best product in our SaaS application. Currently, our voice agent is only enable the single or act as a single voice agent, because we provided this voice assistant ID, which is driving from the WAPI dashboard. Because inside the WAPI, we simply created one voice agent with all the settings, and we also provided that single prompt. So if I go to this assistant and the general physician, that's where we provided this prompt and which act everything for us, right? But that's not what we want, because inside our application we have a different kind of agents, right? For the let me go to the dashboard. So over here we'll go to the dashboard, and if you see, we have general physician, pediatrician, psychologist, nutritionist, and many others. Each agent has their own unique identification, right? And we need to make sure, depends on the user selection, or even though from the start consultation we are getting a suggestion, whenever user select any of the agent, whether it's a male or female, we need to make sure we're going to provide a specific prompt to the agent so that it will act accordingly and it will give you the response accordingly. But with the WAPI assistant ID, it's not helpful for us. So the question is, how can we modify this? And it's very easy. Okay, now obviously we don't need to provide this assistant ID over here. Rather, we're gonna create a configuration, and that configuration is different for every time. But the easiest way to do this is to add
a WAPI configuration. That's what we are going to see next. But before that, for each of these agent, we wanted to add a unique voice ID. Okay, now in order to generate this voice ID, you can simply go to the WAPI dashboard, and inside the WAPI dashboard, if you scroll down a little bit, over here we have the voice configuration, and currently the provider, the default provider is WAPI. But over here you can change, for example, let's say Play HT. Now Play HT has the different voice, and the name, if you see, these are the name they provided. Now you can take any names and you can add to the to your each of these agent. Okay, so for example, in this case, let's say I will add the, let's add Chris. Okay, so for this, because this is a male, so I will add it as a Chris. Okay, for this pedestrian, if you see, if I go back to our application, this pedestrian is again a male, so you can add some different voice ID for that. So for example, from here I will select this Oliver, so let's say Oliver, and so on. Okay, obviously I'm going to share this link with you, this file with you, so that you can verify. So in meantime, I will just add for all other. Here I added for the remaining one. Okay, so make sure to add that from your side as well. And now go to the page.tsx file, and inside here we're going to create a configuration. So we'll say constant WAPI agent config and then arrow function. Now inside here you can provide a name, so I will say AI voice or medical voice agent, doctor voice agent. Okay, then you can provide your own first message as well. So over here you can provide own message, so I'm just going to copy this one. Okay, then you need to provide a transcriber. Now inside the transcriber you need to provide a provider, and in this case the provider will be assembly AI. So this is very important. Make sure not misspell any text, and then you need to provide a language, and language will be the English. After this you need to provide a voice. Now for the voice you can take any provider. So if I go to this WAPI dashboard, you will see this provider name, right? So in my case I'm going to use this Play HT as a default provider, and then the voice ID in this case is we are getting whatever the user session from the session detail, will get that voice ID. So here we'll say I think we don't have the voice ID for this type, so we'll say voice ID of type string. Okay, so that we can easily fetch it. So session detail dot voice ID. Oh, make sure not here. So inside the doctor agent we wanted to show the voice ID. Okay, because that's where we are saving everything. So it need to be on doctor, selected doctor dot voice ID. Now once you provide the voice, you can add a model. Now I will provide a model as a, let's say, provider as open AI. Then the model in this case will say GPT-4, and the messages you can provide the role as system, and the content is nothing but the prompt. Okay, now this prompt will get it from the session detail dot selected doctor dot I think that's agent prompt. Okay, so that agent prompt we need to provide, and that's all we need it, and our agent config is now ready. How simple it is, right? Obviously you can customize and you have complete control on your agent now. Now
inside the WAPI start, we simply need to provide this WAPI agent config. So maybe something like this. I'm not sure why we are getting this error. Okay, let's ignore this. So over here I will add ts ignore. Okay, and then save it. Now I just found one thing that I wrongly renamed this voice ID, so I just updated to will now, and if I start conversation as I selected gender physician, and then you will see the result.
Hi there, I'm your AI medical assistant. I'm here to help you with any health questions or concerns you might have today. How are you feeling?
How cool it is, right? So it's not only for this particular user, but you can, if you select any of the doctor, it will act in a such a way that it's a completely different doctor AI voice assistant or AI voice agent. Okay, so that's how guys you need to provide a configuration. Now once user disconnect the call, at that time we want to generate a detailed report, and that report we are going to generate with the help of LLM model. Here if you see, once we have the conversation, right, and on the click of disconnect, all the messages which we are going to pass to the AI LLM model with the help of our own prompt, and then it will generate a detailed report. If you see, this is the prompt which I created, and I'm making sure that is available to you for free. We will find inside this eraser doc. I will put the link in the description. Now this particular prompt will help us to get the complete report in the form of JSON, and these are some field which we are getting, and at the last we are going to display that on the screen. As simple as that. Okay, so first thing first, let's go back to our application. I will just close this one, and inside this page.tsx we can create a method called constant generate report. Okay, now inside the generate report we need to make an API call to generate an actual report, because we have all the messages. So here we say constant result is equal to await axios dot post, and we are going to create an endpoint called medical report. Okay, now obviously this endpoint we need to create, but to this endpoint we need to pass a messages. Okay, so whatever the messages list we have, that we need to pass. Then we also need to pass a session details. So over here we're going to add session detail as session detail, and then the session ID, because that's where we want to update our report as well. So this much information we need to pass. Over here we'll make this as async, and then once we get the data, here we'll say result dot data, and then we'll return result dot data just for testing purpose. Now on the click of this generate, this particular generate report method we are going to call when user cut the call. So over here first, when user cut the call, I will set the loading as a true, and when it's cut it, so here I will just use the result is equal to await generate report method. Okay, and then we'll set loading as a false only when we have the result. Okay, here I will make this as async, and obviously it will wait to get the response, and meantime it will show a loading. So for the disconnect as well, similar like this one, I am going to add a loading state. Okay, so it will show a loader, and in that time I will also disable the button. As simple as that. Now we need to create an API endpoint called medical report. So go to the API folder, and inside this we'll create a new folder or new endpoint called medical report. Inside this we'll create a route.tsx file. We'll say export async function, and this will be the post request, and here I will make this as a next request. Make sure with the capital post I will add. Then Inside this we need to get a session ID, then a session detail, and the last we need to get a messages is equal to await request dot json. Then I will add a try catch block with the exception e. Now similar like this suggested doctor, we need this line of code, so I will copy as it is, and then we need to get a JSON response, so I will copy this line as well, and then I will paste it here. Okay, now make sure to import this OpenAI. Okay, then you need to add a model name, and the most important, you need to add the prompt as well. Okay, so over here whatever the session messages we have, not messages but whatever the prompt we have, we need to pass that prompt. So here I will just remove that, and basically I will write constant report generation prompt at the top, and I will just copy this one, something like this. See, and now I will save this one, and if I go over here, we need to add agent, not agent but report generation prompt. Now to this user we need to just add a content, so let me remove this, and here I will say, let's add me here constant user input, and to this user input I will say json dot stringify the session, let's add a session detail. Here we'll say doctor info AI doctor agent info, I will say. Okay, so here we just need to structurize according to our requirements. Then we want to add conversation, and then inside the conversation we'll again stringify the messages because it's a list of object, right? It is in the form of JSON, and then once we have the user input, we'll pass it. Now at the end of this particular prompt, here we'll say depends on doctor AI agent info AI agent info and conversation between AI doctor, I will say medical agent and user. So this particular line maybe we can call at the top, so based on maybe okay, I think this is pretty good now. Okay, so just modify according to your requirements. So I added that line at the top, and then we are passing to this content, and then we'll get the response. This response we need to return it as JSON response, and if we have any error, then we'll just return the error E. Now another important thing over here, once we get the JSON response, we need to save to database. Okay, so over here I will just add constant result is equal to await db dot insert, then here we have session chart table dot values, and inside this we need to add the report. Now this report nothing but the JSON response, whatever JSON response will get it, and then here we need to add a condition because we need to only update that particular record. So here we'll say dot, okay, so it's not insert, it need to be update actually because we want to update the record. So here we'll say set, and then we'll say where. So we want to update the existing record, so here we'll say equal to session chart table dot session ID matches with our session ID which we are getting, as simple as that, and then it will update the record. Okay, and then save it. Now let's test this out. Okay, if you get any error, we'll find it inside the console, so don't worry. So I will just pause the video and I will record a few things over here. So I will start the call and then I will pause the video.
Hi there, I'm your AI medical assistant. I'm here to help you with any health questions or concerns you might have today. How are you feeling?
I have some headache from the morning, so can you please suggest some medicines?
I'm sorry to hear you're dealing with a headache. It can really throw off your day. Let's take things step by step first so I can help you with stress or dehydration.
Here I disconnect the call and waiting for AI response. And after disconnecting the call, you will see inside our response we got the agent name, complaint, duration and all the details. Now obviously over here I just tested with a small data, so it's saying that user did not clarify and state the complaint, duration not specified, severity not specified. Okay, if user don't have or AI model don't have a proper information, it will return this particular text, and that's make a lot of sense. Okay, but if you have proper result, then it will return a complete report for you. And if you see, I tried one more, and in this case we have all this information like medication mention, recommendation and all the details. Not only that, but it is saved into our database. So if I refresh it, you will see it's going to update and save all the information. Perfect, right? So that's how you need to generate the report. Now make sure inside the conversation you can also update the conversation, because that is very important. So simply inside the page dot, or not page, but inside the route along with so maybe inside the route, that's where we updated, I think. Go to the medical report, so we were in wrong one. So over here I will also update the conversation with our messages list. Okay, because we already have the messages list and that's what we want to update, and let's save this one. So next time it will also update the report and the conversation. So if you have any question, any doubt regarding to generate the report, let me know in the comment section, because later on we want to display that report on the screen along with all the details. So if I go back to our home screen, now we have the some consultation. So instead of this empty screen, we wanted to show an actual previous history, and from that history user can access the report as well. Now when user end the call, so over here inside the page.tsx, right, at this point we can redirect user to the home screen. So over here we'll say constant router comma set router is equal to use state, or not use state, sorry, my bad. We want to define a router hook, so we'll say use router from the next slash navigation, and then simply we are going to route it. So we'll say router dot replace, and then we'll say slash dashboard, as simple as that. Okay, perfect, and then save it. Now you can even show a toast message saying your report is generated and available to view. Now in order to show such kind of notification or toast message, simply we'll go to the chat CN, and inside the chat CN component search for the sonar component. So it also have toast component, but sonar is also an easiest way to add a toast message. So simply first you need to install this sonar component, and then you need to add a toaster component inside the root layout. So we'll go to the layout file, which is the root layout, and just below this one we'll add a toaster component. Now make sure you will import this toaster component from the UI sonar, and wherever you want to use this toaster you can add that. So here we'll say toast dot success, your report is generated, and then it will navigate to the dashboard, as simple as that. Okay, so guys, I hope you understand this particular report generation example, how we easily generate the report with the help of AI LLM model. Now we want to show the previous history which we consult with the doctor, right? As we already saving into our database, we just need to fetch it and display it on the screen, and from there user can view the report as well in the detail. So first thing first, let's fetch it and display it on the screen. As we already have the component to display this history, so if you see we have this history list, and currently if the history list is empty, then we are showing this empty state. Now here we need to write a method called constant get history list and the arrow function. Inside this we'll say we make API call, so axios dot get. As this is a get call, so we'll say slash API slash medical report. We already have the endpoint called medical report, or you can even fetch it from the session chart as well, because in session chart we already have the get method. So here we'll just say session chart, and inside the question mark, because session chart will take the session ID, right? But over here we'll say session ID is equal to all, because we want to fetch all the sessions. Once we have this, I will make this as async, and inside the result I will just console the result as well. We'll say result.data, and then we'll set the history list with result.data. Now this get history list we need to call inside the use effect whenever this component get load. So over here I will just call this get history list, and then we'll get the list. Now simply go to the session chart API endpoint, and here we need to check. Okay, so here we'll say if session ID is equal to all, okay, then we need to make a different API call, otherwise in the else we'll keep this particular result, so something like this. Okay, but for all we just need to remove this where condition, or not where, but here we just need to pass the user email. So over here we'll say session chart table dot created by, and then we need to pass a user information. So we'll say user dot primary email address dot email address, because we don't need to pass a session ID, because we want to fetch all the session depends on user's email or who created that particular session. Also make sure you will get the result in order by, we'll say descending, because we want to fetch the first element at the top, or the latest element at the top. So over here we'll say session chart table dot ID, so depends on the ID it will fetch it, and then save everything. Now let's go to the history list, and I will just refresh the screen. Inside the inspect panel, if I go to the console, if you see, now we got the list, and here so I think that's history list. So inside the history list, if you see, we have only one result. Okay, so that's because let me go back. We are supposed to get the list, but here we are just deleting the first item, so I will remove that. And now if I refresh the screen, we'll get the two record, because inside the database we only have the two record. Okay, perfect. Now once you have this list of history, we just need to iterate it and display it on the screen. So now in order to display it, we'll create a new component for the history table. So I'm going to use the shatcn table component. So make sure to import that first, and then copy this import statement. Under this component folder we'll call history table.tsx, add a default template, and make sure to import this. Also I will copy this example and we'll paste it here. Now obviously you can update this. So over here we'll say previous consultation reports. Then you can change the table rows. So in this case I want to add a column as AI medical specialist. Then the another is description, date, and then action. Okay, Obviously here we need to show our actual record, but for now let's save this one and simply add this history table component. Okay, if I go back to our application, you will see this example. Perfect, right? Now obviously inside that we need to provide an actual information, so I also added the history list with a type session detail. Okay, because we already have this session detail and I exported this one so that we can use that and make sure it's a list. Now simply pass this session, sorry, what is the name? It's a history list. Okay, so I will pass it as a history list only, and inside the history table I will create a type props is equal to history list as session detail, and here I will get it as a history list with props. Perfect, and then save it. Okay, so this need to be a list, so make sure it's a list. Okay, now you don't have that error. Now once you have the history list, we just need to iterate that. So inside the table row over here, we'll simply add history list dot map record. So for the record I will add a session detail, and index is of type number and the arrow function. Inside this I'm gonna simply define this table row. Now the first column is record, we'll say record dot notes, so whatever user entered, not user entered, but I think here I wanted to add a selected doctor dot specialist name. Then we'll say record dot notes. Over here we'll add a date, so we'll say record dot created on, and then for action here I'm going to simply add a button, we'll say view report. Now for this button I will add a class name, not class name, but let's add a variant, actually variant as a outline, or maybe we can make it ghost, and I will also change the size to small. And if you see, we have this view report option. Let's change this to say, let's say link, and let's see how it looks. Perfect, that is also good. Okay, so here we have gender specialist name, description, and the date. Over here if you see, we have the width, so I will change this to let's say 300, and then we have the description. For the description as well I will give some specific width, make it 200 actually, and the date. What if we remove this one and let's see how it looks? I think this is also good. Okay, so depends on the size, it automatically check it. Anyway, so now we have the list as well. Okay, and we want to format this date. So in order to format the date in a specific format, first make sure to install this moment JavaScript library, which is very powerful library. Let me show you that. So moment.js is a date formatting library which you can format any date and any type. So in our case we want to format the record, so over here first we'll add a moment library. So if it's not get imported automatically, make sure to import it manually, and then I will add the moment. Inside this we'll say new date, and for inside this new date we need to pass this string. Okay, because this created out is in the form of string, and then we'll say from now, and then save it. Now if I go over here, if you see, we got 32 minutes ago, 2 hours ago, and like that. How cool. So that's how we need to update and display it on the screen. Now next part, what we want to do is on the click of this view report, we want to open a dialog. or maybe we can open a sidebar, and on the sidebar we wanted to show an actual report information because we are already saving that, we just wanted to display it on the screen. On the click of this view report, we wanted to open the report in the form of dialog. So simply we are going to use a shared CN dialog component. So first let me close all of this tab, and inside this component we'll create a new component called view report dialog.tsx. Add a default template and then save it. Now inside this view report we'll import the dialog component. So we already have this dialog component installed, so you don't need to install it again. Just import all the statements and then this example and save it. Now over here we'll use the same view report button. Okay, so whichever button we use, so I will just cut it from here and then we'll paste it inside this dialog trigger. Also to this one we'll say view report dialog and then save it. Okay, now if I go back to our application, if I click on this one, let me refresh the screen once, and then when we click on this, see the dialog is getting open. Perfect. Now on this view report, okay, we need to accept the prop from this view report. So depends on this record, we need that. So here we'll pass it as a record only, and over here I will accept as a record. Here I will add a type props. I will say for record I will say session detail, and then here I will pass as a props. Okay, now once we have the record information, let's update the title. So over here I will add an h2 tag, will say medical AI voice agent report. I will say class name, text to be in the center, text to Excel, and save it. For this title, dialog title, I will mark this as a child. I will just make sure, refresh the screen and it's showing correctly or not. So I will say view report, and if you see we have this beautiful text in the center of the screen. I will just make it little bigger. Then for the description, let's add a div first. Here I will mark as a child, and inside this very first thing that we wanted to show some doctor information, we can say. So over here we'll say h2 tag visit info. I will add a font bold, text maybe we can color this over to blue, and text larger. Over here I will add a margin top to 10, so some space. Now below that we'll add a div. I will make the sure to add grid column 2. Okay, inside this we'll add a div again, we'll add a h2 tag, we'll say doctor specialization, and then we wanted to show the doctor specialization here. So we have the record dot selected doctor dot specialist. Okay, something like this. Then we wanted to show a visit date, or maybe we can show the description first. Description, or that's fine, I think we don't need a description, we'll just keep it like something like this. And another text on the right hand side we can show, which is the visit date or consultant date, consultant date, I don't know what it's called, but let's say consult date. Here we'll say record dot created on. Now obviously here we'll format this one, so we'll say new date they created on dot from now. Okay, Even though if you don't need this, you can just remove that and we'll keep only this h2 tag. See, okay, so we have general physician and our AGO. You can wrap this in a span tag. And maybe you can add a class name font bold. Okay, I think that's look much better. Now I will just pause the video and I will finish all the other remaining implementation for this report, because it will take some time to show it one by one, but I will make sure to available this in the source code so that you can access it, and after I pause the video I will implement it and then I will show you the end result. And here is the final result, where you will see the session info, the chief complaints, the summary of our conversation, the symptoms, what is the actual symptoms, the duration for that, and the most important, the medication mentioned. So this AI agent suggested that okay, you can take ibuprofen and another medicine as well, and then if you have any other recommendation, that recommendation too. At the bottom I just make sure that okay, this report was generated by AI and you can take reference of actual doctors as well. And that's how guys you can generate the and display the report to the user. How easy it is, right? Now second important thing, once user click on this history tab, we also wanted to show a same screen. Okay, so simply before moving to the next chapter, I'm going to create a new route under the dashboard called history, and inside this history we'll create a page.tsx file, add a default template. Here we'll say history only, and simply you can add a history list component. Okay, now to this app header, so make sure you have the correct route. So we'll say dashboard slash history, and now if I go to this history, you will see the only history which you have, and obviously here also you can see the report. Okay, if I go to this home screen again, then you can able to see all your dashboard information. So from home I will just make sure the path is correct, which is the dashboard. I just remember that we did not added the link tag over here because we wanted to navigate, right? So over here I will add hrefs with options dot path, so it will navigate to that particular path. Okay, so if I click history, if I click home, boom, you will navigate to that page. And again, if you start a consultation, start some basic info, and then it will start it again.
As we are building a SaaS application and we want to add a billing or subscription model into our app. Now, whenever user come to our application, and if he is a free user and did not subscribe to our paid plan, then user will have access to only general physician, and then he can only consult once. Okay, but if you want to continue with our platform, then he have to subscribe to our pricing model, and that's where the subscription pricing is very important. And adding a payment gateway is a big headache to any web or mobile application, but it's no longer a headache to your head, because recently Clerk introduced an all new feature called subscription billing. Subscription billing with the help of Clerk is very easy to integrate, just one line of code. It connected to a Stripe payment gateway, which help us to integrate Stripe directly to your application with just one line of code with the help of Clerk billing model. And today in this particular project, we are going to integrate this Clerk billing feature into our application. Currently, they provide a subscription pricing model, and that's what we are going to see. Now, simply go to your dashboard, as we already used this Clerk authentication, and on this dashboard you will see now there is a new option called subscription. Just click on this one, and right now just get started, just enable this. Now I will say get started. Now here right now we need to create
few plans, whether it's a paid plan or pro, monthly, like that. Okay, now in the free plan, if you see, obviously you have option to add more plan, but in the free plan you can just click on it and then you can provide some description. It's a free, so, and it's publicly available. Now here you can add a feature, so we'll say one consult, so one free medical consultation. Then I will say free medical report, and like that you can create a multiple one. Okay, so I think for now as free, we don't want to give much and simply save it. But now if I go back to this plan screen, now we can add a paid plan. So I'll click on add plan and give the plan name. So here we'll say pro. Inside the pro plan you can mention the pricing. Okay, now you can even enable the annual discount as well. So for example, for annual I will give $6.99, and for monthly you can give it as a $7.99. Then you can add a feature, so you can add from the existing one. Okay, or you can even create new one. So here we'll say 20 medical consultant per month. You can write like this maybe. Then you can add a description if you want. Here we'll say unlimited reports. Then I will add email support, priority support, and many other options. You can add that. Okay, and simply save it. Now we have two plans, one is free and one is pro. Now once you create that, here make sure to enable the billing. Okay, now currently remember that we are in the development mode. Okay, so right now clerk automatically use the development credential for the Stripe payment gateway, but once you are moved to the production, then you have to connect your own Stripe payment gateway. Okay, so that you will get the money, otherwise you will not get it. Okay, now once the payment is enabled, simply click on the read billing guide and here click on this B2C SaaS. Now just scroll down, and in order to show the pricing you just need to import this pricing table option. So we'll go back to our application. Here we want to create brand new screen or brand new route inside the dashboard, and we can call it as a billing. So we'll say billing. Inside this we'll add a route, page.tsx, add a default template, and then we'll rename this to billing. Now inside here we'll add this pricing model. I will add h2 tag. We'll say select or join the subscription. We can call it as join subscription. Over here we'll add a font bold, text 3XL. Now once you add this pricing model, make sure to import it from the clerk Next.js and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, so over here we have slash billing screen that we added, and then you will see the magic. Boom, it has this pricing model get added automatically. Obviously it's matching our theme, so you don't need to make any modification. But most important thing, we have these beautiful pricing tables. Now over here I will add some styling, so we'll say padding X to 10. On medium screen we'll give padding X to 24. On large screen we'll give padding X to 48, and extra large will give padding X to 64. Okay, so I think that's too small. Let me remove this. I think this is much better. Now I will give margin bottom to 10, and then when you click subscribe, it will open a Stripe payment gateway inside your application. You don't need to jump on a third party URL. Here you will find all the details. Okay, if you selected the bill manually or monthly, depends on that one, it will change the value. Whatever the features we added or plan information we added is showing on the screen, and here you have option to add a card number and everything. Now you have option pay with the test card, and once you paid, it's saying payment is successful. And if I go to this pricing again, so we'll go to the dashboard / billing, then you will see now this particular pricing is an active one, means you join this pro membership. Okay, so that's how you need to implement it. Now the question is, how can we detect whether user is joined or not? If you want to cancel later on, you can cancel it. Simply go to this manage account inside the clerk, and then you will find this option called billing. Inside this billing, now you will see your subscription. You can check all your statement, the previous payment history, your payment card, and if you want to cancel any of them, you have option to cancel this subscription as well from this clerk component. That's why we are using the clerk authentication and clerk billing subscription feature. Now moving back to our application here, now we have to make sure if user is not subscribed, then we wanted to show some kind of premium. Okay, so this of the doctor is premium, we have to show that. So let's go to this list.tsx, and to this AI doctor agent I added a new field called subscription required. Now for the first one is false, but for all others the subscription is required. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to add a badge. So simply go to the Chatcn, make sure to install this badge component. So this is how it will look like. Okay, so I just copy this and make sure to install this. Once it is installed, I will go to the let's go to this page.tsx where we have this doctor agent list, and inside the agent card we'll verify it. Now here I will add this badge component, and inside this we'll say premium, okay, as a premium text. That's all, and then save it. And if you see, the text is showing on the screen, but we wanted to show on the top of image. So let's add a class name and we'll make this absolute, so it will be in the inside. Now we'll give padding to 2 and we'll say write 0. Oops, sorry. So over here I will mark this as a relative as well and give more padding. So let's say padding 3. Oh, I think this is much better. Maybe we can add a margin 1, or let's make this to 2. Perfect. Okay, so now it's showing it as a premium, but we wanted to show badge only when the, so first I will add doctor agent dot, I don't know why it's not showing, but if I go to this list, we have this subscription required option, right? So I will make sure I will add this field so that we can get from this doctor agent. So we'll say doctor agent dot subscription required. If it's true, then only show it. See, now for this one it's not showing, but for all other it's showing. Now another important thing, we need to verify if user is joined as a paid member. Okay, then only we want to enable this button, otherwise we want to disable it. So from the documentation you will find it has a method called has premium access. Okay, so you can get this value. If you are using server side, you have to use auth, otherwise you have to use this await auth, otherwise you can use auth as well. So let me show you how you can do it. So over here we'll use auth method, which you can use on the client side, and it has a method called has. Okay, now here we'll say constant paid user is equal to has dot So let me get back here. So here this is how we need to add. So we needed to check if user is joining as a paid user or not, and then we need to provide a plan name. Now simply go to this subscription, maybe go to the configuration under this billing setting, or maybe inside the if I scroll down subscription, go to the subscription plan, go to the pro, and this slug name you have to use to refer and attach over here. Okay, so right now it's saying it's possibly undefined, so here we'll say has, I don't know, or maybe you can just ignore this. Now if user is a paid user, okay, then simply, if it is not paid user, then we have to disable this button. So we'll say disable if it is not the paid user, and doctor agent dot subscription required. So let's save this one, go back to your application. So we have this dehydration error, so that's weird. So okay, so over here we need to mark this as a client one. So that's what the error was. Okay, we have one more error. So it's saying has is not a function. So let's see why. So here I'm going to check if has is there, then only check it. Okay, and maybe we can console.log with a paid user. So I think it will just return true or false. So if I go to the console, if you see, it's returning true. It means it's a paid user, and obviously you have option to connect it. Also, we have to make sure user will not click on the start consultation button if user already have more than one what we call it as a consultation already. I had made conversation with the AI agent. So for that one, I will go to the, let's go to the page.tsx, because inside the page.tsx we have this add new session dialog, right? So click on this add new session dialog, and here similar like this has method, so I will copy this as it is inside this add new session dialog. Make sure to import this use auth, and here I will verify first. Okay, obviously user cannot create if user already created more than one. So maybe we can disable this button. Paid user if it's not paid user, and user has more than or let's do one thing. For now I will just keep it as the same condition if not paid user. Okay, right now if user is paid user, obviously you have option to do it. Okay, so it's working as expected. But if user already have, then this information you need to pass to this particular session dialog. So the way that you can do it, so if I go to the page.tsx where we have this history lead, from the history lead you need to pass it. So I will say set history list record to result dot data, and this one I am going to return back. I will put the type any, then inside the page.tsx I will accept that. Maybe I will just undo everything, and I will not pass, so I will undo here as well. Better we can directly call this inside our add new session dialog. So we'll import the use effect, then we have get list. Here maybe we can define the constant history list comma set history list is equal to use state. obviously we need to provide a type. So I will copy this use state as it is. Make sure to import this session details so we can save that. And if history list dot length is greater, then we don't want to show. So here we'll add a condition: if history list dot length is greater than equal to 1 and not a paid user, then it should disable it. Okay, so right now it's enabled because it's a paid user. But once user is unpaid, so make sure to test that scenario as well. Okay, so just sign in with a different account and then you can able to test that scenario too. Okay, so that's all for this particular chapter. If you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Also, don't forget to connect this pricing option. So I will go to this app header where we have this pricing, or not pricing, but it should be a billing. So we'll say dashboard / billing. Okay, so now if I go back, click on pricing, and then it jumped to this pricing model. Perfect. Now I just sign out and sign in with an all new user which is not subscribed, and if you see currently the button are disabled. Also I don't have any record, so I can create one consultation for free, but only this start consultation with this general physician is enabled. Now when user click on any of these options, right, we want to navigate to this conversation screen. Obviously we need to create a new record with an session chart ID, similar like the way which we are doing over here. Only thing that we don't need to add is this particular note section. Okay, but here user can directly talk without providing any basic input. So to do that, simply we want to copy the same code which we used it initially. So for now we'll go to the routes. Inside this we have this doctor agent list, and inside the doctor agent card, that's where we need to create a method. So we'll say constant, or maybe we can reuse the existing one. So from the add new session dialog, so here we have this on start consultation. I will copy as it is. I will paste it here. So here we have the set loading and state. So I will just copy this state as well. Make sure to import this use state. Then make sure to add this Axios. Now for the note, you can add new query or new conversation, whatever you want to add. For the selected doctor, I'm gonna put a doctor agent as it is, because inside the doctor agent we have that selected doctor, and once we have the data, we want to navigate it. So we'll say constant router is equal to use router, and then it will navigate to that particular session ID. Okay, now whenever there is a loading is true, we can show a loading indicator. So here we'll say if loading, then we can show a loader icon. Otherwise we can show this arrow right icon. Here I will add animate spin and then save it. Okay, so as simple as that. Now if I click on this start consultation, okay, so it looked like nothing's happening. Let me refresh this screen once and click on start consultation. It looked like we might have error. If I go to the console, I don't see any error. Let's go over here, check if new record get added or not. I don't think so. Okay, so the reason that is not working because we did not attach this method to the button. Okay, so on the click of the start consultation, we need to call this method. Now if I click on start consultation, you will see this loading icon and it's redirected to this consultations page where now you can start the conversation. Pretty good, right? So that's how guys you have to work around. This is very simple, just follow the step. Right now obviously you have one consultation. In the view report you will not see anything because you did not have a conversation, right? But over here if you see, it's disabled. The start consultation is disabled because you have only one query and one consultation for free, which you already use it. So that's how you have to implement the logic for the pricing. Now it's time to deploy our application on the cloud. And obviously, once you push this application to a production, you can share this with your friends and family. Obviously, you can start earning money with this application because this is the SaaS application. We build it, and this is the application which we build completely from the scratch. Now, first thing first, we are going to push our complete code on a GitHub. So we'll go to the GitHub and then we'll create a new repo. So once we connect or push our changes to GitHub, simply we're going to connect to a Vercel. Give the repo name. So we'll say AI medical voice agent. Then we can make it this public or private, it's up to you, and then simply create the repo. Once you create a repo, you have to set the remote origin. So we'll initialize this Git first. So here I will clear everything, and then we'll say git init to initialize the Git, then set the remote origin, and then we have to stage all the files. So we'll add a command git add dot, then we'll commit the changes. We'll say git commit -m initial commit as a message, and then we'll push the changes. If you are pushing first time, make sure to push with this command, and then it will push all your changes to the GitHub repo. Now we'll go back to the GitHub repo and we'll refresh this window, and here you will see just now we push all these changes. Okay, now let's jump on to the vercel.com where you can deploy your Next.js project completely for free. Simply add a new project. If you don't have a GitHub account connected, make sure to connect, and then you will see a project name, click import. Then here it automatically detects the project framework. So in this case is a Next.js, but you can see there are other options as well. Then you will find the project name as well. You can update that if you want. Add this environment variable. So expand it. You have to add this all the environment variables. So I will go back to .env file and simply copy all these environment variables and then paste it here. It will automatically assign the key and their respective value for this environment variable and keys. And then the last step is to deploy your application by pressing the deploy button. Once the deployment started, you will see it will build your project, install the dependencies, and then it will assign a domain where you will find your project. If you have any error while building this project, you can simply go to the build logs and check the error if you have any error, okay, and then fix that and push the changes again. As simple as that. It will automatically trigger the Vercel project build deployment. Now if I open this project, you will see it asking me to sign in first. That's because I think we did not added the landing or home screen as a public route. And if I go to the middleware, you will find over here we need to add a slash as a public route. It means the default page or landing screen will be now a public route. Now once you make the changes, simply push the changes. We'll add it, then we'll commit it, and then we'll push these changes. Now it automatically triggered the deployment, so you don't need to do anything, guys, because we connected GitHub to the Vercel, so you don't need to manually trigger every time. Okay, now once you sign in to your application, we'll go to the dashboard, and boom, our application is now live on the actual domain, and everything will work as expected. How cool, right? So that's how, guys, you can deploy your application on the cloud. Now if you have any question, any doubt, you can ask me on my Discord channel, or you can ask or drop a comment under this video. Also, if you did not subscribe to our channel, please do subscribe. Press notification bell icon so that you will not miss any update, and press like button. We'll see you in next video. Want to build your own AI career coach like a pro? In this video, we will create a full stack Next.js React web app that acts as your AI career coach agent. Hey there, and welcome back to TubeGuruji. Today, you will learn how to integrate powerful AI tool like career question answer chat agent to answer any career question with a real-time AI agent. Then
AI resume analyzer agent to get instant feedback and suggestion on your resume along with the detailed report. Then the agent which will help us to generate the career roadmap, which is personalized career path planning in a second. We'll combine the modern framework like Next.js, React, Tailwind CSS, Clerk, Ingest, and most important, the Neon database, along with an AI API to build fully functional, smart, and sleek web app from the scratch. Let me walk through the application first, and then we'll start building this application completely from the scratch. If you see, we have this beautiful landing screen, and with the help of Next.js boilerplate, we are going to implement this complete application in which you will find a different tech stacks included in that boilerplate. Then simply with the help of Gmail and email password authentication, you can simply log in to your app. Once you land on the dashboard, you will see this all the available AI tools where you will find an AI career question answer chart agent, AI resume analyzer agent, or even career roadmap generator agent and cover letter generator agent. On the left hand side, you will find the sidebar with a quick access to some of the feature like AI tools, my history, billing, profile. Under the billing, you will find that we added the subscription model because this is a SaaS application, and obviously for the free user we have certain features only available, but for the paid and subscribed user can access all the feature inside our app. That also you can learn how to do it in this particular course. Now let's consider that you want to use an question answer agent. Simply click ask now, and then you will land on this beautiful live chat session page. You can simply ask whatever the question you have. Let's say how to become full stack React developer, and simply just send this, and within a few seconds it will give you the answer. With the help of the ingest, you will find all of this AI agent. We build it, and each AI agent will find how to which input you provide, which output you provide through this ingest server. And with the help of ingest agent kit, we're gonna add all these career coach agent into our application, and boom, if you see, we have this beautiful structure output for you with all the details for your questions. And then here you can start chatting in a real time. How cool, right? Not only that, but if you have a resume and you want to analyze your resume, just upload your resume, and once you upload your resume, with the help of our AI resume analyzer, it will start analyzing your resume and give you the complete report. And once the report is generated, you will redirect it to this AI resume analyzer page where you will find an overall score for your resume. What are for each section you will find the how much percentage and how strong it is, right, within all the details, with all the tips. Here you have option to improve your tips, then what are the good inside this particular resume and what you need to implement. All the details you will find in this particular resume analyzer agent. This agent will help you to improve your resume. Next, we have the career roadmap generator. Let's say you want to learn what are the different tech stack you want to learn in order to become a developer or in any different position. Let's say you want to become full stack React developer. Just search it and then simply click generate, and it will give you the complete roadmap in a node and edge format. With the help of React Flow, we added this roadmap and we are displaying that roadmap in a tree like structure. And boom, if you see the complete description, the duration, and here we added this beautiful tree like structure. How cool, right? And here you will find all the details what you want to learn after each of the section and each of the topic, and complete roadmap we generated with the help of our AI career agent. And that also you want to learn how to generate it, how to display in this format, and everything you want to learn in this particular course without missing any small topics. I'm gonna cover everything for you guys. Then anytime you want to access your data, just go to the My History tab, and here just click on your whatever the last agent you talk, and then you will find all the details back, because with the help of Neon we are going to use the PostgreSQL database into our application as a backend, and hence we're going to store all our data to this Neon PostgreSQL database. Then with the help of clerk billing, we are going to add a subscription billing with the help of clerk and the Strapi integration, where you don't need to do anything. Within just one line of code you can add this subscription model. If you see, I'm gonna tell you how easily you can add it. Not only that, but within the app you can make a payment. You can even go to this profile section and you can see this billing profile. You can deactivate it, unsubscribe any time. You can even update the payment method, and everything is included inside this clerk billing feature, which is recently introduced by the clerk. So guys, this complete application, which is AI Career Coach Agent, which we are going to build completely from the scratch, and this is the full stack SaaS application. So guys, without doing any further delay, let's begin to develop this application. If you are new to this channel, don't forget to subscribe, press like button, and don't forget to press notification bell icon. Also, if you want to access my all the source code and the exclusive courses, simply go to the TubeGuruji.com, join the membership and get access to all of my source code. In order to build the UI UX mockup with the help of AI for free, simply go to the UIUXmock.com and then you can generate a real-time mockup for your web and mobile application. So let's begin for a chapter 1. Now it's time to create a Next.js application, and for that one we are going to use a Next.js boilerplate. This is the fast Next.js version 2 boilerplate, which include the Next.js latest 15 version app. Then you also have the landing screen for your application, which you can obviously modify it. Then it also included the clerk authentication, magic link password authentication, and Google Facebook authentication, everything included as a package with the clerk authentication. Then we have the ShatCN Tailwind CSS based UI library, which can help us to develop our application much more faster, which include the different UI components and many more. Also, for the database, we are going to have the Neon PostgreSQL database, which is also available inside this boilerplate. Then this boilerplate application contains a beautiful dashboard, which is already there, so you don't need to implement or integrate manually. Then with the help of Drizzle ORM, we are going to connect our application with our database that is also integrated with this boilerplate. And obviously we have the Tailwind CSS version and the Stripe subscription pricing as well. Everything is included in this particular fast Next.js version 2 boilerplate application, and it's very easy to use it. Simply go to this site. I will also put the link in the description. Then click on get it now. You will redirect it to the GitHub library. Then simply copy this HTTP URL, or you can even download the zip file. Don't forget to give the stars. Okay, so make sure to add and just mark it as a star. Okay, then go back to folder where you want to add this project. So I will open a new terminal, add that folder, and simply over here I will say git clone and paste this HTTPS URL of the repo, and boom, your project is cloned to your local. Perfect. Now I will close this and simply open a VS Code, open a folder where you just clone this project. So in my case it is inside the project, Next.js project, and this is fast Next.js version 2 project. You can even rename this project obviously anytime, and boom, if you see, we have all the files and folders which is required for this particular project. Now before running this application, this is very important to create a .env file. If you see, we have this .env.example. Okay, simply copy all of this variable name, and we'll create a new .env file and simply paste this code. Now very first thing that we need to provide is a neon database connection string. Okay, and if you don't know how to get that one, just follow this tutorial. So simply go to the neon.tech, which is the one of the best PostgreSQL database provider in the market. The most important is free to use and very easy to use as well. You can create as much as database tables you want with this neon PostgreSQL database. So click the link in the description and then you will jump onto this screen. Then if you don't have account, create a new account. Once you log in, you will jump onto this dashboard where you have option to create a new project. I already have project created, so I will open the existing project. Then you will land on this project dashboard. Here you will find all the details about the monitoring, how much data or storage is filled, the compute power, and all of this information you can find it. Now, in order to create a new database, simply click connect. After this, make sure to keep this setting as it is, but over here you will find an option called create new database. Just click on it and give the database name and select it. Now I already created the database, so I will open this AI career coach agent. Okay, and here you will find the connection string. Now you obviously have different option over here. See, okay, now simply copy this connection string and I will put it inside our .env file. As simple as that. Boom. And now your application is connected to a neon database PostgreSQL DB, right? Next thing, we need to generate this clerk publisher key and the secret key, which is required for the authentication for Google, Facebook, email password, or magic link authentication. Okay, so now head back to the clerk authentication. Okay, then if you don't know about the clerk, then clerk is the one of the best authentication service provider, and they recently launched the clerk billing, which provide the Stripe subscription pricing model, and you can just easily integrate within just one line, and that also we are going to learn in this particular video. So for now, simply go to the clerk, sign in to this clerk authentication, and once you jump over here, you will have option to create a new application. Now give the application name. So in this case, we'll say AI career coach agent. Then you have option to enable different sign-in providers like email, phone number, username, Google, Facebook, Apple, and there are a bunch of others. You can enable any of them which you want. For example, let's say you want email and Facebook, say like this. Over here on the right hand side, you will see the actual preview of the login component. Okay, once we integrate this clerk authentication component into our application. Once you are selected all the required provider, simply click create application, and boom, you will redirect it to this document dashboard where you will see some installation step. Now obviously we don't need this installation step because this boilerplate include everything, so you don't need to worry about that. Now simply you need to copy this environment variables. So I will copy this both the variables, go back to your application, and then I will paste it here. See, okay, now obviously this is the development test environment variable, but at the end of this course you're gonna learn how can we move this development clerk application to a production instance. That also we are going to learn, so don't worry. But right now, that's all we need to do. Now, let's go back to our application. Now, it's time to run this application. Now, in order to run this, simply go to the terminal, click new terminal, and it will open a terminal inside your VS Code only. And then here, you need to install the dependency first, because inside the package.json, we have already some dependency installed. See, okay, which include the name of your application. Now obviously we can change this to AI career coach agent app. Then you can update the version. These are the script to run your application and some dependency. Now first we will install the dependency by using this npm install command, and then it will install all these dependency mentioned inside this package.json. Also, let me walk through all the folders and file quickly. Now inside the app folder is about this boilerplate which contain the underscore component folder which has the application header and application sidebar. Okay, then we have authentication group folder which contains sign in and sign up screen. Then we have the routes page which contain the dashboard page, okay, and also which has their own layout.tsx file and provider.tsx file, as this application is based on TypeScript. Okay, so if you are new to the TypeScript, don't worry, because which is quite similar to the JavaScript as well. Then we have API endpoint in order to save the user information directly to our Neon PostgreSQL database once the user is sign in or sign up to our application. Next, we have the component folder which contain the shared CN UI components. Then we have config folder which contain the database connection with the PostgreSQL and the schema for the user table. Whenever you want to add any new table, we're gonna write a schema for it, and then once the schema is written, then we're gonna push that schema and then it will update to our Neon PostgreSQL database. Now if you are new, so don't worry, because this is just a boilerplate, and on the top of it we are going to implement our complete application. Then we have context folder which hold the authentication context, the hook folder which is just for the sidebar purpose. Okay, then we have the public folder which contain all the images which you want to use from your local application, and obviously we added the .env file just now. Then we have this diesel.config.ts file which help us to make a connection with the Neon PostgreSQL database and with the Drizzle ORM. Then we have middleware.tsx file which contain which route we want to make it public and which route we want to protect it with the help of clerk authentication. And then we have package and tailwind.config.ts file. Now we are using the Tailwind CSS version 3. Okay, so make sure that we are using the Tailwind CSS version 3 for this particular project, and that's all we have about all the files and folder. Now once the dependency is installed, simply run your application by using command npm run dev, and if you see, now it open the port 3000 on localhost. So we'll open in a new browser, and boom, this is our simple clean landing screen for your application. Obviously you have option to make the change and everything. Obviously we are going to update our landing screen at the end of this particular course, because once we build the application, we are going to deploy our application on the cloud, and then we are going to update our landing screen as well. Now on the click of get started, okay, you will see we will redirect it to this beautiful sign in page where we have this predefined UI component. Okay, now you have option to sign in with the Google or email password. You can even sign up with the email password or Google authentication. Now I will select Google. It will ask me to choose an account, and once you sign in or sign up successfully, you will redirect it to this dashboard screen. Now if you see this route called localhost 3000/dashboard, on the left hand side we have this beautiful sidebar, and here we have the dedicated toggle for it. How cool, right? Now obviously you have option to modify this one. These are some basic option added, but we are going to update this sidebar option as well, and then from here we are going to implement our application completely from the scratch. So guys, if you face any issue in order to run this boilerplate, let me know in the comment section, or you can connect me on our Discord channel. The link is in the description. About this boilerplate, you will find the link in the description as well, and all the services like clerk authentication, Neon database, make sure to click the link in the description to jump on the specific site and the documentation as well. Now it's time to update our sidebar, where if you see inside this Figma design, we have this logo at the top and then some option. Obviously we are going to add icon for each of them. On the workspace or home page on the right hand side, we are going to show this welcome banner
Then the available tools like AI career question answer chart, AI resume analyzer, building the roadmap, and many others AI tool which we are going to add. And then at the bottom, user can access quickly the previous history. Obviously we are going to implement one by one. So first let's update this sidebar. So we'll go back to our application, and this is our default sidebar. So I already added this logo.png file. Obviously I'm going to share this all the assets with you for free. Okay, then in order to update this logo, simply we'll go to this app. Under the app we have this underscore component, and inside that we have this app sidebar. Over here we're gonna update this to logo.png, as we are using this image from our local public folder. So you don't need to provide a complete path. Next.js will understand that you are trying to access these assets from the public folder. Then we don't need height full, and let's save this one. I will change this height to 70, and boom, if you see, our logo is now ready. Over here we'll say build awesome skills. Okay, over here we'll add margin top to 3, and then for this one we'll add margin top to 2 only. Perfect. Okay, on the left hand side, if you see, we have this option that we are going to update as per our Figma design. So we have the workspace, AI tool, and many other options. So at the top you will see this option. So first we'll say workspace, AI tools, history, or we'll say my history, then billing, and then the last is profile. Okay, then for each of them you will see there is an icon related to it and the URL or path for that particular page. Right now all of this icon is importing from the Lucid React. If you don't know what is Lucid React, simply go to this Lucid React, and then this is the icon library, okay, which is very powerful and they are very easy to use. You can explore more icons over here. See, okay, now if you want to search for the, let's say, workspace, okay, you will see you can just search like this and you can find some beautiful icons from here. Now let's say I selected this layer icon, and obviously if you want to update, you can just type as layers and you will get this suggestion. See, okay, now in this case, if you see, this is importing from the Lucid React. Just click enter, and then the layers icon now get inserted. If I save this one, you will see this icon is reflecting on our UI as well. Okay, then for the AI tool I will keep as it is. For my history I will keep this calendar only. For a billing I will update this to wallet, and for profile here we'll say user circle icon. Perfect. Okay, and that's how our sidebar is ready. Let's implement the dashboard or workspace screen, where we want to show on the right hand side with this welcome banner, then the available AI tools, and the section for the previous history. Now each of these particular section we are going to divide into a small components, and then we're going to put these all the small components into one single screen. Okay, so it will be easy for us to handle and implement. So first thing, let's go back, and inside these routes we have this dashboard screen. Under this dashboard we are going to create another folder called underscore components. Now all the components related to this dashboard we're going to keep inside this underscore component folder. Now when we give the name underscore component, then Next.js will not consider this as a routes. Inside this we'll say welcome banner.tsx. Now add a default template and then save it. Now once we have this welcome banner component inside the page.tsx, I'm going to import it. So over here we'll say welcome banner and save it. Now if I go back to our app, here you will see the text called welcome banner. It means our component is displaying. Perfect. Now let's go over here and inside the h2 tag we want to add a text. So from the Figma I will just copy this text and then simply gonna paste it here. Same thing inside the p tag, I'm gonna copy this and then over here I will paste it. So I'm going to share this Figma design with you as well, so you can get access to this one. Now for this h2 tag we'll add a font bold, text is of 2XL, and also okay, let's save it first, and this is how it will look like. Obviously for this div I'm going to add some padding, then we'll add a background gradient to say to right. Okay, now when you want to add a gradient, Tailwind CSS classes is quite helpful and it's quite easy as well. Over here, if you want to get the exact color from the Figma, you can select this particular section, then over here you will see the 0, 54% and 100 means we need to give this color code. So over here we'll say from, okay, and then you need to provide this hex code if you want to provide in a your own custom code. So make sure you need to provide in a square bracket. Now another thing, we need to provide a middle color, so we'll say via, and then middle color you can also get it from this Figma, which is this one. Again we are going to provide a custom color code, and then the last color, which is 2, which is this one, something like this, and then save it. Now if I go back, say this is how it will look like. Here you can change this to gradient to right, left, and this is how it will look like. Obviously I'm going to change this color to text white, and over here as well we'll make text is of white color. Okay, then below that we want to show a button, so over here I'm going to add a button component, and obviously this is importing from the Shatsion. Here we'll just say let's get started. Okay, now this button is in the blue color. You can add a variant as outline. Okay, and boom, also we'll give margin top to 5. Then you can make this corner to be rounded. So for this div we'll make rounded, so let's say large. I will make it XL. Perfect, and that's how our welcome banner is ready. Obviously you can add more content into this one. Okay, now next thing is we want to show an available AI tools. Now to this available AI tools we have these icons, then we have this tool name, some small description, and then at the last we have the button with a button name. Okay, so for that one obviously you can create a component first called AI tools. So inside these components we'll say AI tools dot tsx, then add a default template. Now make sure to import this AI tools. So over here we'll say AI tools, then inside this AI tools we'll give a margin top to 7. Now let's display this available AI tools as we already created these components, and make sure to add this all of the detail first. So from this Figma I'm going to copy this text. Over here we'll say h2 tag with the text available AI tools, then the subheading or subtitle we can say in a p tag, then for this h2 tag we'll say font bold, text larger, and for the p tag let's keep as it is. Perfect. Now obviously I'm going to add some border, so over here we'll say padding to 5, background white, and we'll make a border, we'll make a rounded XL. perfect. Okay, then if you see this mockup, we have this all the cards, right? Each of the card has the icon, the name of the AI tools, the description, and button with the button name. Okay, so we'll create a list first. So over here we'll say constant AI tools list. Then inside that we need to provide a name of the tool, then the description, then icon, and after that we also want to show the button name. Okay, and then the route, or we can say the path. Okay, so on the click of that one, with which page user want to redirect it. Now for the tool name, right, we'll copy one by one. So this is the AI career question answer chart. Then we have the AI resume analyzer. Okay, so first we'll add a description over here. Now for the icon, I already added some icon inside this public folder. If you see, we have this chatbot.png, cover image, and all of this, right? Obviously you can get it from the source code, as well as I'm going to provide these assets with you. Over here we'll say chatbot.png. Then for the button we'll say let's chat, and for a path we'll say AI chart, and then save it. So similar way you have to add for all of this. So I will pause the video and I will add for remaining one. Now here I added a remaining AI tool list. Okay, now it's time to display it. So over here I will add a div, and now we want to iterate this. So we'll say AI tool list dot map. Here we'll say tools comma index and the arrow function. Inside this you can add a div. Now we have two options. Either you can create the card directly inside the same component, or you can create different component for this card. So we'll create a different component. So under this underscore component we'll create AI tool card dot tsx file. We'll add a default template for it, and then over here we'll simply add this AI tools. Now obviously we want to pass a tool name as a tools, or we can say tool only, something like this. Now inside the AI tool, make sure to accept it here as a tool. Okay, now here you need to provide not here, my bad. So this need to be an AI tool card component, and inside that we need to pass a tool. Also we'll pass key as an index, and then if I go to this AI tool card, make sure to accept it as a tool. Now here you need to provide a type for this tool, because we are using a TypeScript. Now here you just need to define interface. We'll say tool, and inside that you need to provide a type. I will just rename this. Okay, now type will be the name, description, and everything. So I will just copy this, we'll paste it here, and now for each of them you need to provide the type. So obviously the description is of type string, icon, again everything is a type string. So we'll provide like this, and then you can provide the type as a tool, and remove this one. Perfect. Now over here, the first we need to show an icon. So we'll use an image tag from the next/image, and inside the source we'll provide a tool dot icon. Then width, let's say 50, the height we'll say 50, and then we'll give the alt tag. For the alt tag I will give the tool dot name, and then save it. So inside this AI tools, obviously you need to provide a type over here as well, because currently the tool is of type nothing. Either you can provide an any. Okay, also over here we cannot define directly this tool, so over here we'll say type, we can say AI tool props is equal to tool as tool, and this AI tool props we can define over here, and then we will destructure this. Oh, so over here need to be a tool because that's what we are accepting. Okay, and then save it, and once if you save, you will see this icon. Perfect. Now let's go back, and then after this image, below that we want to show heading tag with a tool dot name. Okay, and if I refresh it, I don't know why it's not showing. Okay, now it's showing. Perfect. Then we want to show a description as well, and then button. So we'll say tool dot description, and then the last we have the button component. Here we'll say tool dot button. Perfect. Now let's bring everything in one line. So obviously inside this AI tool, for this div, I will mark this as a grid. We'll say grid column 1 when the screen size is smaller. On the medium screen, we'll say grid column 2. On large, we'll say grid column 3. And for extra large, we'll say grid column 4. Then we'll give gap to 5 as well. Now you will see it is everything in one line. Now let's go to this AI tool card. Over here, I will change this width to, let's say, 40. Then for this h2 tag, we'll say font medium. Over here, we'll say text gray, so little lighter. And for this button, we'll say width to be full, margin top to 3. Perfect. Now for this div, we'll add a class name. First, we'll add some padding. Then we'll add a border, and we'll make a rounded, let's say large. Then we'll give some margin, not here, but we can give these AI tools with a margin top to, let's say, 4, some space between this section. Perfect. And that's how our AI tool list is ready. Now also make sure inside this AI tool there is some gap, so we'll say margin top to 2 between this image and these tools. And I will also make font bold. Let's see how it looks. I think this is much better. Obviously on the click of it, we want to navigate to their respective screen. Okay, so either you can wrap this button inside the link tag with an h reference. Okay, and then over here we'll simply say tool dot path. Okay, so if I click on it, obviously we don't have any route yet, but once you click on it, it will redirect it to that respective routes as well. Then after this, the next part is this to show the previous history. Okay, now if user don't have a history, then we are going to show this empty state. So let's go back and implement that. So inside this underscore component folder, we'll say history.tsx and make sure that with an H capital, then add a default template, and inside the page.tsx, I will add this history page or history component. Over here, we'll add margin top to 5. Then we want to add this previous history text as it is. So inside the h2 tag, we'll add this text. Over here, we'll add a font bold, text larger, and then the description for it. Let's keep for now as it is. And if I go back, this is how it will look like. Similar like this available AI tools, I'm going to add some padding. Then we'll add a border and we'll make rounded Excel. Perfect. Now, as I told you that if user don't have history, we want to show this empty state. So first we'll define a state called user history, set user history is equal to use state, as initially it will be empty. Okay, then over here we'll check if history dot length is equal to 0, then because I am adding and okay, let's add a question mark operator, or you can add an and operator as well for now. And then inside the div we can show this bulb icon. So this bulb icon is already there in my public folder, so I'm going to add an image tag with a source and the arrow function. Inside this we'll say slash bulb.png, then in alt tag we'll say bulb, then we want to give width, let's say 50, and height to 50. If I go over here just to verify that bulb is showing right now, as we are using the use state, then we have to mark this component on the client side, as React hook cannot work on the server side. So we'll mark this as a use client. Okay, and somehow the bulb is not showing because maybe the name is different or what. So here the icon name is idea, so I will just change this to idea. Oh, this need to be a user history, so that's why it was not showing. See, now it's showing. Then after this we'll add an h2 tag, and inside that we'll say a text called you do not have any history, and then everything we want in the center of the screen. So something like this, and obviously we'll make flex column and margin top to 6. Perfect. If you want, you can add a button as well, and here we'll say explore AI tools. With the margin top to 5. Okay, so that's how you need to create this home screen, where we added the welcome banner, then we added this available AI tools with all the list which we need and we are going to implement in this particular course video, and then we have the previous history. Currently we don't have, that's why we are showing it as empty. Now before implementing any of this AI tool, we need to add a billing section, as this is a SaaS application and we want to add a subscription model to our application. Now obviously before using any of this AI tools inside our application will check if user is subscribed to any of our plan or not, and depends on that one we are going to give access to this AI tools. And in order to add this billing subscription pricing option, we are going to use a clerk billing. Clerk recently introduced a subscription billing features where you can easily add the subscription billing to your application within just one line of code. And if you see how this works, everything is predefined, you don't need to add even the UI. With the help of clerk component, it will easily add it, and it directly connected to the Stripe payment gateway, which is quite and worldwide used Stripe payment gateway. Okay, and in this particular chapter I'm going to tell you how easily we can integrate it. So click the link in the description so that you will jump onto the specific documentation page. Also, once you are on the dashboard clerk, okay, make sure you selected the correct project, because we just created the clerk key for that one, right? Here you will see a brand new section called subscription. Just click on it, click get started, and inside here you have option to create a plan. Right now we don't have any plan, so just click on create plan, and then obviously here we have the default plan, which is a free plan. Okay, now you have option to add another plan. Just give the plan name whichever you want. So for example, here we'll say month pro only. Okay, then you can add a description if you want. Okay, and after that you can mention the price for your plan. So we'll say $9 per month.
Then you can mention the annual discount or monthly base fee. So let's say annually you can provide it just for a $99, or so it's monthly, so we can say, let's say $7, okay, if user is buying annually. Then you can add the list of features over here, okay. So for example, we can say unlimited question answer, question answer chart. Then I will create this feature, I will add another feature, and you can obviously reuse this feature in your different plan as well. So I'm going to add it, okay. I will pause the video and I will add few more features. Now here I added some features. Obviously you have option to move this feature up and down, and once everything is done you can just simply click save, okay. Next, if I go back, so if I go to this plan section, you will see a brand new plan which we just created called Pro plan. Now if you want to add one more plan, let's say premium, and in this case you can mention the pricing as well. For that you can provide the annual discount, and then you can add the feature. So in this case you can select all the existing created features, and along with that one you can add new feature as well. So in this case I will say unlimited cover letter generator, and click create feature. Now obviously I will remove this one, and you have option to move this along as well, something like this, say perfect, and simply click save, and that's how your another plan is also ready, okay. Once this is ready, obviously you can even read this billing guide how to integrate it, okay. Make sure to select this B2C SaaS application, as this is the business to customer SaaS application. And if you see, with the help of this pricing table component, you can easily display all this pricing model, and this is how you can access whether the user have access to certain plans or not. Also here you have option to enable the billing, okay, or anytime you can go to the setting and make sure this is enabled. Right now it's showing the button disabled because billing is already enabled for this one. As we are on the development mode, so it will use the dummy details for your billing, but you can even connect to the Stripe account as well in the development mode, okay. It's up to you. Now for the guide, click the link in the description. You will jump onto this billing guide, and here first important things that you need to do is to add this pricing table component. So I will go back to our application, and inside this we want to create a brand new route called billing. Inside this routes / billing, then we'll create a page.tsx file, add a default template, and I will just rename this to billing and then save it. Inside this we'll add an h2 tag. Here I will just add choose your plan, and here I will add select a subscription bundle to get all AI tools access. Now we'll add a font bold, text is of 3XL, and here we'll add a class name text large. Now if I go back to our application and then make sure to click on billing, you will redirect it to this billing page. See, now you can make this in the center of the screen. So simply I will add text to be in the center, and here as well I will say text to be in the center. Perfect, okay. Now let's display this all the pricing model. So I'm going to add a pricing table component from the clerk Next.js, see, something like this, and then save it, and boom, see, the pricing model is showing on the screen without writing a more than one line of code, because only with the help of this pricing table clerk Next.js component we are able to show all this particular model, and whatever the features we added, you will see these features as well. How cool, right? So that's how easily you can add. Obviously you have option to customize this buttons, the color combination, everything. Okay, right now I will just give margin top to 6. Okay, perfect. So guys, that's how easily you can add it. Currently, if you see, you are on the free plan, right? But if you want to subscribe any of this model, let's say you want to subscribe to this model, we'll say subscribe. On the right hand side, inside your application only, you can able to make a payment by entering the card details and everything. As we are on the development mode, you can just test it by using this pay with the test card, and once you click on it, done, your payment was successful. And if I click continue, obviously it's redirecting to the home screen, but you can update that, and then you will see now your current plan is this Pro Active plan. Perfect, right? So that's how easily you can update it, and you can add the pricing table. Anytime you can switch to any of this plan as well. Now inside the clerk, you can even track all your subscription, and here if I refresh the screen, you will see the revenue, because we just make a payment for yearly plan, and here you can see the total amount, who paid it, the user's information, and all the details inside your clerk dashboard only. So that's how easily guys the clerk made this pricing model or implementing this pricing into your SaaS app much easier, right? Now the question is how you can manage this pricing, and that will be very easy. We are going to add a new screen inside the profile. So what we can do, let's create a new route under this routes, and we can call it as a profile. Under that we'll create a page.tsx file, add a default templates. I will rename this component to profile, and inside this we'll use user profile component from the Next.js. Okay, and then save it. Now once you save, let's go back, and I will go to this profile section, and boom, you will see the clerk build component called user profile is displaying on the screen, and here you will see a brand new option called billing. Inside that you will see your current active subscription, okay, your payment method. Obviously you have option to add a new payment method as well. If you want to change, you can see your invoice statement, and if you want to cancel your subscription, you have option to cancel this subscription as well. How cool, right? You can manage directly through this profile section. So that's how you need to implement. So guys, if you have any question, any doubt regarding this billing, then let me know in the comment section. Currently our user is under this pro plan. Now next we're gonna see how can we check whether the user is has access to that particular plan or not, and this is how you can use it or check it. Okay, obviously it's quite easy, just in 2 lines you can get or check whether the user have specific plan access or not. It's time to add an first AI tool, which is AI career question answer chat, where user can ask a question to our AI career agent, which is trained for it. Obviously this is the similar like a chat GPT or Gemini chat UI, where user can type a question. After clicking send button, it will send it to your LLM model, and then it will return answer, and it will display for you. It's a two-way communication, okay, by just typing it and getting the answer back. So it's very straightforward, and if you see this mockup, this is how we are going to add. Obviously this is the empty state which you are seeing on the screen, okay, where user can simply select any of these available option, and then you can get started, or user can type here to get start or to learn from it, okay, or to ask question directly to the AI LLM model. So let's go back to our application, and inside the routes I'm going to create a new route. Obviously this is a nested route, so here I will say AI tools, and inside the AI tools we create another route. We can call it as a AI QA chart, or you can say AI chart, and then we'll create a page.tsx file.
let's add a default templates. Here we'll say AI chart and then save it. Now if you remember, inside this AI tools section we also added this path, right? Now over here I will going to update this, so we'll say /AI tools /AI chart. Okay, so we have to go to this AI tools and AI chart. That's where the AI career question answer chart will be available. Now if I go back to our application and click on ask now, and boom, if you see, it's redirected to this nested route called AI tools /AI charts. How cool, right? Perfect. Now next we need to add a UI for it. So let's go to this AI chart page.tsx file. Inside here we'll add an h2 tag, and if you see inside our, as per our mockup, it written this AI career question answer chart. So here we'll say AI career question answer chart, and you can even add some description. So if you can also check a Figma, okay, for it. So I already added the Figma design for it, so you can just use it. I will add font bold, text is of large, and if I go back, this is how it will look like. I think that's good. Then I will wrap this inside the div, and then I want to add a button as well, and we'll say new chart. Obviously again we need to wrap inside the div for it, so that we can bring button on the right hand side. So here we can make flex item to be in the center and then justify between. See this new chart button. Perfect. Now here we need to add a chart window. So at the bottom side, so over here we can add some empty state options and another div for the message list, and then another div for the input list, input field. So basically let's wrap this div inside a one div, something like this, and here we'll add a class name. We'll make flex column height, let's say 80 vertical height, then save it. Then over here for this div we need to add an input field. Okay, now this input field already available because inside the boilerplate this input field is there. So if it's not there, make sure to import whichever component you want to add. Inside the placeholder we'll say type here, and below that we can just add a button. Inside the button I want to add a send icon and then save it, something like this. Now let's bring this icon and the input field in one line. So for this one we can make it flex justify between item to be in the center and gap to 5 or 6, something like this, say. Okay, now bring this at the bottom. So now obviously this need to be bottom below to this message list. So for this div I'm going to add a class name. We'll make it flex 1. Okay, and once you make flex 1, if you see this input field is at the bottom and this particular space only for this message list. Over here you can change this to, let's say, 75 vertical height, so it will be a little bit top. Okay, another important thing, you can provide some padding, okay, from left and right, depends on the screen size. So for this top div only, so over here we'll add a class name. We'll give padding to 10, or we'll say padding x to 10 if the screen size is smaller. On the medium screen size we'll give padding x to 24. On large screen we'll give padding x to 36, and on Excel we'll give padding x to, let's say, 48. And this is how it will look like. I think that's pretty good, right? Over here as well I'm gonna add padding, a gap to it, so some space, and here you can have option to chart. Next, once users start entering, obviously on the click of send we need to send a message and we want to display it, but before that we want to show an empty state, something like this. So for that one I'm going to create a component under this AI chart. So we'll create a folder first called underscore component, and all the related component to this AI chart will keep inside this underscore component folder. Here we'll say empty state dot tsx, add a default template and then save it. Over here we'll add an h2 tag and we'll say AI ask anything to AI career agent. So here we say ask anything to AI career agent and then save it. Over here we'll add a font bold, text Excel, and obviously this particular empty state is not yet in the main component, so inside the page.jsx over here we'll add this empty state component. See, let's give margin top, so over here margin top to 5. If I remove this p tag, that will be good because that's a long text. Okay, so either you can just remove this and we'll keep the short one, short text. I think that will be good. Perfect. Now obviously here we need to add some options. So inside the empty state we'll add a list of questions or list of constant question list, and you can just ask a simple question straightforward. So similar like this one, if I go to this Figma, you can copy some of the questions, then this one and so on. Over here we'll add a question list dot map question comma index and the arrow function. Inside this we'll add a h2 tag and then simply display these questions. Over here obviously you can add a padding. Then if I save this one, you will see this text. Obviously make sure to put it in the center of the screen, so we'll say text center. We can add a border, we'll make a rounded large, and then margin y to let's say 3. Perfect. Okay, so obviously a user can ask directly question by selecting any of these. You can add a hover effect as well. So on a hover you can change a border to let's say primary. I don't know which border. I think yeah, that's pretty good. And make sure to change the cursor pointer as well. Perfect. Okay, now obviously once you click on this one, we have to send back the selected question to the parent component. Okay, so and let me bring this down. We'll provide a key as an index, and then on click we'll say selected question and we'll pass this question. On this select question I'm going to pass back, and I'm providing a type any. Over here from the page we have the empty state and it will return the question, the selected question, right? So over here we'll provide a type string and then we want to set it inside one state. So here we'll say user input comma set user input is equal to use state, and which is of type string, and here we'll set this user input as question. Now for this input value we need to define a value as a user input, and we need to add on change event So of type event, and whenever user types something, here we'll say event dot target dot value. Okay, as we are using the use state inside this page.tsx file, we need to mark this component on the client side. So mark this as a use client. If I click any of this one, you will see at the bottom it's get updated, and on the click of send, it will we need to send it to the AI model. Okay, perfect. So that's how you need to implement. Obviously, next we are going to create an agent to chart for the chart purpose. Okay, so that agent we are going to add now. Now after building this one, obviously we need to create an agent for AI career question answer chart. But along with this, we also need to create an agent for AI resume analyzer, career roadmap generator, cover letter generator, and many more. But the question is how to build this agent at one place. Now let's consider this particular workflow where you want to create a different agent for a career agent, question answer chart, resume analyzer, roadmap generator, cover letter, and many others. Obviously we want to bring as a one single function, and that's where we are going to use an ingest. With the help of ingest, we are going to build all of this AI agent, and ingest provide one of the best feature called agent kit by ingest. This agent kit is a framework to build AI agent from a single model inference call to multi-agent system that uses a tool. Agent kit enables developer to build, test, and deploy reliable AI application at scale. Now obviously it's very easy to integrate, and in this particular course I'm going to tell you how to set up the ingest and how to set up the agent kit in order to create this AI agent. Now whenever you want to use any AI agent, you can call that ingest function, pass the agent name, and then everything ingest will take care of all the workflow for you. Now obviously once you call this AI agent with the help of different LLM model like ChatGPT, Gemini, Anthropic, and many others LLM model can be integrated with this agent kit, and then you will get the answer. How cool it is, right? So that's why we are going to use ingest. Also ingest provide an functionality where you can run a long running API at background without affecting your application. So even though on Vercel you cannot run your API more than 50 seconds, that's where ingest play a very important role to run your API more than 5-10 minutes. It's up to you how much time you want. Also it has a inbuilt queuing functionality, cron jobs, scheduling, and many other features available inside the ingest. Now click the link in the description in order to jump to the ingest, and once you are on the ingest.com, here you will see all the features provided by the ingest. Now right now you don't need to sign up, okay, but when you want to deploy your application, then obviously I'm gonna tell you the complete production step as well. But before that, let's go to the documentation, click get started, and make sure to select the framework which is Next.js. Over here, first step is to install the ingest. So we'll copy this command, go back to your application, and inside the new tab, we'll install the ingest for you. Now just follow this documentation step by step, and then you can easily run the ingest locally. Once you install the ingest, now it's time to run the ingest dev server on your local machine. So when you want to test ingest, you can run it locally completely for free, and obviously in production as well it's free to use. Now once you run this, you will see your application is running on the localhost 8288 port, or you can also open on this particular port, and if you see it's running on your localhost 8288 port. Okay, now here we have all the functionality like monitoring your all the function run, stream. You can see once your app is connected, you will see this application name, and whichever function you write, you will find this function over here. Right now obviously we need to follow some more step. Now next thing, we need to create an ingest client. Now simply we have to create an ingest folder, and inside that we create this client.ts file. So go to the root directory. Here we'll add ingest/client. Obviously it will automatically create a folder for us, and then it will create a file as well. Inside that we'll copy this line of code and we'll paste it here. Now here we simply define this ingest with the name of your or ID for your application. I will rename this to AI Career Coach Agent, then save it. After this, you need to create an API endpoint with the endpoint called ingest. So I will just copy this path, and inside the API folder we'll create a file. It automatically create the folder as well, and then we'll copy this example as it is. Okay, now whenever you create an ingest function, you just need to add it. Now don't worry if you don't know what is ingest function, so we are going to create in a moment. Now over here the fourth step is to create an ingest function. Now we'll inside this ingest folder we'll create an function.ts file. So simply go to this ingest folder, and inside this we'll create a function.ts file. Now you can keep all your function inside this function.ts. Now here we created this hello world function with the help of ingest.create function. Make sure to give the ID, the event name, and then inside this async you can write whatever the logic you want to add, and then simply return the result. Now in this case we are just making the function sleep for 1 second, and after 1 second it will return this hello message. Now once you save it, inside our ingest endpoint you need to add this function. So inside here we'll just simply say hello world, and if you see it's importing from the ingest/function. Once you save it, you can trigger this function from the local. Now if I refresh this app, go to the apps and make sure it will sync it. If it's not syncing, it means it's not able to find an API endpoint. That's because we are using the middleware file, and inside the middleware we are not means all the routes are a protected route except these three which we are mentioned. So over here we'll provide an API/ingest, and we are telling to the middleware that this is a public route, so make sure you don't need an authentication for that. Once you add this, just refresh it, and then in a moment it will sync your application, and boom, if you see application gets synced now perfectly fine, and this is the API endpoint is trying to access it. Now under the function you will see the hello world function as well. Now if I try to invoke, over here you can provide an email, and we'll say TubeGuruji@gmail.com, and then let's say invoke function. As soon as you invoke, you will see it was running at the initial, and after 1 second it's returned the message with the hello and email ID. Over here you will see it wait for 1 second, and that's how you can keep track of your all the function run, all the logic, when it gets started, when it's ended, how much duration it takes, and all each small detail you will find inside this ingest. Now this is a very simple example about how to create a function and how to run it, but we want to create an agent. So in order to create this agent, simply go to this ingest. Now I will go to this home page and just wanted to show how you can find all the details. So go to the product or click the link in the description. Over here click AI agents. Now here you will find all the features available for you. Now I will click on this get started, where you will jump onto this agent kit by ingest. This is the brand new feature added by this ingest. Now simply you can explore this document that how to create an agent. If you see in this example, they created multiple agents called navigator, for example. Also you can add the tools. That is a quite interesting. If you want to know how to create an agent which actually uses the tool, let me know in the comment section. then you created the classifier agent, summarizer, and many more. Also, now once you create all of this agent, you can put this agent inside the network, where you can create a network and put all the agent, and automatically ingest will select the correct agent depends on your query or depends on your input, and that's how ingest will work. Now simply click on the quick start. Over here, first thing you need to install the agent kit. So inside the terminal, inside the new terminal, I will install the ingest kit. Now once you install, here you have option to create a new agent. Now next thing, if you see, this is the example that how you can create an agent. Okay, obviously you have to provide some API LLM model name and the API key as well, but I'm going to tell you the easiest way to do that. So simply I will go to the ingest function. Obviously we don't need this hello world, but that's fine. Over here we'll create export constant AI career chart agent is equal to create agent. Now make sure to import this agent kit import statement so that you can use the create agent method, and inside this you need to provide a name of the agent. Okay, so we'll say AI career chart agent. Then you can provide the description for which you want to use this agent. So we'll say an AI agent that answers career related question. After this, we want to provide a system. Okay, now this system prompt is very helpful because that's where you can define what this agent can do. Okay, so I already copied that and I will paste it here. I will also put this in inside our eraser doc. Okay, so you can access it, and here I added this system prompt as well. After this, you can add which model you want to provide. Okay, this is optional, but obviously if you are using network, then you have to add in that one. If you are not using the network agent, then you have to add this model over here. So we'll add OpenAI from the ingest, or make sure to import it from this agent kit, and inside this you can add whichever model you want to use. So we'll say a model. Here give the model name and then the API key, where you want to provide an API key as well. Now in order to generate or get the free API, you can go to the Gemini Studio. Okay, through the Gemini Studio you can generate a free API key along with the whichever model you want to use. You can get that one, or you can use a ChatGPT OpenAI model. Now once you are on the Google AI Studio, click on the get API key. If you see, you will find a bunch of if you don't have any key, make sure to create one, or you can use the one which is existing one. Once you copy this key, I will go back and I will paste it inside the .env file. So here I will rename it as a Gemini API key is equal to, and I just pasted that key, and over here we'll use as a process.env.Gemini API key. And for a model, so I will go back, and if you click on the model which you want to use, just select this model. So let's say you want to use light because that's quite cheaper, or I think there are other model which are also quite cheaper, and click on this code icon where you will find the model name. See, whichever model you select, you can get it from this code and simply paste it here. That's how you can do it. Okay, once you add this OpenAI with an API key and the model name, your agent is ready to use. Similar way you can create an resume analyzer agent, other kind of different agent as well. Now in order to call this agent, you need to write an ingest function, and that's quite easy. So here we'll say export constant AI career chart I will say AI career agent only is equal to ingest dot create function and inside this create function you need to provide an ID. Now give the unique name, so here we say AI career agent, and if you see the similar way that hello we added this hello world function, same way we have to implement here as well. Then you need to provide an event name, so I will give the same name just to avoid a mistake, and then in async we'll add event comma step and then arrow function. Over here we'll get the user input which you want to pass to this agent in order to get an answer, so we'll say event dot data. Once you get the user input, you can get the result by calling this agent using AI career chart agent dot run, and then you can pass the user input as it is, and inside the return you can get the result. And that's how you can create an ingest function for your agent. Now once you create this, it's time to call this ingest function from your API code. Now obviously related to this you can jump to this ingest, and here you can find how to call it from the API, but let me show you the quick how to do it. So simply we'll go to the routes, so not route, inside the API we'll create a new API endpoint called AI career chart, or we'll say AI career agent, or we'll say chart agent, and inside this we'll create a route.tsx file. Now over here we'll say export async function, and then this will be the post request. Right now I will put any type any, and then inside this we'll say constant user input is equal to await request dot json. Now once you get the user input, so whichever question user asks, this is nothing but this user input, then we need to trigger the ingest function, and in order to trigger we'll say constant result id is equal to await ingest dot send, and inside this you need to provide the name or event name of your function. So in this case it's a AI career agent, so we'll paste this one. Then you need to pass the data, so we'll add an user input as user input and then save it. Now once you invoke that ingest function, it will return the list of ID. Okay, so the event ID we can call it as, because when you run it you will see this run ID, it will return this run ID, and with the help of run ID we cannot check whether the ingest function is completed or not. The reason is ingest is a asynchronous function, so it will not return the result immediately, rather it will return you the list of function ID or run ID or event ID we can call it as. Now once you get the result IDs, you can get the only exact ID using this results ID dot IDs of 0. Now you need to get the status whether this function is completed or not. So for that one I am going to write async function get runs. Inside this we'll get the run ID which is of type string, and inside this we'll say constant result is equal to await axios, and then we need to make and get API call. Now the question is which endpoint we need to call in order to get the status. So simply just search on Google ingest status get request on the Google, you will find this fetch run status and output how to get it, right? So once you trigger it you will get the result, and you can just with the help of that ID you can pass this ID in order to get the result. Okay, so this is the endpoint, so I will paste it here. Okay, and obviously instead of this we need to pass our run id, because this run id we are passing to this one, and that what we need to pass. Along with this we need to pass an header, and inside the header you have to provide an authorization which contain a bearer token. So this bearer token we need to add it. So I will add this token inside the process.env.ingest signing key. So I will just copy this signing key we need to pass. Now this sign key you can generate in the production, okay, but for now I am going to add inside this .env. So over here I will paste this ingest signing key is equal to, and then if you are working on local, just type local.dev, okay. Also we want to add an ingest server. Here we will say ingest server host. Now as you are working on local, in this case you need to pass this server, okay, not run, just 8288, and save it. As we are working on local, we can use this one and make sure to replace this endpoint. So over here we will say process.env.ingest server host, then this endpoint, and then you have to pass this run id. So that's how you need to add it. Once you get the result, simply you can return the result.data. Now this will just return the status, whether it is completed or not, right? But with the help of polling you need to check the status every half second or 1 second whether the status is completed or not, okay, and that's where we need to use a polling concept. So over here we'll say let run status. Over here we'll say while true, then run status is equal to await get runs, and then make sure to pass the run id which we already have. Inside here we'll say if run status dot data of 0 dot status is equal to completed, then we'll simply break it, okay, and then below that we'll add a promise. So we'll say new promise, and then we'll say resolve set timeout, and then we'll pass this resolve, and you can call this endpoint every half second, okay. So until we get the status as a completed. As soon as we get the status completed, it will break it and it will come out of this while loop, okay. And then inside the return we'll say next response dot json with a run status, and inside the run status you will get an output and all of this information that we'll see or we will update later on. But for now make sure to write this complete API endpoint method. Now I'm going to export this get run because later on we want to use in another API endpoint, so we can use it instead of writing this code again and again. And but for this AI career agent, make sure to follow this complete step. Now once this API endpoint is ready, simply we'll go back to our application inside this AI career question answer chart screen. Once user enter or ask anything over here, and on the click of this button we need to make an API call. So for that one we'll go to the routes, AI tools, and inside that we have this AI chart under the page.tsx file. Now over here we'll call constant on send, we'll create this method. Now this method we want to call on the click of that button, so we'll call this on the click of this button, and we'll have this on send method for it. Over here we'll say constant result is equal to await axios dot post we'll say slash API slash and this API endpoint name, which is AI career chart agent. So we'll say AI career chart agent, and then inside this you need to pass a user input as user input, and I will make this as async. Now we also may need to maintain a loading state, and initially it will be false. When the loading state is true, we'll make it we'll set this loading as a true, and once we have the result, we'll set the loading as a false. Right now we'll just console the result, okay, and we'll get our result inside the result.data, and then we'll set the loading as a false. Whenever the loading is true, we'll disable this button, otherwise it will be enabled. Now let's test this out. So here I will just type full stack developer, okay, you can write anything, and inside the inspect panel we'll go to the console. Over here I will just click on send, and if you see, okay, right now we got an 500 error, if you see over here, and the button is disabled because we did not add try catch block, and once we get error it will still keep trying to access that API endpoint. But inside this console log you will see the error. So over here it's simply saying this particular data of 0 is not able to find it, okay, so it's saying cannot read the property of null. So we need to add an optional operator field over here as well, and most important at this place, and then save it. Now also one more important thing, when we created this function, we have to make sure this function is need to be added under this API ingest route. So right now if you see we have this hello world, obviously we don't want this hello world anymore, but we want to add this AI, I don't know why it's getting this suggestion, but we need to add this AI career agent. Now if I go to this function, this is our function AI career agent, and that need to be included under this ingest route, means ingest functions. Also one more important thing, that inside the function we use this OpenAI inside this AI career agent. Instead of that one, make sure to use a Gemini, because we are using an Gemini LLM model and not the OpenAI. So make sure to update this and then save it. Now if I go back, I will refresh the screen once, and then you can ask any question. So here we'll say full stack developer, and then send it. Now if you see it disabled, inside the network tab you will see it is the status is pending, and now it's showing the status as 200. If I go inside this, you will see under the preview we have the data. Inside this you will see the output. Now obviously we want this output information. Under this output we again have output of first element, and then we want this content only, and we don't want any other content, okay. So now in order to get this output, let's go back to our routes.tsx, and here we'll just return the result. So we'll say result run status dot data dot, then we need to get the first element, and in that we have to get output. So we'll say data dot first element of output, and then inside the output we again have output, and then output of 0. So you have to write something like this to get an exact result. Now if I run this one, let's say full stack developer, will wait, and right now if you see the status pending, and then it will return the result, and inside the content you will see the AI response, where you will see the role with the assistant and type as a text. Perfect. So obviously this content we are going to save to our database along with the user input. But right now I hope you understand how we can call AI LLM model. Now next thing, we need to save this all the response inside the page.tsx file. So over here we'll say constant message list comma set message list is equal to use state. Initially it will be empty. Now inside the use effect, whenever there is change in the user input, or maybe we can say instead of this one we can directly add the user message. So here we'll say set message list, inside that we'll add the all the previous value, and then we want to add the user input. So make sure the format will be similar like this one. So we have content, role and type. So we'll say content. So content will be the user input, then role will be the user and type will be the text. Now here obviously set message list type don't have any type. So over here we need to mention one type. So as we are using TypeScript, so we'll say type messages we'll say, and inside this we'll add content of type string, role of type string, and then type of type string, and we have to give as this is the list of messages. And now if you see we don't have that error. Obviously once we get the response, we'll also set this message list, and then instead of this user input, or obviously for this all of this value, we're gonna simply save the result.data, because which contain this all the fields along with the data. Okay, now let's save this one. Now for the testing purpose, what I am going to do, I will just console the message list so that you will get to know what we are getting inside the message list when we get the response. Now everything is clean inside the console. I will clean everything. Here we'll say full stack developer roadmap and click enter. Now inside this, if you see, very first time we got this content, and once we get the response, then also we'll get the AI response as well. And boom, if you see, we got the AI response along with the user response, and the second is the AI response. How cool. So that's how you can save the user information inside your state. Obviously whenever you get whenever the message list get updated, you can save that into your database. Okay, so inside the use effect, whenever the message list get updated, here you can write a method to save messages into database. That will implement later on, but for now we need to display all the message list on the UI. Now to display the message list for the temporary purpose, I am going to add some dummy value inside the messages. So let me copy the content. Here we'll say, for example, user message, then role is user and type is text. Then I will add one more value for the assistant so that it's easy for us to display it on the screen for the testing purpose, and save it. Now if I go over here under this message list div, we'll simply iterate all the messages. So we'll say message list dot map. Here we'll say message comma index and then arrow function. Then inside the div, here we'll add key as an index, and then we'll add a first div. So over here we'll add a div. Here we're gonna simply add a message dot content. Let's save it and let's see how it looks. And if you see, we got the two message. Let's apply some styling to this one. So over here we'll add a class name, and I'm going to add a dynamic class name over here. We'll say first we'll add a padding to 3, then we'll add a rounded large, we'll give a gap to 2, and depends on the role we need to change the color. So over here we'll say message dot role is equal to user, then or we'll say question mark, then we'll say a background gray 200, we'll say text black and rounded large. Otherwise we'll say background gray 50 and text black. Okay, and then save it, and this is how it look like, say. Perfect. Then after adding this one, depends on whether the message role is user or not, we want to align this a message on left and right. So for this one, for this div, I will add a class name. Inside this we'll add a dynamic one, we'll say flex, then we'll add margin bottom to 2, and then we'll add a condition if message dot role is equal to user, then we'll provide a justify end, otherwise we'll provide a justify start, say. And as this is the first message, it's showing on the left, as this is the second message showing on the right and left kind of combination. Perfect. Now whenever the message we have the message, we don't need to show these options, so we can hide that one. So we can add simply condition if message list dot length is greater than 0, or we'll say it's less than equal to 0, then only show this particular div. And now if you see, it's gone. Perfect. And now we have this list. Now one more important thing, when the loading is true, we want to show a loading indicator for the assistant. So to do that, over here we'll simply add a loading, and we'll say and if message dot length, so here we'll say message list dot length -1 is equal to index, then we'll simply show a loader icon, something like this, and inside this class name we'll say animate spin and save it. Okay, so what it means, so whenever you type something, let's say developer and click enter, okay, so right now it's showing on the right side, but we actually want on the left hand side, and then if you see, we got the result as well. So to do that, let's not add this one and let's test this out. Actually, let's cut it from here and let's wrap it inside this div, and then I will paste it here where we can mark this div as on the start. Okay, along with this one I'm going to add this same styling and then the background as well. Perfect. And we'll give margin bottom to 2 over here and then save it. Perfect. Now if I type something, okay, so if you see, we got the loading, and here as well it's showing the some line, but we can remove that, but if you see, we got the result. So basically we need to add this condition over here instead of just at the top. Perfect. And then save it. I think there are two and save it. Okay, and now if I test here, so roadmap, click enter, and now if you see, we have this beautiful loading indicator, and then later on it will give us the result. Now this result is not the correct format. We got with the rich text editor format, or this is called a markdown text result. Okay, and we need to convert this in a proper format. So to do that, we need to add one library called React Markdown. So just search on a Google called React Markdown, and this is the npm package for this React Markdown, and just you need to provide your content inside this React Markdown library. So I will copy this and we'll install this first. Once you install this content, you need to add inside the React Markdown. So make sure it is installed correctly. I will copy this import statement and we'll paste it at the top, and then here we'll say React Markdown and then pass this content and then save it. And now if I go back to our application, let's search something, and boom, if you see, we got the proper formatted result in this case. Perfect. So that's what we wanted. Also, make sure to provide the specific height and overflow auto so that you can easily scroll this particular chart list and or message list. And also for your input, you can mark this as an absolute along with the bottom side and some specific weight. You can change this later on anytime once you start displaying the message list. Now once you know that we are able to display the messages everything, I will just remove all of this dummy value and we'll keep it empty. And right now if you see, we don't have anything. Now you can start asking question, for example, full stack React roadmap, and then click enter, and now it will give you all the details with the help of our AI LLM AI career agent. And if you see, we have this beautiful loading indicator as well, and boom, if you see, we got the result in proper format as well. Here we have all the details, and if you see how big chunk of data is written for us. When you start when you run the query, right, we have to make sure you will remove this. So basically on the send, you have to send maybe after this one you have to send the user input as a null or empty value, and along with that to this loading indicator I will add a text called thinking. Okay, let me show you how it works. Let me refresh this. Here we will say how to become full stack developer and click enter, and now if you see, it's showing this beautiful text along with the loading indicator saying that it is thinking, and then we have this indicator as well. And once we have the data, you will see the result. Now this is how you can implement the question answer chart. Now as obviously user can add a new chat, and we have to add an option to add a different chart. If I go to the chat GPT and open any previous value, you will see this ID, because each chart history is defined by a unique ID, and similar way we have to implement it. Currently we are directly implemented with the help of this AI chart, but we need to add a unique ID for each of them, and that's where we need to implement or add a dynamic routing. And it's very easy. Simply inside this AI chart we are going to create a dynamic route by adding this square bracket. Here we'll say chart ID as a ID and click enter. Inside this chart ID I will just drag this page.tsx inside this. Now obviously we'll say update this all the import, and obviously everything will work as it is, but now it will give you this 404 error. It will only work when you pass some unique ID, okay, or any ID, and then if you see, it jump to this AI chart. So the question is how we can save this one and how to get this chart ID. Now in order to get the chart ID, first we'll use constant. Here we'll say chart ID is equal to use params, and through this param you will get a chart ID. And now if I go to the inspect panel, go to the console, here you will get the chart ID returning inside the console. But this is just example. If I on the workspace and when I click on this AI chart, we need to create a new chart ID, and on that chart ID we need to save all the user information. So first thing, in order to generate a unique ID, you can use this UUID 4 version 4, or this, not this one, but just type UUID, oh god, UUID, which is the npm package, okay, which will generate a unique identifier every time. So first make sure to install this, and let me close all of this tab. Now let's go to the routes under the dashboard where we have this all the AI tools. Now let's go to this AI tool card, or maybe so over here, right, where we are redirecting to this tool path. Here every time for each of the AI tool we need to generate a unique ID. So I will generate a constant, or just add a constant ID is equal to UUID, or maybe we can import the statement from here first. And then this is how you can use it, and this ID we can pass. So we'll say slash and then this ID, and then save it. And let me show you the quick demo of this one. So as right now we are on the workspace. Now if I click on this ask now, let's click on it, and boom, if you see we have this unique ID now. And once you just start asking question, so full stack dev guide, click enter, and if you see it start generating the result. And once it generate, obviously as soon as we get the data, you can start saving it to our database, and boom, save. Now whenever user want to use any of this AI tool, we have to make sure on the click of this button we are going to create and record into our database along with the ID or unique ID, so that we can track it and later we can save it inside the history section. So to do that we need to create a table, and inside that table we need to save all the user history. So first thing, I will go to the schema file. So go to the schema.tsx, and inside this schema we'll create a new table. Now in order to create a table, if you see this example which is the user table, similar way you can create a table called user history table. I will just say history table is equal to pg table, and I will name it as a history table. Now inside this history table, obviously we are going to save a unique ID. So I will just copy this ID. Then I want to save the record ID, okay, so which is of type varchar, and it should be a not null. So this field is a required field, so I will mark it as a not null. Then the content, okay, so obviously this content is in the form of JSON. Now in the case of chart, we are going to save all the JSON chart information, so that's why I am going to add this. Then we need to add a user email. For the user email, we'll add it as a varchar, and then we want to connect this table to this user table. So here I will give the name as a user email only, and then we'll say references, and inside the reference we'll attach that to the users table dot email. Next, if you want, you can add the created at as well. So here we'll say created at, and which is of type varchar. The default value I will provide as a date dot now. So it might return the timestamp, so that's what we gave. So the type, maybe we need to change this to, maybe we can change this to a date, or maybe they want number, so let's save it as a number. I will just put the varchar, as simple as that, okay. And once your history table is ready, now let's go back to the AI tool card where we need to write a method. We'll say constant on click button. Over here, this method we are going to call when user click on any button, right? So this button. So in that case, we need to create a record. So we'll say on click, make sure to call this method, and then we'll simply create a new record to history table. Okay. Now for that one, we'll create an API endpoint. So go to the API and we'll keep this database CRUD operation on the server side. So here we'll say history, and inside the history we'll create a route.jsx file, add a default template, or not default template, but this is the endpoint. So we'll say export async function, and this will be a post request because we want to insert the record. We'll say request, then inside that we'll get the content, the record ID is equal to await request dot JSON. Now next thing, inside the try catch block, over here inside the catch block I will just add next response dot JSON with an E if we have any error. Now inside the try catch block we need to insert record. So in order to insert, we'll say constant result is equal to await db. Now here if you are not getting the db reference, so make sure to import that. So we'll say import db from config folder /db, and then you have option called insert, give the table name. So it will be a history table. So again it's not getting imported, so we'll say from config /schema, and here we'll add an history table. Then dot values, and inside the value we need to provide a record ID which we already have. Then we need to provide a content, that content also we have, and then the user email. Now for the user email, you can get this user email from the directly on the server side. Now just you need to use constant user is equal to await current user. Now this current user we need to import it. So we'll say import current user, so with a C capital, is equal to from, and then we'll just add at clerk Next.js /server, and from there you can get the user information, and then simply you can add email ID. As we are using router, okay, so this need to be a router.tsx file because we are using TypeScript. So I will just update this one. The request will put any for now, and I think that's all we have. Perfect. And then it will return inside the next response with the result. Obviously in order to get the result you have to return the inserted record. So here we'll say history table, so whichever the table is record inserted, it will return it. So I don't know what is this error about, talk about, or maybe we can pass it as a empty. Okay, so this is the very first time when user click for a new session. Now obviously you can get the chart ID. Okay, so this ID nothing but the ID we are generating. So over here now we'll say constant result is equal to await axios dot post /API what is our name, it's called history only, and then we need to provide the value. So inside that we'll say record ID as the ID. Then for content I will pass it as empty. Now also we have one more field which is the created at. The created at you can pass a new date, and for this one I will mark it as a .toString. Okay, because we have saved it as a string or varchar, and here I will make this as async. Now that's all we needed at very start, and here we'll say console.log with the result. Now once you click on this button and record get inserted, we have to make sure you will redirect it to the particular page. So inside the router.push, right, because we are using the use router hook. If you did not import, make sure to import it from the next/navigation, and then here we want to simply navigate to the tool dot path slash the ID, right, and then save it. Because each of these particular AI tools, right, we are going to generate a unique ID so that we can save the user information. Now I will make sure to refresh. If I click on this ask now, and boom, I am able to redirect it to this particular page. But whenever you make the changes to your schema file, you have to push these updates. So let's push it. Now in order to push your changes to the PostgreSQL database, just type npx drizzle kit and push. So it will push your changes, and if you see, it's saying changes applied. Now in order to run and see the database, right, you can even go to the Neon PostgreSQL database anytime, and that's where you can check. Or let me show you how to see. So on the Neon dashboard, go to the tables, select your tables, and inside this you will see a brand new table get added called history table, and inside that whichever column we mention inside the schema, it is showing on the screen. But also you can run this Drizzle Studio locally. So if I run this command, you will see it run on the local Drizzle Studio URL, and if I open it, it will run the same database, tables and everything on your local machine. So you don't need to rely on the Neon dashboard. You can even check from here. Perfect. So guys, that's how you need to add it. Obviously we have this history table. Now once you have, I will click on this ask now. So click on it and it redirect it to this particular tool. Now I will just refresh the screen and will verify that the new record get inserted. See, we have the record ID, the content is empty, and then created at date, user email, and that record is get inserted to the history table. Perfect. Once you are in the history table, now I will go back to our AI tools, which is this page.tsx, and whenever the message list get changed, we need to save it to our database. So inside the use effect, we need to call an update method. Now we don't have update method, so simply I am going to create a function for the update. Right now we have for post. For the update, we'll say export async function, and this will be a put request. So put of type any. So this will be the request, and from it we are going to get a content along with the record ID. Then we'll say await request dot JSON. After this, we'll add a try catch block. So similar like this, I will just copy it, we'll paste it here, but instead of this update, we need insert, we need to update it. So we'll say update, and instead of value, we'll say set. Now we just need to add a content because we are just updating the content. And obviously you need to mention which record you want to update. So inside the where, you need to provide an equal to clause. So here we'll say equal, and then inside this we'll say history table dot record ID matches with the record ID. So whichever record ID we pass, that should match, and only that record going to update. Now let's save this one, and that's how your put request is now ready. Now let's go back to the page.tsx and simply call it here. So we'll create a method. So we'll say constant update messages list, and inside that we'll say constant result is equal to await axios dot put. Inside that we'll say slash API history, and then for content we'll say the messages list, and for record ID we'll say a chart ID. Now this chart ID we are already fetching from this use param hook. Obviously you can provide a type string, or you can provide keep it as any as well. Here I will mark this as a async, and once you have result you can just console just for the testing purpose. Now this update message list we need to call inside the use effect whenever the message list get changed. And just for sake, let's try to call inside this onSend, but before that I will just make sure if message list is there, or we'll say message list dot length is greater than 0, then only update this message, update the list, okay, otherwise don't update it. And let's test this out. So I will go back to our application. Here we say full stack roadmap. I will send this one. Now our AI agent will give you the answer in a moment, and here we have the big answer. Beautiful. Now if I go back and refresh it, now inside the content you will see we have the content, the user's role and the assistant response as well. Perfect. Now even though if you try to refresh it, obviously it's not showing on the screen, right? And I will just make sure over here the content is not getting updated. Only thing that we need to do is to fetch this content in order to display under this particular record ID. Okay, so whenever user go back to check the history, on the click we can just display it instead of showing the empty value. So at the top I am going to write a method, we'll say constant get messages list and the arrow function. Over here we'll say constant, or maybe first we need to write a route for get operation. So here we'll say export async function get request. So this will be the get request of type any. Now to this get request, obviously we are going to pass and record ID parameter to the API endpoint. So to get the value, first we need to get the search params using the new URL, and inside that we'll pass the request.url, and then we'll get the record ID is equal to search param dot get the record ID. That's how you can get it. Then inside the try catch block we'll return next response dot JSON with an exception e, and inside the try we'll say constant result is equal to await not axios, await db dot select from the table name is history table, and then we'll say where, and then you need to add a condition equal to history table dot record ID matches with our record ID. If this matches, I don't know why this error is coming. So here obviously it's saying the record ID might be empty, so I will add just condition if record ID, then only execute this, and once we have the result we'll return the next response dot JSON. Now this result contains the list, okay, so we just need to return the result of 0, and that's all. Otherwise I will return nothing, okay, empty value, and then save it, and that's how you need to fetch it. Next let's go to the page.tsx, and inside the get message list now we can call, so we'll say await axios dot get slash API slash history and to this one we pass record ID is equal to chart ID. So we'll say plus chart ID. Okay, and then once we get the result, let's console this result first. So we'll get the result inside the result.data, we'll mark this as async, and then this method we need to call inside the use effect. So whenever we have the chart ID, we're gonna call it. So we'll say if chart ID is there, then only call this get message list. Now if I go back to our application, we'll open the inspect panel, go to the console, and if I reload this page, you will see we got the message list, and then we have the content for that one. See, now this content we need to set. So we'll say set message list, and then we'll say result.data.content. Perfect. And then you will see the message list as well. So even though if I did not add anything, but whatever previous search we have depends on that one, we got the result from the database. Now anytime if user open this URL, it means this is the history, right? You will see the result from the previous search. So that's how you need to add it. Now one last important thing, when user click on this new chart, we want to open a new chart, but we have to make sure this particular record ID gonna change. Okay, so simply what we can do, simply go to our dashboard component where we have this AI tool card, and on the click of this button we are creating a record, and then we are redirecting to that particular ID, right? So same thing I'm going to do. So I will copy this, and then inside the page.tsx, maybe after at this end we can add this. Now in order to get the ID, you can get it from this UUID v4. I will just import it over here along with their import statement. And then once we have that, obviously we need to redirect it, right? So let's add a router is equal to use router hook for the navigation, and the path will be the same because we want to add that. So this is nothing but this AI tool / AI chart, and instead of push I will add a replace. Okay, and then save it. Now this particular here will say on new chart method. Now this on new chart we need to attach to this new chart button. Okay, and once you save, let me refresh it, and now if you see we have the previous one, but if I click on new chart, see the chart ID change, and now we have completely new chart where user can start charting. If I go back, it will not go back because we updated with a replace route, right, instead of push, so it will not go back. And obviously from the workspace as well you can go to this any AI tool. Now next we are going to implement an AI resume analyzer.
Now it's time to create an AI resume analyzer agent where user can upload the resume, and then with the help of our AI agent it will analyze it and give the final report with all the details. In order to implement this AI resume analyzer agent, these are some of the steps that we need to implement. First thing, we need to give user to option to upload a resume. So first thing is to upload the resume. Then once the resume is uploaded, we want to save this resume to a cloud storage. Obviously here we can use a multiple cloud storage. You have option like AWS, Cloudinary, Fire Storage, ImageKit. In this case we are going to use an imagekit.io because it's free to use and very easy to integrate. After that, we want to extract and scrap the resume data in a raw text format. and that raw text format we want to send to the AI resume analyzer agent, which we are going to create inside the ingest. Now all these steps we are going to add inside the ingest function so that it will execute step by step, and even though in a production if you get any error, you can easily find it with the help of ingest. After this, we need to get structured response from the AI LLM model once we send this to the agent, and then once we have the information, we want to save that to our database, and then we are going to display it on the screen. So that's how we are going to implement step by step. Now I already created the mockup UI with the help of this uiuxmock.com, where you can generate a UI UX mockup instantly with the help of AI. You just need to enter the text which kind of mockup you want to generate, and it will give you the wireframe on mockup. Simply sign in. It's completely free to use, and over here I already created this mockup. If you see, where on the right hand side, this is just a placeholder where you can upload the you can preview the image, or sorry, you can preview the resume, okay, which you uploaded, and on the right hand side or left hand side you will see your complete report, where you can see the overall score, contact information, and all of this. You can even see this live preview by clicking this button, and you can see the complete preview of your UI UX mockup, and this is possible with the help of this uiuxmockup.com. You will find you have bunch of different options to generate the wireframe, mockup, different style, a device type, and you can simply add your requirements. Now going back to our application, where on the click of this analyze now, we want to open a dialog where we gonna give option to the user to upload and resume file. So let's go back to our app. I will close all of this tab, and inside this dashboard where we have this AI tool card, right? Now obviously we need to make sure on the click we want to open a dialog. So first we'll create a dialog under this components folder only. So over here we'll say resume upload dialog.tsx, then we'll add a default template for it and then save it. Now in order to install a dialog from the shared CN, let's go to the shared CN. So over here we'll go to the shared CN components, and under this just search for the dialog component. So that's here. Then if you see this example, this is how it will look like. So on the click of button, we want to open a dialog. Now copy this npm command and simply inside the new terminal paste it. So it will install the dialog for you. Now once the dialog is installed, you can simply copy this import statements and then we'll paste it here. Also you need to copy this example and we'll paste it here. Now currently the dialog will open on this dialog trigger. Okay, so let's import this resume upload dialog inside this AI tool card. So maybe you can import anywhere. I will import it here. Okay, and once you import, you will see a button called open. Now on the click of that button, it will open the dialog, but we want to open it on the click of this particular button. So there are different options. Either you can set and state, which will open this dialog on the click of it. So basically over here we'll say constant open resume upload comma set open resume upload is equal to use state, and initially it will be false. Then over here we can add a condition if tool dot name is equal to, and we need to give this name, which is AI resume analyzer. Then we'll return nothing, but we just need to set the open resume upload
to true. Okay, now this open resume upload we need to pass. So over here we'll say open resume upload, which is open resume upload. So we'll just copy this and inside the resume upload, make sure you will accept that. Okay, currently I will put a type any. Now obviously this open resume upload might be a true or false. So for this dialog to open it, you can pass this open resume upload, and on open change you can set open resume dialog as a method. Okay, so it will return a false, so make sure to pass back this. So inside the AI tool card, maybe over here you can set this open resume upload, so it will automatically close it. Now we don't need this dialog trigger, so just I will comment this out and let's test this. So basically if I click on this analyze now if you see it open. If I close this one, it will close as well. Perfect, right? So that's how you need to implement this dialog, because we already have this AI tool card component, and that's why we are implementing in the same component instead of creating a new button and different cards and all. Now once your dialog is ready, simply go to this resume upload dialog. For the dialog title, I'm going to upload it to, let's say, upload resume PDF file. Inside this dialog description, we'll add a div, and we want to add our custom upload functionality. Right now if you add an input of type file, then you will see that you have option to choose a file, but that looks so old style. So let's add our own custom upload. So basically we'll add a label. Now for this input we are going to provide an ID, and we'll say resume upload as a ID name. Now this ID we are going to connect to the label using this HTML for. So it means on the click of label, it will connect to this input automatically. Now inside the label, let's add a file icon, and then below that we'll say click here to upload PDF file. So I will give margin top to 3 and then save it. For this file I will add a height to 10, width to 10. Then for this label we'll make it flex, item to be in the center, we'll make flex column, justify center. We'll also give padding to 7. We'll add a border, and border style is dash, and we'll make rounded to Excel, something like this. See, perfect. You can add a background as well. So on hover we'll change a background to, let's say, slate 200. For this input, obviously we want to hide this now because we don't want that, so we'll say opacity to 0, and if you see, now it's hide. Now on hover you will see the background also get changed, and also quickly we are going to add a cursor pointer. So on the click, if you see, it will open the file upload for you. How cool, right? Because it's connected to this input as well. After this we want to add a button, so we'll say a dialog footer, and to this dialog footer we'll add a button. One button is for cancel and other button is for upload and analyze. Now here you can add an icon, we'll say sparkle icon. Perfect. Now for this button you can add a variant as outline. Perfect. Now instead of this input opacity, you can even hide this one, so it will not take this empty space, Okay, and now if you see, it's perfectly working. Now on the click of it, you can see you have option to upload the file as well. Now for this input, you can make sure to only accept the PDF file. So now if I try to open it, you will see only PDF is enabled and other are disabled, and this is the PDF file which is I can open it. Now on the click of open, user will not get to know whether it's open or selected or not, right? So we need to add that functionality. So simply for that one, we need to add on file change. So over here first we'll say on change, and then we're gonna call a method called on file change. So this method we wanna create at the top. So it will take an event, and then inside this we'll simply say constant file is equal to event dot target dot files of 0. Okay, because the first selected file we want to fetch it, and this will say if file, then we'll simply console it with a file dot name. Also we want to save the file, so we'll say constant file comma set file is equal to use state, and once the file is selected, we'll set the file as file. Perfect. Let's save it and let's see whether we are getting a selected file name or not. So inside the inspect panel, if I upload this file, and if you see, the file name is showing on the screen, it means the file gets selected. Now once the file is selected, we are going to change this text. So maybe we can add a condition if file, then we are going to show another h2 tag, otherwise we can show this h2 tag. So I will just, we'll say we just want to add a file dot name, the name of the file, and we'll give class name margin top to 3, and we'll also change this color to, let's say, blue. Here you can provide the type as well. So we don't know the file type, so I can just give as any, and if you open this one, you will see the selected file name. Perfect. So that's how you can show the selected file. Now next thing, we need to upload this image, and we want to send all the file information along with the unique record ID to the backend server in order to process all of this step. Currently we just able to upload the resume. Right now all of these steps we are going to add it inside the ingest. So basically here we'll say constant on upload and analyze. First we'll generate the record ID using this UUID. Before, I don't know why it's not importing, so let me copy that from the, I think we already used somewhere inside this AI tool, this one. Sometimes the import statement does not import immediately, so you have to import the statement manually, and here I will change this to record ID. Then we'll define a form data is equal to new form data, and inside the form data we need to append all of this information in order to send it to a backend. So we'll say form data dot append. The first thing will append the record ID with nothing but the record ID. Then we want to append the, so form data dot append resume file as file. Okay, now next we'll send form data to backend server. Now let's create an API endpoint which we're gonna call on the click of this on upload and analyze button.
Also, we're gonna attach this button to this upload and analyze. So over here we'll say on click and we'll call this method. Make sure this button is disabled if there is no file selected. Okay, now if I go back to our application, I will refresh the screen once, and when user click on analyze now, if you see, this button is now disabled. It is only enabled when we upload any file. Then inside our API folder, we're going to create a new API endpoint called AI resume agent. Inside this, we'll create a route.jsx file. Let's add a default template, and here, not default, but here we'll just add export async function, and this will be a post request. Inside this, I will just make sure this is a tsx file, and I will give the request of type any, or you can give the next request as well. Then we need to pass some value to this one. So one is the record ID, then we also want to pass the form data, but here we cannot accept it because this is the form data that we want to send from this API endpoint. So inside this resume upload dialog, this is the form data we need to fetch. So basically here we'll say form data is equal to await request dot form data. Okay, now from this form data we're gonna get some information. So let's say you're gonna get a resume file is equal to form data dot get, and then we'll get the resume file. Same thing, I will paste it. Oh, let me copy this and paste it here for the record ID. Now once you have this information, in order to get the raw text, we need to convert this resume file into, and we need to fetch the text from that PDF file. Okay, and that is very important because that raw text we want to send it to the LLM model. So basically we need to extract this resume data, and then later on we're gonna update this cloud storage. Either way you can do it, but we'll do first thing first. So over here I am going to use a LangChain web loader, and make sure it's a JavaScript. So just go to this web loader. I will put the link in the description. Here you can even load the PDF files as well. See, PDF files, and this web PDF load can help you to load the PDF file. You don't need to add any API key or anything like that. Make sure to install this npm package. So we'll just install this. Let's install everything, and inside the terminal I will paste it. After this, you just need to write constant loader is equal to new web PDF loader. Now make sure it is still installing, so we'll wait to finish it. After installing, make sure to import this web PDF loader. So we'll say web PDF loader from at LangChain community / document. Now after importing, make sure to load this web PDF loader, and inside this web PDF loader you need to pass this resume file. Okay, and then over here we have an error that is not assignable of type blob, so I can make this as any, and then we'll get a document from it. So we'll say await loader dot load. So it will load this PDF file, and then inside the console we'll get a document. So document of 0. Okay, so which contain a raw PDF text. Now once we have this one, we also need to convert our resume file into a blob file in order to save to our cloud storage. So to do that, we just need to define a constant array buffer is equal to await resume file dot array buffer, and then we'll do constant base 64 is equal to buffer dot from array buffer dot to string, and then you need to mention a base 64. Then you will get the files base PDF file base 64, which we're gonna use to save it. Now if you remember, inside the AI career coach we call this ingest, then we get this run ID in order to check the polling whether the status is completed or not. So I will copy everything as it is because we need this, and then I will paste it here. So make sure to import the ingest. Now inside the data we are going to pass our own different data. So first I will pass a record ID, which we can get it from our record ID, which we already defined over here. Then we want to pass a resume file as a resume file, and then base 60, or we can say base 64 resume file as base 64, and then the last one is the PDF text, because raw text we want to save. This we can get it from the documents of 0 dot page content. So that's how we can get it. Then make sure to import this next response. Now obviously this method gonna use to check whether the status is completed or not. And last we have this Axios to check the status, and here we will just comparing it, and obviously we have the promise, and later on it will just break once the status is marked as a completed. Now let's save everything, and then inside the ingest function, so let's go to this ingest function, but before that make sure the ingest function name is different. So here we'll say AI resume agent, and with that name we are going to create a resume agent inside the function. So we already have this AI career agent, right, and this agent as well, but first I will create an export constant AI resume agent is equal to ingest dot create function, and inside this we're gonna write ID with this name, and then event name as the same. Perfect. Then we'll say async, which contain event comma step, and then arrow function. Now let's get the some basic information from the function. So over here we'll get the record ID, then resume file. Actually we cannot pass the file directly, so I will remove this resume file, okay, and we have this base 64 file that we need it, and then PDF to text, or this just a PDF text, so we'll say PDF text only, and this we can get it from the await event dot data. Now first thing, let's upload file to cloud storage, okay, and for that one we are going to use a image kit. Now image kit is a free cloud storage provider. Also it provides a lot of different AI powered image and video transformation features, which you can go and check to this image kit. You can also watch my previous Canva clone video in which I provide all the features of the imagekit.io. But in this particular course we are going to use this image kit to store the data to our cloud storage. So it's free to use. Simply log into your account. Once you log in, you will go to the dashboard, right? Now inside this you simply go to the developer option, and that's where you will get all these keys. Now search image kit npm package, and this package you need to install first, okay, in order to upload your image. So I will copy this, go back to your terminal, simply paste it here, and very first thing that you need to do is to define the image kit, and you have to initialize this, okay. So you need to provide a public, private key and the endpoint URL, which I'm going to define
just above this. So make sure to import this image kit. And once you import, you need to provide a public key and everything. So we'll go to this .env file. Over here we'll define image kit public key is equal to then image kit private key and image kit endpoint URL. So these three things we need it. So simply go to this image kit, you will get this URL endpoint, simply paste it here. Then you can get the private key and public key. So let's copy this public key, I will paste it here, and for the private key I will also copy that and will paste it here. Now each of them you have to attach. So first I will attach this public key using process.env.environment variable, then the private key, and the last we have this endpoint URL. So this need to be env, and if you get an error just add this ts ignore, okay, just to avoid this error, because as we are directly passing this from the environment key, so sometimes you get the error line because you are under the TypeScript. Now once you define this image kit, you need to upload the file. So we say constant upload image kit is equal to await, and okay, so over here upload image URL, first we need to define a step run, okay. So for each of the tasks we are going to define this step which is available inside the ingest. So what it will do, until and unless this step is not completed, it will not go to the second step, and that's why it's very easy and important to implement, because in ingest as well you can track each of these tasks. Over here we'll say upload image as the step run name, then async, and then arrow function. Inside this we'll say constant image kit URL, or we will say image kit is equal to await, we'll say image kit dot upload, and inside this you need to provide a file. Now over here make sure to provide a base64 file which we already have. So we'll say base64 resume file. Then for a file name I am going to add the current timestamp as a file name. So we'll say date.now, and our file is always an PDF, so we'll say .pdf, and the last we'll say is published as a true. So it will be available to everyone to access it. Now once we have this image file kit URL, just return it image kit file dot URL, and then it will return the uploaded image URL. Okay, now let's test this until this point and we'll see inside the ingest we are getting the uploaded file or not. So simply I will refresh this and make sure your ingest is also running. Over here I will click on analyze now, will upload the file, click open, and simply click upload and analyze. Obviously right now we don't show any loading indicator, we'll display it in a moment, but over here I don't think so it's invoke. That's because our function, the AI resume agent function, did not add it to the ingest route. So simply go to the ingest routes and make sure to add this AI resume agent route function. Also I think we forgot to make an API call. So over here is constant result is equal to await axios dot post, give the API endpoint name which is API AI resume agent, and then inside the body you just need to pass the form data as it is. Here we are using await, I will make this as async, and inside the console log will say result.data and then save it. Now let's refresh the screen, click on analyze now. So over here we click analyze now, we'll upload this PDF file, click open and then click upload and analyze. Inside the ingest you will see all new method get executed. Okay, the function is run and here you will find this our step called upload image, and boom, we got this image with uploaded file say, and that's where we uploaded this resume as well. So this is the dummy resume PDF I uploaded through this or to this image kit. Perfect. Now basically if I go back to our documentation, we finished this save to cloud and we also finished this extract crap resume data. Okay, obviously if you want to check whether you got the data or not, just go over here and here you will find the page content which contain all the extracted data. Cool, right? Now next thing, we need to send this to our agent and obviously we need to create an agent for it. So let's go to the functions. Similar like the career chart agent, we are going to create an agent called export constant AI resume agent is equal to create agent. Inside that give the agent name. So here we say AI resume analyzer agent, then description, you can add any description which you want, and inside the system you need to write a prompt, and inside the model I will give the same model. So I will just copy paste this model name. Here we'll say AI resume analyzer agent. Okay, and then save it. Now it's very important to provide a proper system prompt to our AI resume analyzer agent. So I just write this prompt, okay, which basically telling to this particular LLM model that you are an advanced AI resume analyzer agent and this is your task. Obviously we want the input in some proper format and that's why I give this JSON schema as well. So obviously you can get this from the eraser doc, so I will paste it here so you can simply access it, and then simply inside this system I will paste it here, something like this. Okay, obviously for now I will just collapse this, and at the last we can also add input resume plain text input, so that we can simply add it or we can just keep it as it is, because this is anyway this is that agent prompt, so you don't need to add anything. And once you add obviously this AI resume analyzer agent, so I will copy this, we're gonna use it after this. Okay, so if you remember, similar like an AI career agent, we need to use it and then we're gonna simply run this one. So after this we'll say constant AI resume report is equal to await AI resume analyzer agent dot run, and inside this we need to provide a PDF text, okay, whatever the plain text we have. This will return the complete report for us, similar like this one. So I will just return this AI resume report and then save it. Obviously we can test this out. So let's go back to our resume upload dialog, and whenever user click on the upload and analyze, we want to show a loading indicator so that user will get to know that it is in process. So we'll define this loading. Initially it will be false, and once you start it will set the loading as a true, and once it is finished we'll set the loading as a false. Below that, right now we are showing this sparkle icon, so what we'll do, whenever the loading is true we can show a loader icon, otherwise we can show this sparkles icon. And over here we'll add a class name, we'll say animate spin, so it will add some animation. So, and one more thing, whenever the button loading is true, so here we'll say or loading, then we'll make sure to button is disabled. Now let me refresh the screen, and we'll simply click on this analyze resume. We'll upload the PDF file and then click upload, and if you see with the loading indicator starts showing on the screen. Now simply inside our ingest, currently it's running. Our PDF got uploaded and boom, we also got the response as well. So here first thing is upload image, and then second step is an AI resume analyzer agent. Over here in the response you will see the complete information. So if I go to this output finalization, you will see the structure output over here. Let me increase this size. Inside the output content we got the JSON data in a proper format. Obviously you can copy this somehow. Let me copy this content, or I will just copy this and we'll open a new file. Over here, because this is in the string format, we need to convert this string format into a JSON object, okay, so that we can simply store it to our database. So now make sure when you are converting, you will convert this, or you can remove this this first JSON string with the empty value and same at the last, and then you can convert this into a JSON object. That we can do it inside our ingest function only. So if I go to this ingest function, after executing this, or maybe before this one, we can add it. So here we'll say constant raw content is equal to AI resume response dot output dot, I will just follow this. So inside the output we have the first element dot content dot, so content. So over here from the AI resume output of first element we will get the content. If you get error, make sure to add this TS ignore. After this we'll say raw content JSON is equal to raw content dot replace, and then we need to replace this first JSON with an empty string in order to make it in the proper string format, so that we can convert it into a JSON. And also we'll add one more replace with this last this code with an empty value. Once we have this one, we'll say parse JSON is equal to JSON dot parse and raw content JSON, because now we have proper formatted string that we are converting, and then simply return a parse JSON. Now let's test this out. So I will refresh the screen, I will go to this analyze, we'll upload the PDF file and then simply upload and analyze. If you see we have this loading indicator. Obviously we'll go back over here, it's still running. We got an error, the model is overloaded, please try again. So we'll refresh this. Maybe we need to, the model might be a stop somehow. It's not our issue, but we'll test this again. And right now if you see it's loading, and currently it's still in analyze process, and boom, in the finalization we got the proper output. We have this need improvement, overall score, overall feedback, and all of this information. And if you remember, whatever the mockup we build it with the help of this UIUXmock.com, same prompt I passing to the LLM model in order to generate the result, so that we can show it in this proper format. So make sure to do that. Now once we have this parse JSON, we need to save to our database. Now one more important thing I wanted to inform you, that currently in the history table, right, we are making this common to all of them, where we are saving the record ID, content, the user email, and then created ad.
Under this we are going to add one more column, and in that one we are going to save the who or which AI agent they use, and then that route as well. So basically let's go to the schema, and inside here we'll add a type, AI agent type, okay, with type varchar, and then save it. By default, or maybe we can keep it as it is for now, and then I will stop the studio, we'll push the new changes, and then we'll run the studio again. And now if I refresh it, you will see a brand new column called AI agent type. Now also make sure inside when you are doing an AI agent chart, that time also we are saving this AI agent type. So simply we'll go to this AI career agent, that's where we are saving, I believe, or maybe inside the, okay, not here. Basically when we create very first time, when we click on it, so that time we are creating. So inside the AI tool card where we have this API history, so go to the history, history routes, and inside that we are saving. So over here we are also going to maybe inside the post we are also going to update an agent type. Now this agent type we need to pass, okay, something like this. So if it's not there, if we did not pass it, you can pass the empty value as well. And this particular post we are calling from the AI tool card, and over here I am going to pass that agent or AI agent type like this to the history, and then you can pass a type, let's say tool dot path. You can pass the path as well, that will be easy, because when you click on it you can just get the path and attach to the history, okay, that also a good idea, and then save it. Now this is update for the AI chart agent. Now we also want to save for our resume analyzer. So for the resume analyzer we are going to add inside the ingest function only. So over here I am going to write a step function, so we'll say constant save to db, await step dot run, inside that we'll say save to db, and then we'll say async and arrow function. Inside this we'll say constant result is equal to await. Here you don't need to write a return to parse JSON, you can directly use this one, okay. Then here we'll say await db dot insert. Now the history table, right, so we have to write history table dot values, and inside this we need to provide a record ID which we already have. Then for the content we are going to save the parse JSON. Then for AI agent type we need to get the AI agent type, actually we are not passing it, but we can get it inside this event type, or yeah, that's fine, I think we can get it. And so here we'll say AI agent type, then we want created at, so over here we'll say new date, and then we'll convert it into a string, and the user email. Now for the user email, that also you can pass it. Over here, okay, and then save everything. We'll do the console log and the return result if you want, and obviously we'll say return parse JSON for now because we already have this, okay, and save everything. Now make sure that we need to pass AI agent type and user email. So inside the let me close this one and we'll open
the dialog, resume upload dialog. That's where to this form data only we're gonna pass it. Okay, so we'll add a new field called AI agent type, which we can get it from the tool, not tool, but we'll say slash AI tool, I believe, slash AI resume agent. I will just cross verify by going to the AI tools, and here we have this path, so I will pass this path under the AI tools. Okay, something like this only. Perfect. And then, or maybe we can avoid this and we can simply pass it to our API endpoint. Okay, instead of passing from the parent, because we have dedicated API endpoint for that one. So here we'll say AI agent type, and then we can add this, and also we need to pass a user email. So in order to get the user information, we can say constant user is equal to await current user from the clerk. So make sure it is importing the current user, and here then we can pass user dot primary email address dot email address. Perfect. And then save everything. So let's save all of these files, and once you save it, you can test this out. Now let's test this out. So I will go to this analyze now, we'll upload the file, and then we'll say upload and analyze, and if you see it start execution. Now obviously we'll go back to this ingest to verify what are the steps completed, and right now if you see the upload image is completed, AI resume analyzer is completed now, and also saved to our database. Pretty good, right? And you can see all of this output at each step, and that is very important to know. As a big SaaS application, we need to know how our application is performing. Now if I go back to our database to verify the all new record, and if you see for the content of type agent, this particular agent type, we have this content and with all the information. Perfect. So that's how you can get and save the resume report into your database. Now once it is saved to our database, we want to redirect it to the all new page. So we'll create a new route. So simply inside this AI tool, we'll add a new route called AI resume analyzer, and inside that we'll create a page.tsx file. Let's add a default template. Here we'll say AI resume analyzer, and then save it. And we want to redirect to this particular page, but we have to make sure it's a dynamic route. Okay, so over here I will add record ID maybe. Okay, so we'll say record ID only, and inside this we'll move this page.tsx, and then we can get constant record ID is equal to use params, and I will just print this out record ID so that you can see that particular record. Now one more important thing, once it is the execution is successful, we want to navigate it. So simply define a router from the next/navigation, and then we'll set the router dot push slash AI tools slash AI resume analyzer slash and the ID, which is the record ID, and also make sure to set open resume dialog to false, so it will close our dialog as well. I think that's all we need to do. Let's save it and let's test this out. So we'll upload the file, then we'll start the execution. In meantime, so simply we'll go to this analyze now, upload the PDF file and simply click upload and analyze. Over here, if you see, currently it's running and you can follow each step, but in meantime we'll check whether it's redirecting or not, and boom, if you see, it's redirecting to that particular page, but it's failing. That's because we use the hook, right? And for if you are using the hook, we have to make sure the page is on the client side. So let's save this one, and now if I go over here, you will see the new page, which is AI resume analyzer, and we also have this particular ID, okay, the record ID which we are just printing. Now with the help of this record ID, we have to fetch the record from the database, which is this one, and obviously we have the content which contain all our JSON report, and then we wanted to show it. Also on the right hand side we want to show a resume preview, and on the left hand side we are showing the report information. Now once you save the content of the AI LLM response regarding the resume analyzer, we also need to save the uploaded PDF file URL. Right now we are not saving that one, and that's the reason this quick fix we are doing in order to save the PDF URL. So for that one, simply go to the ingest function, and inside this ingest function, when you are inserting the data into the history table, you also need to save PDF URL, and that's why we are calling it as a metadata field. And inside that we'll say upload. Okay, so we need to, so this need to be an upload file URL, and this upload file URL we need to save it. Okay, now make sure inside the schema you'll add this field called metadata, and right now I will put a type as a varchar. So whatever the extra data you want to save, you can save it to a metadata. Okay, and once you say updated this to schema, make sure to push these changes to the database. So make sure to run this result kit push command, and then simply run the studio again, verify that new field get added, okay, called metadata, so that from next time you can able to save the uploaded file URL as well. Now it's time to display the PDF or resume preview on the right side, and then analyzer report on the left side. As you know that this is how we wanted to show, where on the left we are going to add this, and I'm going to tell you how can we get the code from this UI UX mockup. But before that, let's fetch the information related to our history. Means, for example, if I go to this database, depends on this record ID, we need to fetch this information so that we can display it, right? So let's go back to this AI resume page. So inside this record ID we have the page.tsx, we already have the record ID. So here I will call a method called constant get resume analyzer record, and then arrow function. Now if you remember, inside the chart ID we are also fetching the same thing. Okay, so if I go top, if you see we are using this XJS get, and we are calling this history, and to this history we are passing the record ID. Same way we are going to do it. So I will copy everything as it is, we will paste it here. I will make this as async. I will remove this for now, and make sure to import the XJS, and over here I will pass it as a record ID. That's all. Now inside the result.data we'll get the data, and this particular method we need to call inside the use effect. So whenever we have the record ID, we're gonna call this. method. Okay, so you can just mention record id and then save it. Now just verify first. So I will go to the inspect panel. Under the console we'll see whether we got the data, and if you see, we have the AI agent type, the metadata, and all the information inside the content. We have all the report. Now let's save the PDF URL. So here we'll say PDF URL comma set PDF URL is equal to use state, and we'll set the PDF URL. We'll say result dot data dot metadata. Okay, so inside the metadata we have this. So make sure the D is capital and save it. And for the content, okay, the report, so that one also we are going to save. So we'll say AI report comma set AI report is equal to use state, and we'll say set AI report, we'll say result dot data dot content. Okay, and save it. Perfect. Now we need to divide the screen into two sections. So if you see this mockup, we have dividing these two sections. So I will just add a class name. We'll make it grid, and we'll make grid column. Maybe we'll say 5. Okay. Now out of 5 column, we'll assign 2 column to the report. So here we'll say column span 2 and 3 column to the resume preview. So here we'll add class name column span 3. Okay. Obviously this is applicable only when the screen is larger. For the medium screen, or by default we'll show grid column 1 only, and then save it. Now if I go back, obviously we don't have anything. So over here we'll say report, and here we'll say resume preview, and then save it. Right now this is smaller screen, but if I increase it, you will see this section. Perfect. Now in order to display the resume preview, right, it is quite easy, and I'm going to tell you the easiest way to do it without any third-party library. So for that one we are going to use an iframe. Inside the iframe, let's add a source, and the source is nothing but the PDF URL. Okay. Now if you want to give title, you can provide a title. Here we're gonna give a width, let's say 800, and let's provide a height, let's say 1200. Then for a style, we'll just add a border none, and then save it. If I go back, and boom, if you see, the resume is displaying on the screen. How cool, right? But the problem is we don't want these pages. Okay, we just want the PDF to be displayed, and we don't want this top toolbar as well to draw anything on this one. See, okay, so to implement this, you can add some extra value to this particular URL. So here we'll say hash toolbar. Okay, so this need to be a string. Hash toolbar is equal to 0. It means we don't want to show toolbar, and nav pants is equal to 0, and scroll bar is equal to 0, and boom, now you will see just the PDF file. Cool, right? Also, if you can make this little smaller, so instead of this width and height, you can also provide a class name. We'll say minimum width of, let's say, large, for example, and here then we'll give the width to 100%. I think this is pretty good. Say, and depends on screen size, it automatically stretch as well. Now at the top, make sure you'll mention that this is a resume preview. So over here we'll say resume preview. I will add a class name. We'll say font bold, text is of 2XL, and margin bottom to 5. Perfect. Okay, and now for the report, it's quite easy, because with the help of this UI UX mockup, you can generate it with the help of AI, and simply if you open or click on this tab called export HTML code, it will download an index.html file. Cool, right? Now from it you can obviously go to the view page source, or you can directly open this HTML file in any editor and simply copy the content which you need it. So obviously this is a main content area with a section setting, tips and all. I'm going to copy everything as it is. So we'll copy this until this point. Now in order to verify whether it's working or not, you can go to this play.tailwindcss.com to verify how it looks, and boom, if you see, we have all the details with the all information as well, and we can get it with the help of this UIUXmock.com. okay, so like right now I will just copy that and we'll create a component folder, and inside this we'll create report.tsx, add a default template and then simply paste your code. I will remove this first div. Also make sure to remove all the comments and make sure to wrap in one div. As from the UIUXmock.com, it will download you the HTML file only, okay, but it has a Tailwind CSS which is quite good. So I will remove all of these things. So make sure to remove this comment from everywhere, and once you remove, the most important thing right now, it comes with a class, so you have to find it and then replace it with a class name. So there are 74 places. I am going to replace everywhere, and then save it. And right now if you see, we don't have any error. If you have any small error, just fix it. For example, for the image we get some error and something like this. Once it is ready, simply go to your page, and inside this div I will add this report component. So make sure it is importing from the report component, and once you save, let's refresh it, and boom, right now it's displaying. Okay, so it's displaying on the right hand side as well, but I think we are good. So it's just replicating sometimes, and on the left hand side you will see a proper value. Just make sure when you are rendering this div, right, it's rendering correctly and it's not rendering duplicate time, so that things you have to fix it. Now as you know that we already have the AI reports, only thing that we need to pass that to the report, and then depends on the section we have to display the value. Now simply pass this AI report information. So here we say AI report, and then we are already saving that in a state called AI report, so we'll use that. Go to the report, and here I will add this AI report. Now from that, if I save both this file, and also make sure inside the console you can check every time. So go to the console, and we'll see the object, and inside the content you will see the field called overall score. Now this overall score we need to show in place of this one, okay. Also I'm going to change the background, and if you remember, we gave this welcome banner background, right? Similar background I'm going to add. So I will copy this, then to the report where we have this background white, right? So instead of this, let's add this gradient color. Let's refresh this page, and this is how it will look like. And then we're gonna change some color combination as well. So over here we'll give text white. Let's save it. Then for this one we also add white only. And for the progress bar, because we want to change this progress bar, so over here we'll add a progress bar in white color, and this text also just make it, let's make it 200, create 200, perfect. Okay, so this is how it will look like. After this, just replace this value, and that's why you have to check the field, which field you are referring to. So I will open this object, and inside the content we have this overall score. So simply we will say AI report dot overall score, and then you will see this score. Okay, now in the same way you have to replace all of this value. Okay, so I will just pause the video and I will replace it one by one. Okay, and here I updated the all these variables with the actual value. Okay, and right now this is how it look like. Say right now the overall score showing 65, and for the contact info experience, as this comes under 80%, that's why it's showing in yellow, and those who is below 50, then it will show in the red format. Okay, also we have the tips to improvements, what is good inside this resume, and what is the improvement tips, that also provided with the help of our AI resume analyzer agent. Okay, also next step is on the click of this reanalyze, we want to open the dialog, and then it will follow the same step. It's very easy and straightforward as well. So for that one I am going to add an AI resume, the resume upload dialog, and over here we need to provide the open resume upload and then set open resume dialog. So both these field we need to provide similar the way we implement initially. So basically I am going to pass same thing, and over here we are going to set the state as well. Okay, so with this we are going to set, so at the top we will define a constant open resume upload set open resume dialog is equal to use state, and initially it will be false. Now when user click on reanalyze, so over here we don't need this class name, so I will remove it, and then we'll say on click set open resume analyzer to true, sorry not like this, so set open resume dialog to true, and make sure we already have the false as well. Perfect. Now if I go back and click on this one, you will see you have option to enable. Now once you upload and once AI LLM model is successfully returned the report, it will automatically redirect you to this particular or obviously the new record ID, and all the information will get saved to our database, and that's how you will get the proper AI based AI resume analyzing report for your uploaded resume. If you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Now it's time to generate an roadmap generator agent, where on the click of this generate now, we are going to open a dialog where you can enter, or user can enter the position or the skills on which he want to learn, for example the full stack React developer or full stack backend developer, and depends on that one it will generate the detailed roadmap, this tree like structure. With the help of React Flow we are going to implement this tree like structure, and in which it will show the complete step by step roadmap for your skills and position. Okay, and it's very straightforward. On the left hand side we are going to show some basic information, and obviously from here user can again create a new roadmap as well. So let's go back to our application. I will close all of this tab for now, and then inside this AI tools I am going to create a new tool called AI roadmap agent. Inside this we'll create a dynamic route. So here we'll say again record ID. So this need to be a folder, so make sure, or we can say roadmap ID. So we'll say roadmap ID,
and then inside this we'll create a page.tsx file. Let's add a default template and I will rename this to roadmap generator agent and then save it. Now I will go to the routes only, but inside this dashboard where we have the AI tools, and inside the AI tools, when user click on this career roadmap generator, it will navigate to this path. So it will be AI tools slash AI roadmap agent and then save it. Now if I go back to our application and on the click of generate now, currently it will go to that particular route, right? But we have to make sure, depends on the click on this route, it will open the dialog for us. So over here, so maybe you can go to this AI tool card, that's where we have this on click button, right? So I will write if tool.name is equal to, you can give the tool name which matches, or maybe you can add a path name, it's up to you. Okay, so as we are previously using a tool name, so here as well I am going to use a tool name only. We'll call it as a career roadmap, but it's always good to use path. So let's try path only and I will add this path. Okay, so I think I can copy incorrectly, so just copy that and paste it here, and if path is matches with this one, it will open a dialog. So we'll write a new state in order to open that dialog. So we say open roadmap dialog comma set open roadmap dialog is equal to use state, and initially it will be false. Now simply we'll say set roadmap dialog to true when this tool when user click on that particular tool. Now obviously we need to create an component for it, so we'll add a new file and we'll call it as a roadmap generator dialog dot tsx. We'll add a default template and then save it. Now inside this, similar like the resume generator dialog, we have to add a dialog component. So as we already installed, so I will just copy this import statement, then we also copy this example and save it. Now we want to open this dialog on the click, right? So here we'll add an open field, and from this AI tool card I will import this roadmap generator dialog. To this roadmap generator dialog, we need to accept two important parameter. One, open dialog comma set open dialog. Okay, you can rename anything, doesn't matter. On open we'll say open dialog. For now I will provide a type any, and then set, or we'll say set open change, or I forgot the field name, so on open change, so it's called on open change, and then we need to call set open dialog, so it will close it. Okay, now we'll go back to this AI tool card and make sure to pass open dialog as open roadmap dialog, and then set open dialog is equal to set open, or we can just add like this, set open roadmap dialog to false, and then save it. Let's test this out quickly. So I will refresh the screen once, make sure all the updates are builded, and if I click on this generate now button, boom, it will open the dialog for us. Perfect. If I close it, it will get closed. Now on this dialog I will just rename this to some dialog title. So here we'll say add, I will say enter position slash skill to generate roadmap, and inside the description I will add a div, and inside that we need to add an input field. To this input field we'll add a placeholder. We'll say example as full stack
developer. Then I will save it. Now inside the content we add a dialog footer. Inside the dialog footer we'll add a two button, one for cancel and another button for generate. Now to this generate button I'm going to add a sparkle icon and then save it. Now if I open this, you will see this beautiful dialog with the option to enter the input as well. Over here I will add a class name, we'll give margin top to 2. Here mark it as add child, so you will not get the hydration error, and I think that's pretty good. Perfect. Now next thing, once user enter, right, we want to, on the click of generate, we want to generate the roadmap. Also for this button I will add a variant as outline. Perfect. Now obviously we need to create an agent and endpoint in order to call it. So let me close all of this tab. Let's go to the ingest function, and inside this ingest function, similar like this AI resume agent, we are going to create a new function called, or before that we'll create an agent actually. Okay, so here we have the resume analyzer agent, then we have the AI career charge agent. So here we'll create export constant AI roadmap generator agent is equal to create agent. Inside that give the agent name, so I will say AI roadmap generator agent. Then the description, generate detail tree like flow roadmap. And then inside the system, that is very important because this is our prompt. Okay, also we'll paste the same model as it is and then save it. So inside this eraser doc I already added the prompt for it. Okay, right now you don't need to understand this prompt because once we added and learn how to add the React flow library, then you will get to know. Okay, so what it will do, it will just have some instruction, okay, and it will generate a node and edge. Okay, and inside this, if you see, this is the format in which we want it. Okay, obviously this is a JSON format, and to this we are going to provide the user input. So I will remove it from now for here, and then this is how it will look like. Right now we will just use this prompt and I will just import it. So I already copy here and will paste it. Okay, and obviously this particular agent will use this prompt to generate a detailed output from the AI LLM model. Now once you created this agent, we'll create a function. We'll say export constant AI roadmap agent is equal to ingest dot create function, and inside that we'll provide an ID. We'll say roadmap agent. I will just make sure the start with an AI roadmap agent. Then we'll give the event name AI roadmap agent, and then we'll say async so here you don't need to add this circular braces. Perfect. Now inside the async, similar like this one, you need to provide a pass this event and step. So over here we'll say event comma step. I think that is inside this curly braces, and then first we'll generate an AI. Obviously we're gonna generate the response from the AI model, but for that one obviously we need some information. So we'll get the roadmap ID, then we want a user input, and then user email as well. I think that's all for we need for now, and here we'll say await event dot data. Perfect. Okay, so I will just verify everything, it's perfect.
Then once we have, we just need to call constant roadmap result is equal to await AI roadmap generator agent dot run, and inside that you need to pass an user input. Now obviously here we'll say user input, and then I will add this, something like this. Okay, once we have the roadmap result, obviously we'll see the result actually inside the ingest, and then we want to save to DB. But first we'll try to generate it. Now once your ingest function is ready, go to the API. Under the ingest route, make sure to add this agent. So here we'll say AI roadmap agent and then save it. Obviously this is very important in order to work. Over here I will close this. This is just a prompt. Now go to this API. We'll create a new API endpoint called AI roadmap agent. Then inside this we'll add a route.jsx file. We'll say export async function. This will be a post request. Inside this we'll get two important parameter. We'll say roadmap ID comma user input is equal to await request dot JSON. Once we have this, obviously we need to call. So you can take any reference. Okay, so for example, if I go to the AI resume agent, or maybe go to this chart agent, that will straightforward. We need to make sure to call this ingest send. Then we'll get the run ID, and then we have to check that. So I will copy everything as it is, and then we'll modify later on. Okay, so first, and so I just realized that we gave this name to JSX, so make sure it's a TSX. And for the request, I will say next request. Make sure to import the ingest as well. Then over here you need to give the same name of this event or ID, or maybe event name, which is AI roadmap agent. Now we need to pass user input. Along with that one, we're gonna pass roadmap ID as roadmap ID, and the user email as user. I think we don't have user information, so get the user information using await current user from the Next.js server, and here we'll say user dot primary email address dot email address. Now once you have the name, once you have the data that you are going to pass to this ingest function, then you will get the run ID, and obviously we're going to check the status. If it is completed or cancelled, then it will break and come out through this while loop. This is called a polling. Okay, so here I will just use it as a use polling to check run status. Then make sure to import this Next.json response and Axios as well, and then save everything, and that's how our API endpoint is ready. Now let's go back to our routes. Under the dashboard component, where we have this roadmap generator dialog, over here we'll create a method called constant generate roadmap, and this particular method we're gonna call when user click on the generate button. Now over here we'll say try catch block with the exception E, will console.log with an error. Then inside the try block we'll say constant result is equal to await Axios dot post, then give the API endpoint, which is /API/AI roadmap agent, and inside the body we need to pass some value. Okay, so first is the record ID. So I will generate the record ID using constant. Here we'll say it's called roadmap ID as well. Okay, so roadmap ID is equal to I think UUID4 is called V4, I think. Yeah, just V4, something like this. And then
let's make this as async as well. Over here we'll say roadmap id is equal to colon roadmap id. I will just make sure the field that we are accepting is correct, and then the user input. Now obviously we are not saving the user input yet, so define a state called user input comma set user input is equal to use state, and when user enter the value, then only we have to make sure it will save. So to this input we'll say on change, and we'll set the user input. Now obviously this on change will emit the event, and from the event we'll say event dot target dot value. So make sure the user input is of type string, so it will save it as a string. Okay, now I will also add a loading effect. So we'll say loading comma set loading is equal to use state, and initially it will be false. When user enter the generate roadmap button, the loading will start, and once it is finished we'll set the loading as a false. Even though if you get any error, we'll set the loading as a false and then save it. Now for the console.log we'll say result.data. Perfect. I think that's all we needed. Now whenever there is a loading, right, we have to make sure the button is disabled. So we'll say disable when there is a loading, as well as when there is a no input data. So we'll say if user input is not there, still just disable this button and then save it. I think let's test this out. So we'll go back to our application, make sure ingest is running. Okay, so I will keep aside and I will just refresh the screen. Now click on generate now button. Here we'll say, for example, full stack developer, and if you see if there is empty, the button is disabled. If I click full stack developer, the button is enabled. Now before just clicking this generate button, whenever there is a loading, I want to show a loading indicator. So here we'll say a loader, otherwise we'll show this sparkle icon. Now to this one we'll add animate spin class and then save it. Now we'll go to the inspect panel, we'll check the console as well if you get any error, and now click generate, and if you see we have this beautiful loader. If I go to this ingest function, I don't see it's running. Okay, so there may be a different issue. Right now it's showing this AI roadmap agent API is executed, but our ingest is not running. So let's see the possible error. So sometimes go to this ingest, and if you see it's returning just an empty value. Okay, so after investigation I found that inside the function for this AI roadmap agent we forgot to add a return statement. So here it's very important to return the result from this roadmap result. Okay, and then save it. Now let's try this out. So we have this full stack developer, just click generate, and if you see it start generating, and here we have the running ingest function in which we have this roadmap generator is executing, and we'll wait to finish it, and boom, it is finished. And in which you will find that inside the output content we got the JSON data. Perfect. And obviously it is generated with the help of AI LLM model. Now once you have the data, similar like this AI resume agent, if you remember, right, we are converting into a JSON format. So maybe okay, so it is inside the function.ts, and if you see first we get this raw content, then we convert it, and then we pass it in order to return this response. So same way we are going to do. Obviously you don't need to return it in this case because we want to add a save database step function inside the ingest functions. Okay, so first we'll say raw content, which we can get it from the roadmap result. Then I will just make sure it is correct. I think that's correct. Then from the content we replace this JSON text. Okay, and then we parse it, and once we pass we can simply save it. So I will use this save db step run function because it's quite similar. So over here we have save db. I will set a roadmap id
then we have parse JSON, the agent type. You can add your own agent type. For example, here I will make sure so AI tools, from the AI tools, this needs to be path. So complete path I want to add as an agent type. You can even pass it through the body as well. Then created add user email and then the metadata URL. Right now we don't need to add a metadata URL. If you want to add, you can add as a user input. Okay, it's up to you. And then this saved that to database will return the parse JSON, because that's what at the end we want to verify it. Let's save it, and I will make sure everything is correct. I think that's good. Let's test this out again. So I will click generate it again, so it will now queued and now it's running. Okay, once it run, obviously it's supposed to save into our database as well. So still currently it's running. Once it run, you will see the new save to database function run. Then we have finalize. Over here you will see the output in the perfect JSON format along with the node position and all. Over here inside our database, if I refresh the screen, you will see this all brand new record. Over here you will find all the details saved as a content, the user detail, agent type, metadata and all the details. Perfect. So that's how you need to generate the roadmap information. Now next, obviously we need to display that roadmap in a proper node edge like structure. That is very interesting part of this particular agent. That's what we are going to see in the next chapter. Once the roadmap is generated, we want to navigate to the new route which we created, and on this, on the left hand side, we want to show some basic information, and on the right hand side we want to show the node format structure with all the roadmap details. As you know that in the output, if you see, we have this roadmap title, description and duration to finish each of these tasks, and each node contain the type, okay, then the position and the data, whether it's a title along with the description and the link. And if you see, we have all the details. So let's go back and inside our application, when the roadmap generated successfully, we just want to navigate it. So over here we'll add a router is equal to use router from the next/navigation, and then we want to simply redirect it to the /API/ and the endpoint. So from the AI tools, this is our endpoint, or not API, so this will be something like this only. Okay, and then the roadmap ID. So this will be the roadmap ID, and then save it. Obviously with the help of the roadmap ID, we need to fetch the details. So right now let's go to the AI tools. We created this AI roadmap agent, and inside this, in order to get the roadmap ID, so if you see this roadmap ID, this particular name we need to mention in order to get the ID, and here we'll say use params. As we are using the React hook, make sure you update this to use client and then save it. Okay, let's save it. Obviously for testing purpose, we already have this roadmap, so we can use this one. And if I go to AI tools /AI roadmap agent and then this ID, I believe this is the correct route, so we'll just verify. I think that's perfect. And if you see, it's showing the roadmap generated agent and this ID which we are going to use to fetch the details. So simply over here we'll say constant get roadmap details and the arrow function. Inside this, as you know that with the help of the history API endpoint, we are going to fetch. So I will copy this existing example. So over here, let's use async. Make sure to import this Axios, and instead of record ID, we are going to use this roadmap ID. Then this particular method we need to call
inside the use effect whenever the roadmap ID is available. So here I will call get roadmap details and then save it. Now if I go back and go to the inspect panel, inside the console you will see we got an object. Inside the content we have initial age, node and all of these details. Okay. Next let's save this in one state. So we'll say constant roadmap detail comma set road map detail is equal to use state, and over here we will say roadmap details result dot data and save it. Now we need to divide the screen into two parts. So I will add a div, and here as well I will add a div. Obviously we'll add a grid column 1 when the screen size is smaller, and when the screen size is medium we'll add a grid column 3. Out of this grid column 3, over here in the when the screen size is medium, we'll assign grid column 2 to the roadmap. Okay, and then save it. Now over here we'll see the details and then roadmap. Let me show you how it looks. See, perfect. We'll also give gap to 5 and then save it. Now inside the detail we'll add an h2 tag, and from the roadmap detail dot we'll show the title. So this is nothing but agent type. Okay, so inside the content we have the data. See, so we'll just fetch the content. So from the data we'll get the content, and from the content we have the roadmap title which we want to display. Here for this one I will put a type any, so you will not get any error. Otherwise you can define a specific type. Then class name will give font bold, text is of 2XL, and then save it. And boom, if you see we have this roadmap name. After this we want to show the description, so we'll say roadmap detail dot description. Obviously for this one I will add a class name, margin top to 3, and text is of gray color, let's say 400, and save it. Well, let's make it 500. Then you can even add a duration as well. Here if you write a description something like this, let's see how it looks. Maybe we can add, let's add BR tag. I don't know whether it will work inside this. I think that's pretty good. And then I will put it in a strong tag, this particular text. Perfect. Then below that you can even show the description, the duration. So here we will say duration to complete this. It depends. Okay, this is just a random guess. So over here we'll say roadmap details dot duration, and then it will show the duration as well. Over here we'll add margin top to 5, and font, let's make it medium. Perfect. Over here I will add a blue color just to different, little bit different. Okay, and then we want to add a button below that. So over here we'll add a button tag, and inside this we'll say create another roadmap, something like this. See, for this one I will add class name, margin top to 5. Let's try to give width full. Let's see how it looks. I think this is pretty good. And for this div I'm going to add a class name. We'll add a border, we'll make a rounded XL, we'll add a padding to 5, something like this. Say, and on the right hand side, as you know that we wanted to show the roadmap. Now for that one I'm going to add React Flow. Now if you don't know what is React Flow is a node based UI component. Okay, and if you see, this is how it looks. So you can create a component and connect to each other. So in this case
If you see, we have these two nodes, hello. Now each square called a node, and these nodes are connected with an edge. So this is the edge, okay, which is connected to between two nodes. Obviously you can play around it. There are different type of nodes. You can do some customization and lot of other things. It's very powerful and very easy to use as well. And in this tutorial and chapter, we are going to show you the basic steps to follow it. Simply go to the reactflow.dev, go to the quick start, and here this guy explain how to use it. But right now, in order to install this, you need to simply use this command npm install xyflow/react. We'll go to our project. Inside the new terminal, I will just paste this command, so it will install this React flow. Then in order to create your first flow, so if you see, this is the code where you need to define the initial node. Inside the initial node, you have to define the position, then what will be the data, which means the label, and obviously this is the xy position and the edge. So if you see, this edge is between 1 and 2, and that's why it's showing 1 and 2, and the source edge is the first node and the target is the second node, and this id and this particular source are connected to each other. And with the help of this React flow component, you can display it. Let me simply implement it. So in order to show the roadmap, I'm going to add a new okay, so inside this we'll create a new component folder, and inside this we'll add a roadmap canvas.tsx file. Let's add a default template and make sure to import this inside this div. So we'll say roadmap canvas. Now let's go to this roadmap canvas. Simply first thing, you have to add this React flow and the CSS. So we'll simply import that. Second, you have to add this initial node and initial edge. So we'll add it over here, and then simply add this div. Okay, and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, you will see this beautiful node, which is one and the second node. Perfect, right? But that's look little weird. So you can add some customization as well. If you go to the documentation, you can add the interactivity as well. So if you want to interact with one another, you can add that. But right now we don't want to give option to interact with this node, because once the roadmap is generated, we are not allow user to connect this node one other, right? It doesn't make sense. But you can add some extra goodies, like you can add the mini map, you can add a controller, or you can even add a background. And let me show you how. Simply copy these three components. You have to add that inside the React flow like this. Make sure to import this all the components and then save it. So if you get in this error, so definitely I will use ts ignore and then save it. Now if I go back, you will see this beautiful background as well. Okay, right now we give the width 100 width, so here I will give the 100%. Let's give 100% height as well, and obviously it looks so smaller, right? So maybe that's because if I go to the roadmap, we need to give width to be full. Let's see how it looks. So over here it need to be a column span 2, okay, not the grid column 2. And now if you see, it's perfectly look fine. Same thing, I will also add a height to full, okay, and here as well we'll say height to full. I don't know how much it full, but either you can say height to screen. Let's see how it looks. Perfect. See, now it's saying height to screen, but the problem is here it also extend everything, okay, and it doesn't add the header. So we can add a height, or maybe we can hide 80 vertical height. Let's see how it looks. I think this is pretty good. See, now you can see all the details where you have these two nodes. On the right hand side you can see this check. You can even zoom this with this controller and all the details. Perfect.
But adding this node is quite a simple one, right? It doesn't make sense even though you add some roadmap information in this particular nodes. So the question is, can we customize it? And yes, the answer is yes. So let's customize this node instead of just showing this square one. Now in order to add a customized node, we'll create a new component and I will call it as a turbo node, okay, .tsx file. Let's add a default template. To this one I am going to accept a data. You can add a type any for now. Then over here we'll add a div. Then the class name, here we'll make a rounded large div, and we'll add a border to that node. We'll add a border gray, so let's say 300. Then we'll add a background yellow, so you can add yellow 100. You can even add shadow, and the width, maximum width, you can set it to width 64. Then inside this we'll add one more div where we can add a class name font bold, then text larger and text gray 800. Now in this one we are going to add a title, okay, because if you see this output, right, we are getting, so let me go over here inside the save to database. We have this title we wanted to show, so that's the reason I added this div. Then we'll add a p tag for the description, so here we'll say data dot description. For this one as well we'll add a class name, we'll say text smaller, text gray, let's say 600, margin top to 1, and we'll show maximum 2 lines, so we added line clamp to 2. Then we want to add an anchor tag. Instead of that we can use link tag, hrefs, and we'll add data dot link. Inside this we'll just say learn more. For this link tag we'll add a class name, we'll say text blue 600, we'll add underline, and then we'll make sure its text is smaller, margin top to 2, and then inline block, and then save it. Okay, you can even add a target in order to open a new window, so here you can add a target as a blank. If you want you can add a handle, okay, with a target, and so that is important, so we'll say handle from the explore react. Then the type we'll say target, and the position you have to mention, so we'll say position dot top. Okay, and I will tell you what is handle. Handle is nothing but when you want to connect the two nodes together, that time you have to provide, so this is important. And here we'll add position dot bottom and save it, and that's how our custom node is ready. Now this custom node, in order to use it, let's go back to this roadmap canvas, and over here at the top I will just mention constant node types is equal to turbo. We can give any name, okay, and here we'll say turbo node. Make sure to import that. Okay, as we are using this turbo because in output if you see we are getting the type as a turbo, because that's what the in the schema I mentioned it. Okay, so that's why I gave the type name as a turbo. Once you mention that, you have to provide a node type to this React flow. So over here we have to provide one more property called node types. Here you can provide a custom node called node type, and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, the node type will look like this, see, where you can even click this one. But let's use our own data instead of this initial node and edge. Okay, so what we can do, go to this page.jsx, and to this roadmap canvas we'll pass initial nodes as, and then we also pass initial edges. Now to this initial node you can get it from the roadmap detail dot, and let me show you the field name. So field name is initial nodes only, so we'll say initial nodes, and for the edge we have initial edge field. So let's go to the roadmap canvas. Here you need to accept as initial node and initial edge. Now over here you don't need to mention this and then save it. Okay, if I go back to our application, boom, if you see, we have this beautiful structure. Obviously there are a lot of things happening inside this roadmap, and maybe we can structure more properly. For this node, if I go to this turbo node, let's add some padding. So we'll add padding to 5. Okay, now much better. See, now over here, if you think that the node size is very smaller and everything, you can update that too. Now over here you can add a prompt and you can update the prompt so that you can tell to our AI agent that make some space, give the position little bit larger between the two nodes and all. And here I created a new roadmap, and if you see, now this is much more clear and everything. Also for each of them, if you see, we have the title, description and source. If I click on it, you will jump onto this specific source as well with this roadmap. And anytime this roadmap you can access from this history tab, so it will not go away. Now the next part is, on the click of this create another roadmap, we have to make sure we will open the same dialog in order to create a new roadmap. So for that one, I will go to the page.jsx, and inside this we need to add a roadmap generator dialog. Now this dialog we want to open on this click. So in the same way, if I go to this AI tool card, I will import this state in order to open. Obviously this is a boolean format. Okay, and from here I will also copy this same example. Now this is the button, so we'll say on click, simply set open roadmap to true and then save it. Now if I click on this button, let me refresh the screen once, it will open the dialog where you can create, and then once it generates, it will go to that specific route. Okay, perfect. So that's how guys you need to generate the roadmap with the help of LLM model, and this agent will quite helpful to make sure you will be on the same learning path. Now it's time to display the history. Whenever you use any AI agent, we already saving all the information so that you can go back and check anytime, and that's what we are going to show under the history. So simply go to the page.jsx where we have this history component, and inside that we'll create a new method called constant get history and the arrow function. Inside here we want to fetch all the history related to that particular user only. Now for that one, we'll go to this history API endpoint, and then under the get request, so we have this get request, we'll check if record ID is 0, then we're gonna use, so here we'll say else, or maybe we can say if record ID is equal to 0, right, then we will fetch all the, or maybe instead of record ID 0, okay, let's not pass any record ID. It means under the else we can fetch all the details. So I will copy this and then simply instead of inside this where clause, we are not going to pass a record ID. Instead of that one, we are going to pass a user email. So over here, if you don't have user email, we'll get the user email using this user is equal to await current user. Okay, because this current user we are already importing inside the Next.js, and then here we'll say user dot primary email address dot email address. Right now I will just add @ts ignore
Oops, sorry, maybe it's checking if user is already there or not. So maybe we can add if user. Let's see. I don't think so that is still working. Okay, let's keep this as it is for now, and then inside the return we'll return all the result, not the first element only. Okay, and then save it. Now next, inside here we'll say constant result is equal to await axios dot get slash API slash history, and that's all. Here I will mark this as a async, and then inside the console.log we'll say result.data. Then this get history we want to call inside the use effect, like this. Okay, and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, go to the inspect panel, inside the console I will refresh the screen and we'll check whether we are getting the, okay, so I don't think so we are getting. So okay, so currently it's look like a pending state, and now if you see we got the data. Perfect. Okay, now once we have this, we want to show it on the screen. So simply over here we'll add a question mark now, because if the length is not equal to 0 we'll show the list, and inside this we'll add, okay, we want to save this history, so we'll simply set the user history with the result dot data. Okay, so that we can map this with a history comma index and then arrow function. We'll add a div, then over here first we'll add an h2 tag, and we want to show the maybe we can show the content. I don't know what we can show over here. Maybe we can show the name of the agent which you use. So over here we have history dot AI agent type, and index is of type number. Over here we'll add a class of key as an index. Let's save it and let's see. So let's refresh the screen, and if you see it's showing this all the agent type. Now depends on the agent. So if you remember inside the AI tools we have this agent, right? Make sure to export this one, and then we can simply find it, and then you can show the name. Okay, so what we can do, we can create a new method called constant get agent name, and here we'll say the path, it will fetch the path. Then we'll say constant agent is equal to AI tool list. So here we'll say AI tool list dot find, and then we'll say item, where item dot path matches with the path, and inside the return we can simply return the agent. Okay, now inside the get agent name we can return something like this dot name, and then save it. Now if I go back, you will see we got the agent name. Perfect. Now obviously when we fetch the data we'll order it by descending order, so the latest one will come first. So inside the API, so go to the history API, simply we'll do order by descending, and the column is history table dot id. Okay, so if I refresh now, you will see the career roadmap will come first. See,
Next, we want to align is proper way. So I also going to show an image. Inside this, make sure image is imported, then the source. Again, I will use the same, and instead of name, I will use the icon. Alt tag, I will add image only for now, and inside the width we'll give 40, height to 40. Perfect. See, the 40 is too much, let's make it 20 and 20. Then for this div we'll add a flex gap to 5. See, okay. And on the right hand side you can add a date. So let me wrap this in a div first, and then here we can simply add a date. So we'll add a h2 tag, as we are already getting the date which is created at. So here we'll say get agent name, history.agent type, and then dot. Oh, that's where here we don't need to pass this anything, so just we can get it from the history dot created at. Perfect. And obviously we want this on the right hand side, so we'll make it flex. Oh sorry, over here we'll add a flex, justify between item to be in the center. Perfect. Obviously we want to add some gap, so here we'll give a margin or maybe space y to, let's say 3. Let's give 6. Perfect. And we'll add a border, we'll add a padding to 3 and make rounded large. So over here we'll add a margin y to 3, better. Perfect. And that's where our history is showing on the screen. Okay, here you can obviously see all the details, and on the click of it, it will open in a new tab. So basically I will wrap this in a link from the next/link. Okay, and obviously for this link we need to provide h reference, which you can get it from the history dot AI agent type, because that's how we are saving the path, right? And so let's save this one, and we also want to attach the ID. So if I go to the network tab, inside the console, here we have this record ID that also we need to attach after this AI agent type. So basically we'll say history dot record ID. Now if I click any of these, see, it will navigate to that roadmap generator. So if you see right now, I think we also need to add slash. Okay, so it will go to the specific path. Now if I open any of these, see, it opened that particular route. If I open this resume analyzer, so see, it will jump to this resume analyzer. Perfect, right? So that's how you need to make sure you will show this history. Now when you load very first time, you will see this loader, it's not showing any loading, right? So for that one, in order to maintain, you can add a loading state, comma set loading is equal to use state. Initially you can mark this as a false. When you're getting the history, set the loading as a true, and once it finished, we'll set the loading as a false. Now whenever the loading is true, so here we can add a condition if not loading. Okay, and over here we can add a condition if loading, then we'll add a div. Basically we can map this div dot, or maybe inside that we can map it, that will be better, dot map. Here we'll say item comma index in a curly braces, and the arrow function inside that will add a div and then you can add the skeleton as well. So you can easily add a skeleton component. So I will go to the shared CN, just search for the skeleton, and in order to use it, just first import this, then in order to use, just use this component. So make sure you will import this skeleton. Here we make rounded MD only, height to 20. I will add key as an index, save it, and if I go over here, if I refresh it, see you got this skeleton, but it's quite small. So I will give the width to full, height to 50, and margin top to let's say 4. Now you will see this change. See, perfect, right? And that's how it will look like. Now same history you can just import inside this my history, and let me show you how. So basically if I go to, create a new route called my history, so we'll create a my history. Inside this my history we'll add a page.tsx file, we'll add a default template. I will rename this to my history, and then over here we'll add history tab from the dashboard and then save it. Now you don't need to add anything. I will just make sure the route is correct. So make sure inside your, okay, so that's correct. And if you see, we got the previous history as well inside the my history tab. Same thing you can do for the AI tools. You already have this AI tool, just use that inside this AI tool route. So over here inside the route we'll create, okay, we already have the AI tools. Maybe inside that we'll create a page.jsx file, add a default template. Here we'll say AI tools, and inside this we'll add AI tools component. So I think we need to rename this because we already have the component name called AI tools. That's pretty weird. So I will rename this to AI tools list, and obviously we need to update everywhere, so it will automatically update. Now over here we'll say AI tool list. So maybe we can import it again, but we have to make sure here as well you will update it so that you can easily import that. If it's not importing, make sure import manually. So here we'll AI tool list, or it's a tools list from dashboard / component / AI tool list, and save it. Now once you import, if I go to this AI tools, you will see your AI tools as well. Obviously you can add a h2 tag saying AI career chat agents. Over here we'll add a font bold, text is of 2XL, and save it. You can add a welcome banner. Let's see how it looks, but it will be look like similar. So if I add a welcome banner, this is how it will look like. I think let's keep it. We'll add a margin top to 5, and then we have this AI workspace, then we have AI tools, then we have the now my history. See, and then we also have the billing section ready, because if you remember we already have the billing section. Now only thing that we need to restrict user from creating
any new tools, because for a free tier we are not allowing user create as many as requests they want. We limit that, and that's what we are going to see next. Now it's time to deploy our application on the cloud in the production. And if you see, I also updated our default boilerplate landing screen with this text. Also I updated these features. Okay, so you can just go ahead and update it. If you want to access the complete project source code, you can simply go to the tubeguruji.com, where you can access to all of my exclusive courses and the source code. Now let's move back, and first thing that we are going to do is to push this complete code on a GitHub, and then we are going to connect GitHub to the Vercel, so that whenever you make some update to your application and push it to the GitHub, it will automatically trigger the deployment for you. So let's go to the GitHub. I will just sign in here. Once you sign in, just click on new repo and we'll give the name. So we'll say career, AI career coach agent. Then you can make this public or private and simply create the repo. Once you create the repo, make sure to set the origin. So we'll set the remote origin. I will close this all of this tab for now, and then we'll initialize the Git. Then we'll set the remote origin. Then we'll stage all the files and simply commit the changes. So you can give any message which you want. I will say initial commit and simply push it. Now if you are pushing very first time, you have to push with a different command. Okay, so here if you remember, we actually clone from the repo. Okay, so we have to remove that origin first. So simply run this command git remote remove origin, and then let's add this origin. Then we'll add the file, we'll commit the changes, and then we'll push the changes. As if we are pushing very first time, we'll push with this command, and now if you see, it's pushed successfully. If I refresh the screen, you will see just now we pushed these changes. Now head to the Vercel project. Okay, if you don't have an account with the Vercel, just create a new account. It's free to use. Then click on add new project. Make sure to connect your GitHub account to this Vercel, and then you will see your project as we pushed just now. Click import. Once you import, it automatically detect the framework for us, so you don't need to make any changes. But under this environment variable, you need to add some variables, environment variables, which we have inside this .env file. So we'll copy everything as it is and simply we'll paste it here. See, perfect. Obviously here we need to change this server host later on. For now we'll keep as it is and simply click deploy. Now once you click deploy, it will start building your project. It will install all the dependency, and then it will deploy your application on the cloud. So if you see, it's still working on the build log. Okay, so we'll wait to finish this. And if you see, our application is ready and deployed successfully. If you face any error while deploying your application, make sure to check the logs and then solve the issue. Now over here, if you see, our application is ready. If I try to sign in, we have this beautiful pop-up where I can sign in with my account, and then once it sign in, it will redirect it to the dashboard screen. Obviously over here, if you see, we have this dashboard screen with all the details. Perfect. But the thing is, as you know that we use the ingest, and for the ingest we also need to connect our application to the ingest. So simply go to the ingest.com, and here make sure to create a new account. Click the link in the description, so you'll jump onto the specific URL. Then once you sign into your account, you need to connect your application to the ingest. If you see, I already have many projects connected to the ingest. On this one, you can see the complete matrix, how many runs, and all the details for each of the application as well. Cool, right? Now, if you see, we have this integration section. Click on it. Once you click, you will see this Vercel. Click manage, and then make sure to connect your Vercel to the ingest. Okay, then here you will find your project name. So in our case is AI career coach agent. Click configure, and here for the project status, make it enable. Now this is the path information that you need to provide a complete path to your ingest. So in order to add it, I will simply go to this URL, then we'll paste this URL at the top,
and this will be our ingest API endpoint. Okay, so make sure to add that. Then simply save the configuration, and once you save the configuration, go to the Vercel. So we'll go to the Vercel project, then go to the setting, and inside this you have option called deployment protection. For now just disable this so that it will connect your Vercel to the ingest. Also, as we need to make sure to pass this production URL for the event. Right now we use the local, right? If you remember, let me show you inside this .env file. So if I go to this .env, over here we added this ingest signing key and server host key, right? So we have to replace with an actual value. So this is the URL that we need to add. So we'll go to the Vercel again, and then under the environment variables just search for the ingest server host. See this one. We'll click edit, and then we replace with this particular URL, and then save it. Now for the sign-in key, you can even go to this ingest, and here you will find an apps. Click on sync new app, and here you need to provide your app URL. So in our case the app URL is this one. So I will just copy that, and then I will paste it here. Obviously we don't need this dashboard, so I will remove that, and this will be the URL. Now copy this sign-in key, because this sign-in key we need to add to this sign-in key. Right now we added this local, but you have to add the production sign-in key and then save it. When you connect Vercel with the ingest, you will see these two new environment variable get also added, right? So that's why it's showing under this environment list, and then simply click sync app. If it is not working, then make sure you have to redeploy your application whenever you change the environment variables. So over here I will say redeploy and click redeploy. Now it will start deploying your application again, and once it is deployed, see it's ready, and our application also gets synced. See AI Career Coach Agent, it's synced completely. Now if I go to this app, you will see this AI Career Coach Agent is now synced, and now you can start the production ready application, and then you can share with your friends and family. How cool, right? Here you can see the billing section. Currently obviously this is active for my email, but you can explore all the tools that we implemented in the development section, which work perfectly fine in the production. So guys, that's all for this particular course. I hope you enjoyed this complete course video. If you really like this video, press like button. If you still did not subscribe to our channel, please do subscribe, and don't forget to press notification bell icon so that you will not miss any update. Now there are a lot of AI based SaaS application project. I'm going to bring it in front of you, so please follow it. Comment whatever question you have. You can follow me on Discord. You can also follow on our WhatsApp channel to get an update.